Republicans now need a net gain of only 3 more Senate seats to take control away from Democrats.
Will they have new wins or more setbacks in the coming hour? Stand by for your projections.
Just moments from now, Republicans are aiming for 2 open Senate seats now held by Democrats. In Iowa, a Democratic congressman is battling an Iraq war veteran and Tea Party favorite in a race that's featured unforgettable ads.
I grew up castrating hogs on an Iowa farm.
The mud's been flying in the heartland.
She's called President Obama a dictator and thinks impeachment should be on the table.
Higher taxes, bigger government, Obamacare. This is his Washington record.
And in Montana, Republicans are counting on their candidate to flip an open Senate seat from blue to red. This is CNN's coverage of election night in America. The fight for Congress, the battles for governor, and the issues Americans care about most.
In Iowa, we know how to do this. We've done it before.
The road to real change goes through Iowa.
The polls are closing in 4 more states, and anything is possible until the last vote.
The U.S. Capitol building tonight as new votes come in the battle for the U.S. Senate. We're back in the CNN Election Center. I'm Wolf Blitzer. We're counting down to another round of major poll closings, and the big prize of the night is still up for grabs. Which party will control the United States Senate? It all comes down to those 13 key Senate races we've been following all night long. Several of those races have been decided, but we're watching some nail-biters right now as well. Indeed, the polls are about to close in 2 more key Senate battlegrounds in Montana and Iowa. Here's what we're looking for. In Iowa, will Democrats take a hit from a former hog farmer? Congressman Bruce Braley is in a slugfest right now with the Republican and Tea Party favorite Joni Ernst. And in Montana, Democrat Amanda Curtis is considered a long shot against Congressman Steve Daines. Will this be an easy pickup for Republicans? We may find out very, very soon. Right now, Republicans need a net gain of 3 seats to regain the majority in the Senate. They would be in control. We'll get new results right at the top of the hour. Polls are closing in Iowa and Montana, in Nevada and Utah. In the meantime, let's go back to Anderson. Anderson.
Yeah, Wolf, thanks very much. Our correspondents are positioned all throughout the country. They're getting latest vote tallies, the newest vote tallies directly from election officials. Want to check on that barn burner race in Iowa. First, we go to Pamela Brown, the headquarters for the Republican candidate, Joni Ernst. Fascinating race.
It certainly is, and as you see, the room is filling up here at the Ernst headquarters. Folks I've been speaking with say they are anxious but cautiously optimistic. It has been a fiercely competitive race here in Iowa, but they are confident that their candidate, Joni Ernst, will cross the finish line and win her tonight and become the first female combat vet in the United States Senate. As you point out, polls close in less than 10 minutes from now. Of course, we'll get a better sense of where things stand after that. Right now, Joni Ernst is up in her hotel room surrounded by family, putting the finishing touches on her speech. I just spoke to one of her aides and asked how she's doing. I'm told she's in good spirits and that she is wowed by all the attention that she's getting. I'm told she's really getting a kick out of it. This aide says that, you know, even though she's a lieutenant colonel, at the end of the day, she is still a farm girl from a small town in Iowa.
All right,
back to
Pamela,
you.
thanks very much. Our Poppy Harlow is standing by at the headquarters of the Democrat, Bruce Braley. It's, as Pamela said, 10 minutes until polls close there.
Right, and Bruce Braley's doing just what Joni Ernst is doing with his family right now, watching as the numbers start to come in. Look, this has been such an exciting race up to the last minute, a nail-biter. The latest polls showing these 2 candidates neck and neck, 47-47. The voters are going to decide. A lot of this has been about the early vote. Even the Braley campaign admitting to us that Republicans have done a great job getting that early vote out. Democrats usually beat them in that. They, though, think that it will be cannibalized in terms of people that would have come and voted here. Republicans, they think, just got out early rather than getting more votes. We will see if they are right. Bruce Braley, Joni Ernst, a fascinating race. The numbers coming in just moments.
Yeah, and we'll see where those numbers stand as soon as those polls close in just a couple of minutes. I want to go back to John King, the Magic Wall, with some look at exit poll results. John?
Anderson, let's look at the mood in the state of Iowa, becoming increasingly important to the Democrats. This 52% of the electorate women, 48% of the electorate men. One of the key questions here, we have an older electorate, and the younger vote has dropped from both the presidential election and the 20th midterm. That tends to bode well for Republicans to have an older electorate there. evenly split pretty much, 36% Republicans, 33% Democrats, 31% independents voting in Iowa today. One last one as you look, what's your view of government? Government is doing too much, 60%. That bodes well for the conservative candidate. I want to come over to the map. Iowa is increasingly critical to the Democrats because of their potential losses elsewhere, the Democratic pickups already, and I want to focus on one right now as we look. The Democrats knew they needed to hold the blues. Well, Jeanne Shaheen has held New Hampshire. Kate Hagan is in a very close race in North Carolina, a state President Obama carried once. The President carried Iowa twice and Colorado twice. I just want to show you the results right now in Colorado. Cory Gardner at 50%, Mark Udall at 44%, 63% of the vote in, so we have some counting to do. But this will be a stunning piece of analysis tomorrow if this holds up, because Cory Gardner, this is why he was handpicked by the Republican establishment, because their candidate in 2010, let me take you there, their candidate in 2010 could not perform in the Denver suburbs. That's Ken Buck. When President Obama won this state, he won it here in the Denver suburbs. As we look at the map right now, as you look, Denver City itself is going Democratic. In the suburbs here, Cory Gardner putting up a race. If Democrats are looking at these numbers in Colorado, yes, there's a way to go. They know if they're about to lose that one, they better hold Iowa, Wolf.
Iowa, the polls are about to close there. We'll see what's going to happen there. We're also going to see what's happening in Montana. CNN has a projection right now in Montana. We predict the Republican Steve Daines will be the next United States Senator from Montana, defeating Amanda Curtis. This is another Republican pickup. Now the magic number for the Republicans down to 2. They need another 2 more pickups from Democratic seats. They will be the majority in the United States Senate. In Iowa, we cannot make a projection based on the information we have right now. Bruce Braley, the Democrat, Joni Ernst, the Republican, no projection there. We can't project in Nebraska, the Republican Ben Sasse. He will defeat Dave Domina. The Republican will be the next United States Senator from the state of Nebraska. We're watching other races right now in Wyoming. We've projected Mike Enzi will be reelected, the Republican senator from Wyoming, and Al Franken will be reelected for another 6-year term from the state of Minnesota, defeating Mike McFadden, the former comedian, now the senator. Al Franken gets himself reelected. A lot easier this time for him than it was 6 years ago. Here's the count where it stands right now. We know that there will be at least 42 Democrats in the United States Senate next year. There will be 46 Republicans. There are still several outstanding races. You see those outstanding races in yellow. The Republicans now have a magic number of 2. They started the night, they needed a net gain of 6. Now they only need a net gain of 2 in order to become the majority in the United States Senate. So this is important information for them as we await for more real votes to come in. We want to share with you what our exit polls are revealing. These are estimates based on interviews with a sampling of voters today and during the early voting process. Here's the exit poll for the state of Iowa. 47% for the Democrat Bruce Braley, but 51% for Joni Ernst, the Republican. That would be a huge Republican pickup in Iowa. That's the Tom Harkin seat, the Democrat who's retiring. Remember, though, exit polls are estimates. Based on interviews with voters, the final outcome may be different. We use these exit polls to make projections only in non-competitive races. Let's check in with Jake. He's got an update on some governor's races and some projections.
That's right, Wolf. CNN is projecting 3 different governor's races in Iowa. CNN projecting that incumbent Governor Terry Branstad, the longest-serving governor in the nation, has just been elected to term number 6. In Nebraska, CNN projecting that Pete Ricketts will win the open governor's seat there in that state, the Republican winning. And in Oklahoma, CNN projecting that incumbent Republican Governor Mary Fallin will be reelected to a 2nd term as governor of Oklahoma. Let's take a look at the map now. In Nebraska, CNN not yet able to make a projection in terms of the governor's race. I'm sorry, in Nevada, I apologize. In Nevada, CNN not yet able to make a projection in that governor's race. Incumbent Brian Sandoval running for re-election. Look at all the yellow, all the places we still do not know whether or not who the winner is. Massachusetts, Maine, Maryland, obviously Florida and Wisconsin. We're watching very closely. A lot of unknowns still in the governor's races, and we're going to be keeping an eye out for them. Wolf. Well, let's take a look at the vote in Florida. As I just mentioned, a very competitive race. 86,000 votes. Rick Scott is ahead. 48% to 47% for Charlie Crist. That's 97% of the vote in. We're still waiting for 3% to come in. It looks very, very tight. It's still possible for Chris to pull out a victory, although Rick Scott in the lead right now. In Wisconsin, Scott Walker with 16% of the vote in is up 60% to Democrat Mary Burke with 39%. We're still waiting for a lot more vote out of Wisconsin to be able to tell in any way whether or not Scott Walker is going to be reelected as governor of Wisconsin. Wolf, now to you with some key races.
We got a key race alert right now. Take a look at this. North Carolina, 79% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. But Tom Tillis, the Republican challenger, he's got a 25,000 vote advantage over the Democratic incumbent Kay Hagan, 49%, 48%, more than 2 million votes cast. Tom Tillis, he's ahead by 25,000 votes, still 21% of the vote outstanding. In Virginia, 89% of the vote is in. Ed Gillespie, the Republican challenger, maintaining a slight advantage over Mark Warner, the Democratic incumbent, 48.8% to 48.5%. He's got like a 7,500 vote advantage, Ed Gillespie, over Mark Warner. This is a lot closer than a lot of the pundits, a lot of the polls that earlier suggested. A real battle underway in Virginia right now, a real battle underway in North Carolina. If Kay Hagan doesn't hold on to that seat, the Democrats, they're going to be in real serious trouble as far as holding on to the majority in the United States Senate. That magic number now down to 2. The Republicans doing very well so far tonight. Let's take a look at these 2 states. Let's start off in Virginia right now.
Again, we're watching a race as much closer than anybody anticipated, maybe except for Ed Gillespie. I'm not sure even he expected to be this close, but with 90%, just shy of 90% of the vote in, Ed Gillespie with that narrow lead. Again, you look at a map at this point, everything's filled in, right? So that means every county in Virginia has been reporting votes. The question is what's left. And if you look at some of these smaller Republican counties, not many votes out here, but they're critical to Ed Gillespie, 97%, but most of them are at 100%. So the question is what's left out there. So you start looking then in the Democratic areas. You come down here in the Norfolk area, 100% in, so Mark Warner's got nothing left there. This Virginia Beach area, Ed Gillespie, maybe a little bit there, a couple thousand votes. He might be able to add to his totals there. But, Wolf, as we've been talking about throughout the night, and every time we have a close race in the state of Virginia, this is where you make your win in the state of Virginia. And Fairfax County is still 72%. So we still got a bit of the vote to count here. And this is a place where Mark Warner is winning by a significant margin. So, and if you come into these other counties, we're getting close to the end. 98% there. I believe we're at 100% there. So Fairfax County, one of the biggest suburbs just outside of Washington, is going to decide this race tonight. Most of the other vote is in. If you look at it right now, Ed Gillespie's ahead. There are enough votes there for Mark Warner to make up the difference, but we'll be counting them right to the very end.
Yeah,
that's a very close race. And then we move over here, and we've brought in the vote total now of the Libertarian candidate, the pizza delivery guy, Sean Hall. We brought that in because it is increasingly looking that it could be very significant. With 80% of the precincts reporting, Tom Tillis maintains a very small lead. You see that 49 to 47%. But again, you look at what's left when you get to this point in the race. And we've been talking about this all night long. Only 24% of the vote reported in Mecklenburg County. That's Charlotte. That's a Democratic base, African-American voters. They've turnout operation working. There was some concern. Remember a last-minute ad by President Obama. But you've still got 76% of the vote to come in a big Democratic county. So Kay Hagan has a basket of votes right there that she can be counting on. You move over to some other places. You start coming up here. Not as much, but still some outstanding votes in the Democratic area. In Wake County, move over to Durham County, still 25, 26% of the vote to be counted here. So when you're looking at what's left on the table, most of them you're looking in Democratic areas. You start going out to these other counties. Yes, only 37% county here, but it's a much smaller percentage. So there's still some places out here where Tom Tillis is going to add. When you look at the map, there are bigger baskets.
But if you take a look at Charlotte, there's only 25% of the vote is in. She can still pull this out.
She can pull this out right here. There are the bigger baskets of votes still uncounted are in places that traditionally vote Democratic. So if you're looking at this right now of what's left, you can see the math for Kay Hagan to make this up, which is why I think at the end of the night we may well be talking about Sean Hall and the 83,000 votes the Libertarian candidate has received. But let's watch them and count them as we go through. We'll take it to the very end. Let's take a quick peek at the Georgia Senate race. 57% reporting. Now this one is interesting. The big question was, could anybody get to 50% plus one? Again, we got only 50% of the vote counted. I just want to check in. Still waiting. 0% coming in from Fulton County and Atlanta. So you don't want to make any conclusions until we get more votes from there. And let's go down to our, as always, biggest unpredictable prize and switch to the governor's race here. We've been stuck here for a bit, and this happens to you quite a bit. When you get close to the finish line in Florida, you get stuck waiting for the final votes to come in. And guess where they are? They're down here. We're at 97% in Broward County. Again, that's a huge chunk of the population. Charlie Crist with a big lead. So if those final votes come in at the same margins, he's going to add to his basket. The question is it enough? Same for Miami-Dade, still 7% of the vote out. Charlie Crist winning a big chunk. So if you're just doing simple arithmetic and you do percentages based on what I just showed you in those two counties, it is possible. So you're starting hunt to see, are there any places where you're going to get Republican votes? And you've got almost 100% reporting when you go around the state in the Republican counties. So we're waiting on Miami-Dade. We're waiting on Broward County. The math is still possible for Charlie Crist. I suspect no matter what happens in this one, the lawyers will be talking tomorrow.
Yeah, if there's less than 0.5%, they have an automatic recount in Florida. We've been there before with those recounts in Florida, as a lot of our viewers. There are a bunch of cliffhangers right now that we're watching in North Carolina, in Georgia, and Florida. These races are very close. Go to Kansas.
You come out to the Kansas Senate race. Pat Roberts has begun to open up a bit of a lead, 50% to 45%. We're only at 36%, but I just want to watch and see if this trend continues. This is Greg Orman's base out here in eastern Kansas. He has this small county down here in southeastern Kansas. This out here, they're tiny counties when you look at them. There are not a lot of votes out here. You see 100% of the vote in. Pat Roberts getting 795 votes to 307. So you think that's not much. But when you add here, when you keep adding it up, this is the strength. Small town Republican counties out here where you had Bob Dole crossing the state. You had every Republican they could get. Greg Orman at one point called it the clown car of people from Washington and other prominent Republicans coming into campaign. It appears, we have a ways to go, but it appears that it helped, that Republican loyalty kicked in these small towns in the western part of the state. We'll watch it, but Pat Roberts at the moment looks more comfortable. This one here to me, looking at these results, we're at 67% of the state of Colorado, and you just look right here. This is going to be red. This is going to be red. This state is won or lost in a close race right here, the fast-growing Denver suburbs. And remember, Ken Buck, the Tea Party candidate, lost to Michael Bennet in 2010 in a big Republican year. They didn't decide. It was Wednesday morning when Michael Bennet declared victory in that race. It happened because it's right there. See Michael Bennet winning the Denver suburbs. He wins the city, and he wins the suburbs around it. Look at what Cory Gardner's doing in those suburbs right now. This is the Republican establishment handpicked him. They pushed the Tea Party candidates out of the race to see if he could compete in places like Adams County, where the Latino population is growing. He's running even, slightly ahead of Mark Udall in Adams County. Republican runs even in that county. Republican has a good chance. Arapahoe right down here. 49 to 46 again. Not a huge margin, but he's winning narrowly in the suburbs. That's how Republicans win close races in these tough states. And you move over here to Jefferson County. I was at the clerk's office here checking in on early voting a couple of weeks back. Again, this is a swing county, and there's a swing vote, but with the Republican on top, not the Democrat. If you go back and look at this in 2010, Michael Bennet was the one on top in a swing county by a couple of points. And if you look at the presidential race, this is where President Obama sent Mitt Romney packing in the state of Colorado. This state, increasingly, because of the demographic changes, is won right here. And at the moment, we're approaching 70%. Cory Gardner is doing exactly what the Republican establishment wanted him to do when they handpicked him.
The Democratic incumbent, Mark Udall, he's in deep, deep trouble as we see these numbers with 67% of the vote coming in so far.
That would be a huge loss. A state the president carried twice. And when you go back into presidential politics and you look at the map, Democrats, this used to be all Republican territory in presidential elections. The Democrats have made the West competitive. Not huge electoral prizes when you're looking at Nevada, New Mexico, Colorado, but you start to add those up. If those states become competitive again, we got a different country.
We got numbers coming in from Iowa. That's a state the president won twice as well. Bruce Braley's the Democratic candidate. Joni Ernst, the Republican candidate. 14% of the vote is in, so it's still very, very early.
And a lot of those votes are coming from right here. And again, this is actually a bad sign. The good news at the early results is a bad sign for Bruce Braley in the sense that you've got 65% of the vote counted already, 2/3 of the vote counted in Polk County, 14% of the state population. The biggest chunk of the Democratic votes are coming from right there, and they counted those fast. So that vote's in. That's certainly good news for Bruce Braley to be winning there, but if you're looking at 14% statewide and 65% in one of your biggest Democratic baskets, that tells you that this is, if you just go back again, let's look at the presidential race, go to 2012. Joni Ernst is going to win out here. She's going to win most of these small towns. So if you're Bruce Braley, you might be wondering if that margin here, is that enough for you? And let's just compare it to the 2012 presidential election and see what happened. 56-42. You come to this race, 52-45. Braley not as high as Obama in Polk County.
Bunch of cliffhangers we're watching right now in North Carolina, Kansas, Florida. And we'll see what happens in Iowa. Anderson, it's amazing what's going on. If you take a look at Virginia, it's really, really close right now as well.
It is. I got to say, I'm amazed just by John King's knowledge of every county of every state in America, not just this year, but like going back 10 years. It's incredible just to watch.
Check my expense accounts.
Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. You've been to all of them for ages. Let's talk about what's going on in North Carolina. Certainly, Jeanne Shaheen has given some hope to Democrats, but what's going on in North Carolina obviously raising a lot of vibration.
I mean, look, that's a must-win race for the Democrats. And, you know, everybody I talk to who's been involved in this race on both sides says that Kay Hagan has run a really good race. I might point out $100 million. Most expensive race in the country. As Republicans try and nationalize this election, what Kay Hagan has done is she said, no, 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 this is about North Carolina. I'm running against the Speaker of the House in North Carolina, and here's what he did. He cut teacher pay. You know, he had passed voter ID laws. These are things you don't like. This is about our state. And so she has managed to keep this election local. Of course, the outcome could be determined by some, pizza delivery guy?
Right, a third-party candidate.
Third-party candidate, right? Right.
My mom's from North Carolina, so I spent a lot of time there growing up as a kid with my grandparents, and that was the Jesse Helms era. And the idea that Barack Obama in 2008, then Senator Barack Obama, turned it into a blue state was nothing short of remarkable. The problem, they have not been able to replicate it since. They have not been able to motivate the African-American vote, the young vote in that state since 2008. They fell short in 2012. And this has been, I mean, as Gloria says, this has been a remarkable effort by Kay Hagan, who I think a lot of people a year ago would have said was the most vulnerable Democratic senator, and she has actually, other than Jeanne Shaheen, proven herself to be one of the most resilient. But if she loses tonight, and we don't know the result yet, if she loses tonight, then Democrats really have to go back to square one when it comes to winning statewide in a presidential election contest, because they have not been able to recapture whatever it was that they did in 2008.
I mean, I grew up in North Carolina and still have family there.
You have to one-up me.
Yeah.
I'm from New York, so go right ahead.
I thought actually you learned a lot. I'm glad you were there. But in North Carolina is like, we were talking about Kentucky earlier in the night. There are a number of states which have different traditions coexisting. It is the state of Jesse Helms. It's also the state of Terry Sanford, who is a big progressive governor and a major figure there and a major influence on my life. And I think what you saw in this race is a classic example of America being very sharply divided nationwide between two different traditions, and a sense that we're increasingly moving into one or the other, we're not both. Kay Hagan, Barack Obama is very, very unpopular in North Carolina. Very unpopular. He could not, he lost this last time, and he's more unpopular now. She should have won this race on that basis alone, going away. But Tillis comes from this other tradition, which has really antagonized a lot of moderates, and that represents it's an extreme conservative position in the legislature, and that's been a real drag on Tillis, and that's why they're running neck and neck. It's really, but it represents this larger picture, and I think Van's trying to get into it.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things you got to brag on the grassroots in North Carolina. I want to just pick right up on where you're coming from. You have Reverend Barber there. He's the head of the NAACP. And the minute that the Tea Party took over the state legislature, he began this Moral Mondays movement. That's not been talked about. But there have been gatherings, there have been marches, there have been demonstrations saying, please, don't attack the teachers, don't attack women's choice, don't attack voting rights. And it's built up, and this is the NAACP in North Carolina, organizing white folks, organizing with labor, and this is the basis of this fight back for Hagan. So Hagan's been able to do well herself, but there's also a backlash against the Tea Party.
Exactly.
And these forces combining
give her
that.
Two backlashes.
Yeah, exactly, two backlashes.
I also just want to look at, just showed numbers for Virginia right now. Ed Gillespie ahead by 7,500, give or take a little bit, with 89%. And I knew, Newt, you wanted to talk about Virginia?
Well, no, what I really want to say for just a minute is every American ought to be really proud about tonight. What you're watching across the whole country are really close elections.
Yes.
They prove that campaigns matter, candidates matter, and by the way, your vote matters. I mean, this is a validation. After all the talk about big money and everything else, in the end, in a lot of states, people walking in to vote are going to make a difference, and their trust in the candidate is going to make a difference. Shaheen won because, in the end, people decide, you know, she really has represented New Hampshire, and I want her back. And this is despite a great campaign by Scott Brown, who really is a remarkable campaigner.
She has a long history there.
So, but I'm just saying, see, you go down state by state, and you see these kind of things. If Pat Roberts survives, it'll be because for his entire career, he really is from Western Kansas. And in the end, Western Kansas said, you know, we'll give him one more chance. I mean, and that kind of personal thing. So to me, tonight, whether you're Democrat or Republican, whoever wins in Florida for governor, this is a wonderful vindication of the American model.
Well, I would say that it is wonderful in the sense that there are close races and it shows that your vote matters. And I think the flip side of that is that I expect that turnout will not be very strong. It will certainly be way down from a presidential year. And, you know, it demonstrates, I think, makes the point again that if you're out there complaining about Washington or complaining about your governor or your state legislature and you don't vote, you really don't have the right to say anything. You should get out and vote. And because these races are close, they could be decided by 0.5%. I want to make another point about something, and that is that you saw what's happening in Colorado. Senator Udall is in the fight for his life, and it does not, I think, look very good for him, given what John King was saying. When Michael Bennet pulled out that remarkable victory back in a very bad year for Democrats, Barack Obama campaigned for him. In this cycle, Mark Udall did not want Barack Obama to campaign for him. Right. And now, there are a lot of things that go into these narrow victories and narrow losses, but I think that speaks to some of the decisions that Democratic candidates made around the country when it came to asking the president to come out.
In fact, Mark Udall was saying how he stood up to Barack Obama, how he pushed back against the president.
You know,
I think that if you see depressed turnout in Colorado, and I haven't seen the numbers yet, that may cause Senator Udall and some of his advisors, if he does lose, to reconsider that strategy.
The way.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
The way so many Democrat candidates treated Barack Obama, like if he was suffering from leprosy, I think made his toxicity a self-fulfilling narrative and a self-fulfilling prophecy. If Charlie Crist loses in Florida today, which I think he will, it's going to be partly because he underperformed in South Florida, and part of that is because the African-American vote and because the Democratic base does not like Barack Obama being shunned that way. I think you might be saying the same thing in North Carolina with Hagan, and I think you might be saying the same thing in Colorado.
So you're saying it was a mistake for a lot of these candidates, too?
You know, this loyalty doesn't sell well. Yeah. I mean, he's your, you know, whether you like him or not, there's ways of handling it. Right. I think, frankly, Michelle Nunn handled it well in Georgia. Right. We saw Allison Grimes handle it terribly.
Not even saying that she voted for him.
Right.
Well, but if you look at the exit polling, it looks like Obama was a heavier weight against the Democrats than the Republican unpopularity was against Republicans.
I think that makes sense. He's president, and Republican leaders don't carry the same sort of.
You know, one thing I wanted to ask Jay, there was a lot of talk in the White House about whether or not President Obama should do these executive actions having to do with immigration reform. And ultimately, there were enough, not that politics would ever have anything to do with any decision the president makes, but ultimately, there were enough Democrats in tight races who thought it would hurt them than there were Democrats who thought it would help them. In fact, the only one I know who was in a competitive race who wanted President Obama to do it was Mark Udall in Colorado, where the Latino vote was key to Bennett winning a few years ago. And I'm just wondering what that impact might be on his decision-making process going forward.
It will be very interesting to see what the Latino turnout is compared to the previous midterm. I want to say also, when you were talking about North Carolina, that we have to acknowledge that tonight's a big night for Republicans. I think we have to expect that 2016, setting aside the presidential, is likely to be a better night for Democrats, given the map that we're seeing. I think what we are affirming tonight is that we are that 50-50 nation once again, and that in our politics, a landslide is 53-47 nationally, which is what Barack Obama won the presidency by in 2008, and everything else is narrower and has been narrower.
But I think it did affect the Latino vote, not just in Colorado. I think it affected the Latino vote everywhere because Latinos felt very, saw the cynicism.
We have a projection. I got to go to Wolf. Wolf?
We got a major projection right now. Take a look at this. Cory Gardner, the Republican challenger, will be the next United States Senator from the state of Colorado, defeating the Democratic incumbent Mark Udall. A major, major win for the Republicans. Chris Freites is standing by. He's over at, he's standing by in Colorado. He's over there at Cory Gardner headquarters. I don't know if the folks there yet know about our projection, Chris, but this is something they're going to be thrilled when they hear about it.
This is huge for Colorado, Wolf. This is the first time a Republican has won the Senate race statewide in Colorado since 2002. The Republicans in Gardner's camp felt like they had momentum on their side. Mark Udall felt like if he could get Democrats out late, they were counting on the young, Hispanic, and women votes, and it looks like those votes just didn't come through for them tonight. There was too much riding against them with the president's unpopularity here in Colorado. Republicans felt like they felt very strong going into this race. El Paso, Douglas counties turned out for them, and swing counties like Jefferson, Arapahoe, Larimer also coming out for Cory Gardner. And remember, Gardner's from rural Colorado. He's looked at as a son of rural Colorado here, and those districts, I think, when the night is through, is going to have come out very big for Cory Gardner. Big night for Colorado and a big night for control of the United States Senate, Wolf.
Yeah, because that magic number is now down to 1. The Republicans now only need a net gain of 1. They started the night with 6. They needed a net gain of 6, then 5, 4, 3, 2. Now it's down to 1 with this Republican pickup. Here's where it stands right now. There will be at least 47 Republicans in the next United States Senate, 42 Democrats, 51 they need the Republicans to be in the majority. But there are still several yellow states out there, as you can see, undecided in those states. We'll see what happens. For example, in Kansas, if the Republican incumbent Pat Roberts can hold on. If he doesn't hold on, then that number might fluctuate. But once again, in Colorado, CNN projects Cory Gardner, the Republican opponent. The Republican opponent will be the next United States Senator. Mark Udall, the Democratic incumbent, will lose. This is our projection, and that brings that magic number, net 1 right now. This is a significant development. Net 1, there's other states right now, only 1 more net gain, assuming they don't lose any Republican seats. The Republicans will have 51. They will be the majority in the United States Senate. John King, Colorado. Let's take a closer look. How did Cory Gardner do it?
Let's switch out the maps, and I'll take you there. Let's bring up this map instead, and then we'll come back and look at the balance of power. Colorado red. Isn't that interesting, right? Especially President Obama won it twice. Democrats were so confident in their ground operation here. Republicans out-hustled them in the early voting, and they kept their margin. Democrats caught up late in past elections. How did he do it? Number 1, as Chris Frais was just noting. Here, let me turn this off first. El Paso County. This is Colorado Springs. Evangelical voters, rural voters. More Latinos moving in here. It's becoming more competitive, but this is the Republican base, the Colorado Springs, El Paso County area. You got to run up the margins. That's what Cory Gardner did in the Republican areas. But Ken Buck did that in 2010. What he failed to do is win up here in the Denver suburbs. Adams County, you're just winning, but this is what matters. It's close presidential elections, close competitive statewide elections. You got to hold your own in the fast-growing suburbs. Cory Gardner, at the moment, ahead in Adams County. At least that's all he needed to do is break about even, and he gets it. In Arapahoe, he's ahead by a little bit more. You come over here to Jefferson County, Golden, Colorado area right here. Again, Cory Gardner winning just barely, but that's what it takes to offset this. In Denver City, Mark Udall, nearly 70% of the vote. What you have to do is to win in the suburbs, and then out in the rural areas. This was when I was out there, Wolf, to the conversation they were having across the room earlier. Ed Perlmutter, the Democratic congressman from right here in the suburbs, he thought Mark Udall was just dead wrong. He said, yes, there's some dissatisfaction with the president out here, but have the president come out and say, blame me, don't blame Mark Udall. Ed Perlmutter thought that would make a difference. The Udall campaign clearly disagreed, in part because the president is so popular in the West and in the East, where you see all this red filling in. But this is a very impressive victory for Cory Gardner. And there was a lot of controversy. The Tea Party members were a little upset out here when Cory Gardner was handpicked and the other guys were pushed out. It is a ratification of the Republican establishment strategy to clear the field for their favorite candidates.
Mainstream Republican will be the next senator from the state of Colorado. We've got a key race alert that I want to update you with right now. All right, let's start in Virginia. 92% of the vote is in. The Republican, Mark Warner, look at this, only the Democrat, Mark Warner, 2,435 advantage over Ed Gillespie. All of a sudden, the Democratic incumbent senator takes a very slight lead over Ed Gillespie, who's been running a very, very tough battle. 92% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. More than 2 million votes cast in Iowa. 20% of the vote is in. Bruce Braley, the Democrat, he's slightly ahead of Joni Ernst right now by 22,994 votes, 20% of the vote in. No projection in Iowa yet. Let's go to Kansas. No projection there yet either. Almost half of the vote is in. Pat Roberts, the longtime Republican incumbent, he's ahead by about 20,000 votes over Greg Orman, the independent candidate, 50 to 45%. No projection in North Carolina. Look at this. Tom Tillis, the Republican challenger, he is slightly ahead by 33,700 votes over Kay Hagan. 86% of the vote in North Carolina is in. Tom Tillis, the Republican challenger, slightly ahead. In Georgia, no projection there yet either. 64% of the vote is in, but David Perdue, the Republican candidate, is ahead of Michelle Nunn, the Democrat, 57-41%. If he goes on to maintain a 50% advantage, 50% plus one, there will not be a runoff. But let's see what happens there in Florida. Still very, very close. 97% of the vote is in. Rick Scott has an 81,000 vote advantage over the Democratic challenger, Charlie Crist. Wow. Let's take a look, John King, at Virginia right now, because this is going back and forth. Gillespie was ahead. Now 92% of the vote is in. Mark Warner is very, very slightly, the Democratic senator, slightly ahead of Ed Gillespie.
2,400 votes, 92% of the vote in. We told you earlier we were waiting for what? We told you we were waiting for the rest of Fairfax County. That's where the difference came. Mark Warner made it up when Fairfax County reported, but here's the hard part for the Warner campaign. They made it up, but 100% of Fairfax County is now in. So that was the key to catching up and moving ahead.
What about Arlington and Alexandria?
Arlington is at 98%, so a few more votes there. Again, if the margins hold up, Mark Warner will come out a little bit there. Alexandria's 100% in. There are a few votes left out here, I believe.
Let's go to Norfolk right now. Let's see what's happening
Prince William County. You move down the Norfolk area, those votes are in. If you come down here, you're 100%. In Norfolk County, you're also 86%. This is hope for Ed Gillespie. He's running strong in the naval areas here along Virginia Beach. He's ahead. So there's a chance. We got to wait. We're going to have to count him to the end here. But if you're the Warner campaign, you were waiting for the Washington suburbs. They're just about all in. Some votes to come, but Fairfax County now in at 100%, a 2,400 vote lead. This one's going down to the end. This one's going to wait. And again, you get to a situation like this. You could have lawyers and recounts. But let's wait. Let's see. Some of these small rural counties, most of them are at 100, but I found a few ticking around earlier, still in the 97, so there could be a few votes out there. There's one there. You know, it could be a couple hundred votes more for Ed Gillespie.
What
there,
about Richmond?
2,400 down.
The state capital.
Richmond area was coming in. I believe we had all that in earlier. Let's check that out. Yes, 100% here. Let's check out in the suburbs and come into the city itself. 98% in Richmond City. So potentially a bit of a pad for Mark Warner there. If you're looking at it, a couple places that are larger areas were Democratic votes, but still some Republican areas as well. We're going to go to 100% on this one.
Look, it's only about 3,000, 2,000, 3,000 votes. Not much. Let's go to North Carolina right now.
You drop right back down, and welcome to another one. Tom Tillis at the moment ahead, 49% to 47%. We're at 88%. 88%. And what do we got there? 5 and 30. So about a 37,000 vote lead. Do I have that math right? Doing it. See if high school pays off, right? So now let's look. 88% in Cumberland County. Again, if you're looking for where the baskets of votes are, Democratic votes there. This is the biggest one we were looking at earlier, only up to 52%. So we still got some votes.
She's got hope still, Kay Hagan.
She's got hope still.
Because they still got almost half the votes in this largely Democratic county.
She's winning 60-40. So if that margin holds up, and you don't know which precincts are out, so you don't know how many mass votes you're going to get, total votes, but if those margins hold up, that's a big basket of votes here. And that is the concern for the Tillis campaign. If you just start to go around these smaller conservative counties, you're at 100%. You're at 100%. You're at 100%. And you see that pretty much throughout the state. That by no means means that Kay Hagan will catch up and win. It just means you have some places where you do have bigger baskets of votes. You do have a big opening down here where Tom Tillis is winning to the south. Kay Hagan is winning to the north. We'll see how this one plays out in a smaller county down here. But again, going to the wire in yet another race in this part of the country. It's fascinating to watch. And then you pull out, here's another one we're keeping an eye on. And this one I think is potentially the surprise of the night. Not just that David Perdue, who had a slump, has come back to take the lead here, but that it's possible that we avoid a runoff in Georgia. But I say possible. 2/3 of the vote, 65%. And we still have, I believe, we're now Fulton County is starting to come in, but just 56% of the vote. Michelle Nunn winning by the margin she needs to win. The question is the turnout high enough? The percentage is where she needs it to be. Can she get is the turnout high enough? Let's just check around the Atlanta suburbs a little bit. You got 34% of the vote here. So we still have some math to do in the state of Georgia as this comes in, but it is filling in a way that has to have them optimistic at the Purdue headquarters, but still some math to be done. And if you want to go there, we can go there.
No, what I want to do is go to Miguel Marquez. He's joining us from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Very close race over there. What else are you learning, Miguel?
A very close race. This is Forsyth County, which is the fourth largest tranche of votes here in North Carolina. I can tell you that 83 of the 101 precincts in this county are now reporting. Hagan has 46,253 votes. Thom Tillis at 37,000. And 92 votes. So she's up at 44%. He's at 43%. It's been that sort of spread most of the night. It's been tightening up a little bit, but there are still several precincts to be reported. You can see the folks behind me here. They are bringing in the cards from the different precincts, and they are reporting them out. And I think we're actually getting brand new numbers now, and I can tell you that 93% of the precincts, of 101 precincts, are counted. Hagan is up 52.8% to Tillis at 44.24%. That's 49,000 votes, 670 for Hagan to 41,607 for Thom Tillis. We are getting very, very close in this county, but as John has been mentioning, Mecklenburg County is still a lot of votes out there to count. Wolf?
All right, Miguel Marquez in North Carolina for us. We'll stay in close touch with you. Anderson, that net magic number for the Republicans now, they need another net gain of 1. They started the night with 6. Now it's down to 1. And some of these races are incredibly close.
Incredibly close indeed. We're also joined by some new analysts and reporters. Dana Bash is joining us, as well as Candy Crowley. Candy, what do you make of how tonight is going so far?
Probably better than we thought for Republicans yesterday. Everybody, what we heard yesterday was, oh, it's going to be really close. The Democrats still have a chance. I'm not sure if even the Democrats believe that. But this looks like a really good night. The question always was, yeah, we think Republicans are going to take control of the Senate, but by how much? And I think that now is the big question. What's their margin? And their margin looks like it's going to be pretty good.
Dana Bash?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the question now, I think, at this point is going to be Iowa. Are we going to be able to looks like the margins are in Republicans' favor. I will say that I just came from the Democratic headquarters. They're sweating. They were definitely sweating Virginia. They can put that in their rearview mirror now, but they are very aware of the fact that this was always going to be a tough night. I think a couple of hours ago, what they have is their modeling, they have their returns, and putting them together, it was clear what was going to happen.
A cliffhanger in Virginia right now, some 2,400 votes or so separating Mark Warner from Ed Gillespie. Mark Warner ahead, just 2,435 votes ahead, with 92% of the vote counted. We're watching that closely. We'll have more from our panel, more from the Magic Wall, and Wolf Blitzer ahead.
We've got a major projection right now. Take a look at this. We project now that David Perdue, the Republican, will be elected United States Senator from the state of Georgia, defeating Michelle Nunn, the Democrat. This is not a pickup for the Democrats. This is the Saxby-Chambliss seat. He's retiring, the longtime Republican. But David Perdue will win, and there won't be a runoff in the state of Georgia because he will win by more than 50% of the vote. Right now, with 67% of the vote in, he has 57%, 41% for Michelle Nunn. David Perdue, we project, will be the next United States Senator from the state of Georgia. Let's go to Purdue headquarters. Kira Phillips is standing by. I don't know if the folks there yet have heard our projection, Kira, but once they do, you're going to hear a lot of noise over there.
That's right, Wolf. And let me tell you, they did have CNN on the screen a couple of hours ago, and unfortunately, everybody was paying attention, and so you heard roars from the crowd when the races were called. Now, at the moment, it has been turned. We are looking at the Georgia election results on a screen, but not everybody is able to see it, and so we are waiting for a reaction from the crowd. As soon as they hear, believe me, you will hear it. Now, here's what's interesting, Wolf, is that this is really pretty much unexpected, according to everybody here in the crowd. They were keeping positive. They were talking about, you know, for seeing a 50+1 win and not having to go into a runoff, but kind of behind the scenes, folks here were concerned because if you were following the polls, Perdue was up, between 1 to 4 points. But so far, as you have seen, it's been quite a difference by what you have called. So we are still waiting to get reaction from the crowd. From what I understand, David Perdue is here. He's just outside of the ballroom. He's being kept in a back room, and we're being told that he will come in as soon as it's announced, and you will get a reaction here from the crowd. This has been a tight race, as you know, Wolf, for a number of weeks now, and Perdue went out in the past 2 weeks, 65 cities, Georgia cities within 10 days, hoping to make grounds yes. Okay, I hear he's going to be coming in. I'm going to go ahead and toss it back to you, Wolf.
All right, Kira, thanks very much. Kira is over at David Perdue headquarters in Atlanta. Let's take a look and see where the map stands right now in this race for the majority for control of the United States Senate. Right now, 48 Republicans are guaranteed they will be in the next U.S. Senate compared to 42 Democrats. You need 51 to be the majority. Once again, the Republicans are getting closer and closer to that magic number, but there are still several yellow states you see on the map there where the votes remain outstanding. Some of those very, very tight contests right now. We're staying on top of all of this. But in the meantime, let's go to Jake Tapper. He's got a projection, I think, as well. Hold on 1 second. We're not going to go to Jake Tapper yet. We have something else to report. Let's go to John King for a second. John, this balance of power right now, the Republicans are getting closer and closer to becoming the majority in the U.S. Senate, but they're not there yet.
Right. Your map up on the big wall has the races we've all called. What I've done here is allocated some races where we're pretty certain, almost all but certain. Oregon, for example, we've given to the Democrats. Idaho, we've given to the Republicans. Montana, we've given to the Republicans here. We've already called that one as you look through. If you allocate the states where we are 99.9999% certain about what's going to happen, here's where you are, actually. Colorado now in the Republican column. The Republicans are at 49, given what's going to happen in Idaho. Democrats at 45. Here's what Mitch McConnell is thinking right now, and here's what the Republican leadership is thinking right now, Wolf. They're thinking that on a night where you're winning Colorado, you're not going to lose Alaska. So they think that one's going to happen. We'll be counting votes till sunup on that one, but that's what Republicans think is going to happen. They think at the moment, after a very big scare, they think Pat Roberts is going to hold on in winning Kansas. We're not there yet in the vote count, but that's what they think at Republican headquarters. They also think that they're about to win the state of Iowa. We're watching the results there. We've got a long way to go in the count, but Republicans are hyper-confident they're going to win the state of Iowa. And they believe in a runoff, and our exit poll shows, at least at the moment, that Mary Landrieu would lose to Bill Cassidy in a runoff. We got a month of campaigning there, 5 or 6 weeks, but this is what they think at Republican headquarters. They think actually that not only are they going to take the majority, but that they're going to take it with at least 52 or 53 seats and the possibility of adding as we wait for North Carolina and Virginia. Their expectation is that Mark Warner will hold on for a narrow win here, but they're watching this one with great anticipation, and the North Carolina race is just tight to the very end. But at Republican headquarters, in a whole debate, they think they're going to end this cycle, the cycle including a January 6th runoff in Louisiana. They think they're going to end this cycle at 53, possibly 54.
That would be pretty impressive for the Republicans, I must say. Let's go to Jake Tapper. He's got a major projection. Jake.
That's right, Wolf. Just as you projected that David Perdue will be the next senator, Republican, from the state of Georgia, CNN now projecting that incumbent Republican Governor Nathan Deal will be reelected. He faced off a challenge from State Senator Jason Carter, a Democrat, the grandson of former President Jimmy Carter. CNN projecting Nathan Deal will be reelected the next governor of Georgia. Back to you, Wolf.
All right, Jake, thanks very much. So let's take a look at where some of these close races stand right now. In Virginia, 92% of the voted is in. Look at how close it is. More than 2 million votes counted. Only 3,422 votes separate Mark Warner, who's slightly ahead. He's the Democratic incumbent against his Republican challenger, Ed Gillespie. Look at this, 48.8% to 48.7%. There's still 8% of the vote left out there to be counted. In Kansas right now, also close, but Pat Roberts does have a 28,000 vote margin ahead of Greg Orman, the independent Senate challenger to Pat Roberts, 51% of the vote in. So you have almost half of the votes outstanding. But this is a race that the Republicans really want to win. Pat Roberts there, but Greg Orman has run an impressive aggressive campaign as the independent. He hasn't said if he would caucus with the Democrats or the Republicans if elected, but right now he's got to be elected, and doesn't look like with half the vote in, that may not necessarily happen, but we'll wait till all the votes are in. In Iowa right now, a third of the vote or so is in, and Bruce Braley, the Democrat, has a slight advantage over the Republican Joni Ernst, 52%, 45%. Bruce Braley is up by 23,600 votes. In North Carolina, 93% of the votes are in, and Thom Tillis, the Republican challenger to Kay Hagan, has about a 53,000 vote advantage over Kay Hagan, 47% for her, 49% for Thom Tillis. Let's update Florida right now, because this has been a very close race as well. The governor's race in Florida, Rick Scott, he's got a nearly 80,000 vote advantage with 97% of the vote in. That's not over with yet. Rick Scott, 48%. Charlie Crist, the Democratic challenger, 47%. So it's looking pretty good for Rick Scott, but they still got a bunch of votes that they got to count. We have not been able to make a projection in Florida yet. Let's go back to Anderson and his team over there. Anderson, let's talk about some of the biggest surprises of the night.
That's right, and certainly a lot of folks are looking at Virginia. I'm joined by Van Jones, Ana Navarro, Paul Begala. Oh, not Paul Begala.
I don't have a sticker on.
Yeah, that's right.
All white guys look the same.
Jay Carney, of course, and Newt Gingrich. For you, Van, what's the biggest surprise?
Well, no, it's one thing to know that you've got this 6-year curse out there, that you're probably going to suffer these kind of losses. But I'm telling you, people are emotional. It's hard. It's hard to see this go down. I'm proud of Al Franken. We haven't talked about Al Franken. Al Franken barely squeaked by 6 years ago. He stuck to his Democratic guns. He's run as a populist, and now he's in there. Warner being this close to possibly losing, I think, is the biggest shock, because Virginia is something that, as an Obama guy, I feel so proud of our record there.
Well, let's look at the numbers in Virginia. I mean, right now you have Mark Warner ahead by just 3,400 votes with 92% in. But Ed Gillespie has run a very good campaign.
Now, look, I think there are a couple of big surprises. One is, maybe the biggest surprise tonight, is Ed Gillespie.
Absolutely.
And the fact that he was able to put this together, make it real, and enough votes are still out he could win. I mean,
yeah, it's crazy.
Depending on where they're coming from. Second, I think, is Pat Roberts, despite lots of mistakes, is probably going to methodically work his way back in, and that's a place that absorbed a lot of time and energy. And then I think you have to give a lot of credit to Reince Priebus and the Republican National Committee. They looked at the 2012 results and they said, we were technologically out of step. We don't have enough inclusion for women and minorities and young people. We don't have a field operation. And you go across this country today, if they can continue this into 16, they have an opportunity to really make a huge difference.
That's an untold
I do just
story.
want to point out in Virginia, though, the losing candidate, if they lose by less than 1%, can request a recount, which certainly could be viable.
But probably either one of them will if it's less than 1%. But I think if you don't know how many of these votes that are still out are military or are veterans, those groups are going very heavily against Warner. And so I think Gillespie's still in the play.
Republicans now need a net gain of just 1 seat to win control of the U.S. Senate. The question, of course, can Democrats hang on in Virginia, a race that wasn't supposed to be this close? Senator Mark Warner now inching ahead in a squeaker with Republican challenger Ed Gillespie, as we've been talking about. Election night far from over, a lot ahead. We'll be right back.
We got a key race alert. Let's check it out right now. In Virginia, 92% of the vote is in, and Mark Warner, the incumbent Democrat, has a slight advantage, 3,422 votes out of more than 2 million cast. Look at this, 48.8% for Warner to 48.7% for Ed Gillespie, the Republican challenger, the former chairman of the Republican National Committee. Still 8% of the vote out there, so we have not been able to make a projection in Virginia. In New Hampshire, we did project that Jeanne Shaheen, the incumbent Democrat, Jeanne Shaheen will be reelected. She's ahead right now with 78% of the vote in by 2,223 votes. But Scott Brown, the Republican challenger, he's not yet ready to concede. It's still close, 50.3% to 49.7%. 78% of the vote is in. Let's go to Michelle Kaczynski. She's over at Jeanne Shaheen headquarters in New Hampshire. Scott Brown not yet ready to concede, Michelle.
Right. In fact, they were talking about a recount when I just spoke to them about 15 minutes ago. What's so fascinating about this is that this race was beginning to be projected hours ago. Hours ago, they were celebrating in here. Talk of Jeanne Shaheen coming out and giving an address hours ago. Well, that's been delayed and delayed because we've seen these numbers change dramatically. Now that we're seeing the latest here, what we're just showing you, that gap is widening a bit. But look, we're talking about some 2,000 votes at this point. That's because within the last half hour, that margin was down to about 400 votes, with 70% of them in. So the Brown campaign is saying, look, we know that some of those townships, people are saying they're heavily Democratic. So yeah, that gap could still widen in favor of Senator Shaheen, though they're also saying there are still Republican townships out there that also have not been counted. So at this point, neither campaign has called the other, and the Brown campaign is not giving in yet. Wolf?
All right, Michelle, still Jeanne Shaheen. We projected she will win. She's ahead by 2,223 votes, 50.3% to 49.7% over Scott Brown. I want to quickly go to John King over here. This New Hampshire contest, there's still, 22% of the vote out. Scott Brown, the former Massachusetts senator, he's not conceding, at least not yet.
So all the speeches are on hold, and everybody's studying the map just like we are, and they're calling their people in the counties. Here's a couple things to look at. 78% of the vote in, so you're looking what's left out there. Well, Jeanne Shaheen's going to look out here, Dartmouth College, Hanover University. She's Hanover. Town of Hanover, where Dartmouth is. She's going to think up here. That's going to fill in blue. I've got some more votes there. But to Michelle's point, if you're Scott Brown, you're looking at this, and you're looking at Londonderry right here, which is an area he thinks he is going to win tonight. If he thinks he's going to win it by a decent margin, we'll see if he does. But the reason they're waiting is you have 0% of the vote. So they're waiting for that one to come in. Pull the map back out a little bit, and then bring it up and stretch it out again. And then you also come out to this part of the state, and you have Keene right here, another area where he expects to win, where you have none of the votes in. So you still have, some of these places have very small vote counts, but I'll give you an example of what to look at. If you're the Shaheen campaign, you're looking at this, and you're thinking, we're going to run something like President Obama won, and all this fills in. A lot of blue, right? A lot of blue fills in along the western part of the state. Enough blue fills in on the bottom. They think they're going to run like President Obama was. But if you're Scott Brown, you're thinking, maybe I can do what Kelly Ayotte did, and I can win much more down here and take my share of the vote out here. And so that's the competition right now. What is the electorate like today? And again, so as you look now, what's left out, these are places that in the past have voted Democrat for president, and have voted Republican for Senate, and so they're left out there. There are more than enough votes out there for Scott Brown to make up the difference. The question is, does he get them? And that's the reason you're not going to get a speech from Scott Brown for a while, and he's not only talking to his county people and his city people, he's talking to his lawyers, and they're going to wait, especially, as we talked earlier tonight, how key it was for Scott Brown to run it up along the Massachusetts border. In most of the places, he's doing just what he needs to do. Nashua is a more Democratic area there. Let's just see how he's doing there, just for the sake to see how he's doing for the margins. You can get a clue there. That's not bad. If you're the Republican candidate in Nashua, which is a more, if passes for urban in that part in New Hampshire, 53-47 is not bad. So that's what they're looking at. They're looking at their numbers across these areas and they're saying, you know what? We're meeting our targets and our projections. Why am I going to concede with all that open area on the map?
Yeah, he's still got, 21% of the vote outstanding. Scott Brown is just a little bit behind, about 3,000 votes right now. Jeanne Shaheen, the Democratic incumbent.
Another incredibly close race. It is amazing as you go. Pick a governor's race, pick a key Senate race, race to race to race, to the point Jay and Newt Gingrich were making a bit earlier about your vote counts. If you don't think your vote counts, you're wrong.
The votes are certainly counting in New Hampshire, and they're still counting those votes in New Hampshire right now. So she's holding off. She's holding off on making any statement until either he concedes or what's. Let's go to Virginia once again right now, because this is an incredibly close race as well. Look at this.
93% in. What are we looking at there? Is that 9,000 votes? No, it's not even that high. So you're looking here what's left out. We've talked about this all night long. You're looking to try to find out a few votes that are left. Well, this is Virginia Beach area where Ed Gillespie was down early and then came back. He's running 51-46. You still got a big chunk of the votes out here. 14% of the vote still not in here. If this margin continues, you're never sure it will, but if the margin continues or roughly in that ballpark, guess what? That's a decent basket of votes for Ed Gillespie in that area. You come next door to the Democratic stronghold, Norfolk, 100% in. You keep moving up the coast, 100% in. Are there still votes out there for Democrats? Sure. We can look at a place here. There's 100 here. There's 97 here. So there's a small basket of Democratic votes still here. We're at Mark Warner's ahead, 54-42. And I was looking around a little bit earlier. Let's see if it's still the case. Right up here along the border, a small county, but a Republican county where Ed Gillespie's getting 60% of the vote. It's now up at 100%. That was at 90-something a bit earlier. So more and more, we're getting close to 100. For the Warner campaign, your big baskets of votes, your big basket votes right here, they're in. They're all in. They're all in. And they're all in. So around the Washington suburbs where you have the biggest, most reliable Democratic vote, that vote's in. And again, no matter how this one goes, Ed Gillespie ran very strong. He was competitive in the suburbs, very strong in the ex-urban areas. He put, again, a lot of people thought this state had gone blue. Ed Gillespie is making a statement tonight. Oh, no, it hasn't. We'll see how it ends up in the end here. Again, as we watch, I keep checking these counties to see if these votes come back, Wolf.
Polls are about to close in Hawaii, Oregon, and Idaho, and we've got some projections. In Hawaii, we project that Brian Schatz, the Democrat, will defeat Kim Cavasso. Brian Schatz will be the next United States Senator from Hawaii. In Idaho, Jim Risch, the Republican incumbent, he will get another 6 years in the United States Senate. Jim Risch defeats Nels Mitchell. In Oregon, Jeff Merkley, the Democratic senator, defeats Monica Webby. Jeff Merkley, the Democrat, will remain in the United States Senate. Let's take a look at the count right now after these three projections with the polls closing 11 p.m. Eastern. Look at this. 49 Republicans are guaranteed they will be in the United States Senate. 44 Democrats are guaranteed they will be in the United States Senate. The Republicans getting incredibly close to that 51. That magic number of 51, if they get 51, they will be the majority in the United States Senate, and they are very close there right now. But you see several yellow states where the votes are very close. No projections there yet. In the meantime, I quickly want to go over to Jake Tapper. He's got a governor's race and a major projection.
That's right, Wolf. It is a major projection, a red Republican victory in a blue Obama state. CNN projecting that Wisconsin Governor Scott Walker will be reelected. We are projecting Scott Walker, the Republican incumbent governor, will be reelected, defeating Democrat Mary Burke. Look at the vote count, 47% in. Scott Walker, more than 159,000 votes ahead, 57% to 42%. That is a big victory that is going to have ramifications for 2016. Walker is thought to be harboring presidential ambitions. And now let's go to Ted Rollins. He is at Walker headquarters in Wisconsin. Ted, it must be a really big, exciting night in that room.
Absolutely, Jake, and you can hear the response from your call right now. You see the crowd behind us just going nuts, chanting 4 more years. This is a race that was very tight. I'll get out of the way so you can see the crowd reaction here. An incredibly tight race up until the last week. Scott Walker had about a 7-point lead going into the final week, according to the latest polls. But Mary Burke's people thought that they were going to get the turnout in Milwaukee and in Madison. It didn't turn out to be the case. Scott Walker, 4 more years as the governor of Wisconsin, and more importantly for Walker and his supporters around the country, his presidential ambitions for 2016 still very much alive. He is a conservative favorite. A lot of people watching this election, Jake.
That's right, Ted. Scott Walker hoping to be able to make the argument in 2016 that one can govern as a conservative and still win election in a blue Democratic state. You can see the excitement there at Walker headquarters. A very, very big night for Scott Walker. But let's move on. We have some other projections to make. In California, CNN is projecting that incumbent Democratic Governor Jerry Brown will be reelected. This will be his 4th term. Jerry Brown will be reelected. In New Mexico, CNN projecting that incumbent Governor Susana Martinez, a Republican, will be reelected. That also could have 2016 ramifications. There is lots of talk about her as a potential vice presidential candidate. We have 2 other projections to make. And in Wyoming, CNN projecting that Matt Mead will be elected governor of Wyoming. In Arizona, in an open seat there, CNN projecting that Cold Stone Creamery businessman Doug Ducey will be elected the governor of Arizona. And that's a big pickup in Arizona. Let's look at the map here with places that we have no projections. Hawaii, we have no projection. Idaho, we have no projection. Oregon, we have no projection. We'll still have lots of exciting governor's races. Look at all the races that we still have not called in Maine and in Vermont, in Massachusetts, in Maryland, in Connecticut. Lots of outstanding races in Illinois, Florida, obviously. Lots of stuff we have coming up for you. Wolf, back to you.
All right, we've got a key race alert for the Senate. Let's take a look. Show our viewers what's going on right now. Look at how close it is in Virginia, but Mark Warner getting a little bit more of a lead. 10,962, more than 2 million votes cast. 93% of the vote is in. He's got 49%. Ed Gillespie, the former Republican Party chairman, 48.5%. Still 7% of the vote outstanding. In Kansas right now, Pat Roberts, he's pulling ahead of the independent Greg Orman. 75% of the vote is in. He's got a 48,700 vote lead, 52%, 44 for Greg Orman. I'm sure the Republicans are breathing a little bit easier right now. Taking a look at that, let's get some more votes. We've got some more votes coming in. In Iowa, nearly half of the vote is in, 43%. Bruce Braley, the Democrat, has 49%. Joni Ernst, the Republican, 47%. Only a difference of nearly 9,000 votes, more than half of the vote outstanding, so it's still close in Iowa. In North Carolina, we have made no projection, yet 95% of the vote is in. Tom Tillis, he's got a nice little advantage, though, 51,000 vote advantage over the Democratic incumbent Kay Hagan, 49% to 47%. Still 5% of the vote outstanding, and let's see what she can do, Kay Hagan, but she's got a road to climb. In Florida, take a look at this. 97% of the vote is in. The incumbent Republican governor, Rick Scott, is ahead of the Democratic challenger, Charlie Crist, by 80,000 votes. Nearly, look at that, 48% for Rick Scott, 47% for Charlie Crist. So that's a nice little lead for Rick Scott in Florida right now. In New Hampshire, we have projected that Jeanne Shaheen, the Democratic incumbent senator, will be reelected, but Scott Brown, the Republican challenger, is not conceding. She has not yet gone out and delivered a victory speech, anything along those lines. 81% of the vote is in. Jeanne Shaheen is ahead by about 6,000 votes, 51%, 49%. It's still close. We've projected Jeanne Shaheen will eventually be the winner, but Scott Brown is still holding out hope. He's refusing to concede, at least so far. Let's take a look at some of these very, very close races. When Scott Brown in New Hampshire, he's not ready to concede. Does he have a shot there? It's about 6,000 vote advantage for Jeanne Shaheen right now.
Does he have a shot? Yes. While the conversation was elsewhere in the room, I was emailing with the people up in New Hampshire, both Democrats and Republicans, and they all say they're holding their breath. And they want to see the votes count. The consensus from both the Democrats and the Republicans was they believe that she still has a slight edge and that they believe she is likely to win. But no one's willing to bet much money on this, in part because of the towns that are still out. You have places like here in Londonderry, where Scott Brown expects to do quite well. You can see the surrounding communities. We talked earlier about how he has to do well in the small townships that run across the Massachusetts border. If this just holds, although she does have support here, he gets some votes here. He expects to do okay out here. This up here, part of this is filled in. Hanover is filled in. And you see, I was talking earlier, Dartmouth is up there. It's a college town. Jeanne Shaheen, it's filled in now at 100%, though, with her getting 78% of that vote. If you look at all these small towns, again, it depends on what we're getting from the people of New Hampshire tonight. If you look at the presidential race, you remember where the open areas are, where we don't have the votes yet. You see a lot of blue, right? And President Obama was a relatively close race, 52 to 47. But if you go back to Kelly Ayotte's Republican win against a weaker challenger anyway, there's a lot of red in there. So the question is, how do those counties that are still out go? Everyone up in the state still says slight advantage to Shaheen, but they want to count those votes as you go forward. Let's come back down to the state of Virginia. And let me stop, Wolf, you have a projection.
We have another major projection right now. We project Pat Roberts, the longtime Republican senator from the state of Kansas, will be reelected, defeating Greg Orman, the independent challenger. The projection on the basis of a lot of information coming in, 52% for Pat Roberts, 44% right now for Greg Orman. That's nearly a 50,000 vote margin with 75% of the vote already in. This is a significant win. Pat Roberts, he was in deep trouble but he has managed to hold on to that state of Kansas. Take a look at the map right now. With Kansas staying Republican as far as the race for the U.S. Senate is concerned, the Republicans now have a guarantee of at least 50 seats. 50 seats in the next Senate. The Democrats have a guarantee of at least 44. The Republicans need one more seat, and they will be the majority, assuming the Democrats can't pick up a Republican seat. And we're watching this very closely. Anderson, you and your team over there, this is one of those moments that Pat Roberts, he was given up a little while ago, but now he's made a dramatic comeback, beating Greg Orman, the independent. And that's a significant gain for the Republicans.
And a significant victory for him. Kentucky, obviously, we've seen Republicans hold on to seats. Georgia as well as Kansas. Paul Begala, what do you make of what you're seeing tonight?
Look, you cannot deny this is a very good night for the Republican Party. I think the only person happier maybe than the Republican chairman is my wife, who thinks now she's married to Jay Carney. So that's a big deal in my house. But a terrible night all in all for the Democrats.
There's going to be great disappointment when you show up at
She
home.
is going to cry like a baby.
Kevin, Matt?
Well, first of all, Begala now owes me a beer. Well, look, Republicans went into this night cautiously optimistic. But tonight has worked out even better than they could have expected. We're seeing outright wins in Georgia when many people were even preparing for a runoff. Right. Earlier in the night, they were thinking there might be a recount down in North Carolina. And we've seen closer races in places like Virginia and New Hampshire. That is just a great night. It just shows that the NRSC, their plan to go out and get really good candidates and make sure that they were expanding the map during this whole midterm election, that it did pay off and it worked.
I think, Kevin is exactly right, because we have seen it slip through our fingers, Republicans, so many times that it was hard to be overly optimistic. Everybody was cautiously optimistic. But these things don't happen in a vacuum. It was the NRSC, the Chamber of Commerce, playing hard in primaries, making sure that the best candidate that could run in a general was the one that came out of the primary. It was also the RNC sending troops to the ground. They did a great job in Colorado with Hispanics. When they saw that Roberts was in trouble in Kansas, they sent out the cavalry to help out what was not the best of campaigns, not the best run campaign, and we saw that it's worked. Understatement of the year.
Is this a wave?
I think it's hard to escape any other conclusion that this is a wave. I mean, with the Scott Walker victory and Democrats holding on to, barely holding on to the Virginia Senate seat. We still don't have a conclusion of that. This really does seem like a wave. It's not as much of a wave as perhaps 2010 felt, because there were so many House members that fell and so many others that fell. But this is an incredibly strong night. One other thing I just do want to say, we're not really doing House races this evening, but it does look like for the first time in history, 100 women are now in the House of Representatives, which is a milestone that I think is bipartisan in nature, that we can all applaud. That there's, it's still not 50% in the House, but 100 women is much improved from just 10 or 15
Laura,
years ago.
do you see it as a wave?
Well, I do. I mean, is it a tidal wave or just a wave? I don't know. I mean, I think, look, you have House wins that are going to be in the double digits. You have some big wins in governor's races, and you're going to have the pickup of the Senate. Also, we don't know the results of Iowa yet.
Well, we should point out Joni Ernst, by the way, has moved ahead, and I just want to show our viewers
Yes.
she's about 10,000 votes ahead right now, with 90%.
And so if you talk about Colorado, which was the Obama brand, Colorado and Iowa. Iowa in particular created the brand of Barack Obama. Colorado, he won, made it a purple state. Iowa, the same. And if those two are losses, I think the Democratic Party has to sort of say, okay, this is a problem for us. What do we do wrong here? Because, yes, it was about the unpopularity of President Obama, but it was about something else.
Let me actually
too.
just
They didn't have a message.
give a little bit of meat on that bone. I just got a note from a senior Democratic Senate official who said that they actually saw in the past 3 to 4 days everything move against them. And this official said that he believes at the end of the day, when everything is tallied up, that it's actually going to be 46 or 47 for the Democrats, which means 54 or 53 for Republicans are going to have that many pickups. I'm just going to say the only other point I want to make is that this official is saying that there was a net negative view of the president by 30 points across these tough battleground Senate races.
So he was more unpopular than Republicans. I mean, it just hurt the Democrats.
Exactly.
More, even though Republicans are not.
And there's not one thing that you can look at when you look at who's winning that you can count as a Democratic victory. You can't say, well Jeanne Shaheen. Look, Jeanne Shaheen is we've declared as projected as winner. But that was expected. This is a guy that he's not even from there. Sure. So for her to win there was a bit of low-hanging fruit. You look at Virginia, that Mark Warner's pulling it out is crazy. So it is
Does
broader
this have any
even
impact
than the
on Hillary
numbers
Clinton?
tell you.
Because we heard Rand Paul earlier tonight in introducing Mitch McConnell said that Hillary Clinton has no coattails. You saw the Clintons, both Hillary Clinton and former President Clinton, out there a lot on the campaign trail for a lot of
Anderson, let's just think about this. A House impeachment manager against Clinton is now the governor of the Clinton home state, Asa Hutchinson. I think that should tell you everything you need to know.
And Bill Clinton spent a lot of time. I mean, he was in Arkansas 6 times, since the spring. I mean, he's sort of bunked there. This was kind of a personal race for him. But as far as Hillary Clinton is concerned, if I won Colorado, that's
Allison Grimes.
Wait a second. This is on Barack Obama. This is not about the Clintons. This is about Barack Obama. You know what the Clintons did? They picked up a lot of favors. Right. That's what they did. This is not. I mean, look, they're going to hang it on her because Rand Paul wants to start 2016.
Right. But she's going to be running in Barack Obama's world.
Absolutely, she is. But right now and for this moment, to me, it was it was a win-win game for them. As they went out, they put in the time. Absolutely. They were out there a lot more than any other Democrat doing favors, and they can pick up those chits.
I just think there's
starting next year.
Listen, this is a great night for Republicans. I don't think anybody can take that away. I think there's a danger of over-interpreting this a little bit, though. First of all, let's just be clear. The Democrats have a problem. The problem is we have a boom-bust coalition. Our coalition is awesome when we're awesome, and we're not when we're not. The problem that the Republicans have, and they have not fixed it, is that coalition that came together tonight to win can't win in 2016. And so...
What does it mean that you're good when you're good and bad when you're bad?
In other words, when you have a presidential election year, Gergen wrote a brilliant piece about this. We can put together a blue wall that's almost impossible for Republicans to deal with. But we can't govern with it because we can't reproduce that coalition on off years.
Why can't the Republicans win with this coalition in 2016 with the right candidate and running the right campaign?
I guarantee you, when you dig into these numbers, what you're going to see is this increasing division between Republicans and Democrats on demographic grounds that do not help the Republicans long term. In fact, when you talked about the 100 women, that's great. Let me tell you something else. The last white Democrat in the Deep South just lost. So you have the two parties moving away from each other on demographic terms. So we have a boom-bust coalition. We've got to fix that. But I don't think this is a healthy coalition that just won tonight.
By the way, I think Landrieu hasn't lost yet. But
Clearly that you're making good demographic points, and there's no Republican town who doesn't think that 2016 is going to be tougher in terms of the electorate than 2014. But there is also the point that it is very difficult to elect somebody from the same party after 2 terms of a presidency. George H.W. Bush was the exception to this. When John McCain ran in 2008, even though he and George W. Bush didn't get along on a lot of things, he was tagged by Obama as running for the 3rd Bush term. We're seeing in Maryland, the lieutenant governor is running for governor in Maryland. And one of the ways that the Republican has gone after him is by saying, this is just going to be the 3rd term for this Democratic governor. Right. And I think Hillary Clinton is seeing tonight a rejection of President Obama, a rejection of him in states that, as Gloria pointed out, defined his presidency, defined his victory. That's going to say she really needs to distance herself from him.
This is a completely different electorate. Listen. All this stuff is what you're saying is correct.
Both of us can be right here. This is what I'm saying.
Exactly. It's fine. But what I want to say is...
Boring.
Sorry.
Look, here's what I want to say, and I would love to hear Paul on this because he's been doing it longer than I have. You are right. They are going to try to say that Hillary Clinton is running for a 3rd Obama term. That book's already been written.
Right.
Paul wrote it. It's already been written by
That was the book I wrote, Attacking McCain. Exactly. It's called 3rd Term. It wasn't McCain is bad.
Exactly.
It was if you loved Bush.
But what I want to say is that I think there's danger for the Obama camp not to take this seriously. I think there's also danger for the Republican camp to think, well, we got our on-the-ground stuff right. We attacked Obama.
Right, so what does President Obama do now? I mean, if he to actually get stuff done over the next 2 years.
What's the question?
What does President Obama do now? I mean, is it executive orders?
Well, he has to cooperate wherever he can and then confront when he must. But it's in that order. It's good that he's already announced that he's invited leadership of Congress down to the White House.
Newt Gingrich is saying that's just talk. What he needs to do
Well,
is
what would
McConnell
Newt say if he hadn't invited him down? He's got to do something. Crap, the guy's he hasn't even absorbed the loss yet, and he's already invited him down there. So you have to work with him. You have to get anything done. There are deals to be had on immigration reform, on tax reform, on criminal justice reform, all of which would help the Republicans take the White House in 2016.
And the conversation's already happening.
I don't think they can do it. I think the Tea Party fringe is still going to be too powerful in the Republican Party to allow them to cut the kind of...
So when McConnell already said tonight that we got to reach out, we got to make deals, you don't buy that? You don't believe...
He has to say it tonight, but Mitch McConnell, by the way, the architect of the massive resistance strategy against Barack Obama, was rewarded with re-election.
That's right.
So politicians respond to stimulus. They're just like, when I was a kid, we had a chicken at the county fair who could play piano. Now, she didn't know Mozart from manure, but if she hit the right key, she got a corn pellet. Mitch McConnell got a corn pellet for obstruction and extreme partisanship. So every politician with any
animals. So, to your point, Republicans have proven that they can be a congressional party here. Right. What they haven't done, and what they need to do, and maybe tonight was the beginning of it, I don't know, it depends what happens in Congress, they have to prove that they can be a presidential party. Right. And they're not a presidential party at this point. They didn't need one Hispanic vote to win control of the Senate because of all of these red states that they were in,
We got to take a quick break. We're going to continue this discussion. I want to find that chicken where it is. Republicans need, again, a gain of just one more seat to win control of the U.S. Senate. Just one more seat. Is there any silver lining for Democrats now? Stay right here. Next wave of results.
All right, it's time to check back at the top of the Empire State Building. The mast is red and blue, and those colored columns are rising as CNN projects more Senate races for Republicans and Democrats. Let's figure in our latest projections and see what happens. Here it goes. The red column is reaching the 50 mark for Republicans. The antenna of the building, by the way, represents the 51st vote. That would mean the Republicans take control of the Senate. But you see the red is a lot higher than the blue right now atop the Empire State Building. We've got some key race alerts right now. Here's what we know in Virginia. 93% of the vote is in. Mark Warner, the Democratic incumbent, maintaining about an 11,000 vote advantage over the Republican challenger, Ed Gillespie, but still plenty of votes out there to count, 49% to 48.5%. In Iowa, 61% of the vote is in the Republican Joni Ernst. She has an advantage over the Democrat Bruce Braley by about 27,000 votes, but still plenty of votes left to count in the state of Iowa. We don't have a projection in Iowa, by the way. We clearly don't have a projection in Virginia either. We got more votes coming in right now in North Carolina. Almost all of the votes are in, 98%. Tom Tillis, he's got a nice little 52,000 vote advantage over the Democratic incumbent Senator Kay Hagan, 49% to 47%. But we have not been able to make a projection in North Carolina yet. Similarly, the governor's race in Florida, 97% of the vote is in there. Rick Scott, the incumbent Republican, has about a 77,500 vote advantage over Charlie Crist, 48% to 47%. But still, no projection in Florida right now. But Charlie Crist is obviously got some problems over there. Rick Scott has got a nice little commanding 77,000 vote advantage. Let's go to John King as we take a closer look. You know what? Florida is still 2% of the vote out there. I wonder if Charlie Crist can find enough votes to overtake that 77,000 vote advantage that Rick Scott has.
We've been stuck here for a long time, and again, we've seen this movie before where Florida gets to a point and then it just stops, and it's almost always, as it is tonight, down here. Palm Beach County now at 99%, so there's a little bit of the vote left here. Charlie Crist is winning big. Is that enough with the little tiny percent of the vote? It would be some votes for him, not enough, obviously, to catch up. The other piece, Broward is now at 100%, and then you go down to Miami-Dade, which is at 99%. So 1% in Miami-Dade, 1% in Palm Beach. your first glance tells you it's probably not enough, but you still got to count the votes there. I've gone through the other places, and every now and then you get an adjustment. A county finds more votes that they haven't counted, but you go around the state, whether it's these red counties for coming in for Rick Scott or the other areas. This is Charlie Crist's home base out here. And he just barely won, by the way, in Tampa. Over in St. Pete, he won by a little bit more.
100%
but it's all 100% of the vote in. So we're just waiting. For the most part, on these two counties, there might be a handful of votes somewhere else in the state. If you look at it, when I look at it, I see a hard time, even though that's not a huge lead. I see a hard 77,000 votes. It's possible, but tough sledding there. And then we switch to the Senate races, and we got a whole lot of wow. Let's just go to Virginia first.
All right, hold on one second. I want to go to Mark Preston over at our decision desk. He's our CNN Politics executive editor. You've got an update on what's going on in Florida right now, Mark.
I do, Wolf. Look, we haven't projected the race here at the decision desk, but I have spoken to two sources right now down in Florida. Charlie Crist has called Rick Scott. He has conceded the race. I am told by top people in both campaigns that in fact, has happened. It's taken this long for Charlie Crist to do so. They were waiting to see where the vote was in South Florida. They were hoping to try to make up enough, if not to win, but perhaps go to a recount. Right now, they realize that was not going to happen. Charlie Crist, I'm told, has called Rick Scott. Rick Scott has accepted that call. Wolf?
All right, thanks very much, Mark Preston. For 77,000 votes in Florida right now. That's going to be almost impossible for Charlie Crist to overcome, and as a result, he himself sees the handwriting on the wall, and as a gentleman, he calls Rick Scott to concede.
And there'll probably be a debate within the Democratic Party. Some strategists will say, shouldn't we wait till the morning? Shouldn't we talk to the lawyers? But Charlie Crist, having been the Republican governor, now trying to run as a Democratic governor, he did the math himself, I'm sure, that we were just looking at. Sure, there are some votes out here, 99%, but are you going to get 70,000 votes there? No, you might get 2,000 votes there. Again, you drop down to Miami-Dade. Are you going to get 70,000 votes when the final precinct or two come in? No, you might get 2 or 3, but you're not going to get 70. And pretty much else around the state is 100% reported. So Charlie Crist, a veteran of his own close races in the past, a veteran of being governor and being in the state of Florida in a number of close races, making the decision tonight to call, as Mark just reported, and concede. There'll be some debate about that, but he obviously can do the math. It was very unlikely that he was going to come up with that math. We've still got a lot of math in some of these Senate races. You want to pick one?
Republicans are at 50 right now. They need one more, and they probably will get one more, at least one more. They probably get more than one more. Where do you think that the next one will come?
I think the next one's going to come right here. Now, I'm going to go east in a minute. We'll look at Virginia and North Carolina again, but those are so close. I think if you look at this right now, when we looked at the early results, Bruce Braley was ahead because of the early results from Polk County and Des Moines and from Lynn County into the Cedar Rapids area and then out in the east. But if you look at what's happened now, we're at 2/3 of the vote in. Joni Ernst has passed him, and she's starting. It's a modest lead, but it's starting to open up as we start getting northwest and central Iowa up here. And even in Polk County, the biggest basket of Democratic votes here, 14% of the state population, she ran pretty close, 50 to 46 there. Again, I'll just go back to a relatively competitive presidential race in the state, 56 for the president, 50% for Bruce Braley. This is his home state. He had to do better in Des Moines and Polk County. You watch this one fill in. This, to me, tells me right now, barring some unexpected miracle, that Joni Ernst is going to win the state of Iowa. We're not quite there yet with the count.
And that could be the 51st vote. That's a Democratic seat. Tom Harkin is retiring, the longtime Democratic senator. That would be a pickup.
That would be a pickup. They believe they're going to get Alaska. The Republicans believe very strongly they're going to get Alaska. We might be up rural areas,
remote
areas.
They don't close the polls in Alaska until 1 a.m.
And sometimes it's 5 or 6 a.m. the next day, and sometimes it goes on for a few days there. And we still have these two races that are really close, 98% now. Tom Tillis. Look at that lead. What's that, about 50,000 votes right there? Tom Tillis leading. So I'm still looking here. I've been looking all night at Mecklenburg County. This is nearly 10% of the state population. 87% of the vote is in. You see she has a big lead there. There are enough votes here to make up that difference. The question is, does that margin hold up? Which specific precincts are out and how many votes do they have? But you have to watch that number as it comes in. We also have one county down here where we're just blank, waiting for Columbus. It's tiny, but it does matter in a close race. A couple hundred votes here or there could matter, but we'll watch that one. We don't know. We're trying to call into the state and find out what's happening. You go around, you're looking for more. Pretty much everywhere you're at 100%. And so we're waiting for Mecklenburg County. We're waiting for a tiny county down here.
If Tillis holds on and beats Hagan, that's another Republican pickup.
That would be a huge huge pickup. Very competitive race. Tom Tillis closed late. Kay Hagan consistently had a 2, 3, 4-point lead throughout the campaign, focusing on ISIS, focusing on Ebola, was the Tom Tillis close. Again, you're going to have this one Democratic county right here. Mecklenburg County is going to decide this race. There are enough votes there for her to come back. It just depends on the size of those precincts and the turnout in those precincts and whether she holds that margin coming in. A remarkably close race. If Tom Tillis hangs on, that would be a Republican pickup. If he just barely loses, Wolf, then we'll have to factor in the Libertarian candidate, Sean Haw, who is still getting 3 to 4% of the vote. But at the moment, let's watch this one play out. And I'll just come north and show you the results in Virginia as we go. We've heard from our team as we look at this one, 95% in. Mark Warner with a very small lead. A small 5,000 or so votes, we are told, still out in Virginia Beach, where Ed Gillespie is winning. But probably the best thing, the Warner campaign, some votes out in Fairfax County. Wolf?
We have a major projection to announce right now. CNN projects the Republicans will take control of the United States Senate. They will be in the majority in the next United States Senate because we project that North Carolina will go to the Republicans. The challenger, Tom Tillis, will defeat Senator Kay Hagan. This is a major, major projection. The Republicans are going to be the majority in the United States Senate. Tom Tillis, we project, will defeat Kay Hagan, the Democratic senator. Right now, 98% of the vote is in. Tom Tillis has a 53,000 vote advantage, 50,000 vote advantage right now. It's close, but not close enough. Not close enough for Kay Hagan. Take a look at the Empire State Building right now. We've been taking a look at the red and the blue as a result of 51 Republican seats. It is now red. People walking by the Empire State Building or CNN right now, they see the Empire State Building is red because the CNN is now projecting the Republicans will be the majority in the United States Senate. Tom Tillis will be the next U.S. Senator from the state of North Carolina, and Kay Hagan loses. Anderson, a lot to digest tonight for Republicans and Democrats.
And we only have about 3.5 more hours to digest it. So let's try to get the ball rolling here.
Digest it slowly.
I mean, not really a surprise. It's certainly what we anticipated, what a lot of people have been anticipating, yet the reality now is their fault.
Well, I'd say North Carolina's a surprise, wouldn't you?
Yeah, North Carolina's a surprise. Look, you know, we've been talking about how to make sense of this. And Newt made the point that this is kind of a sign of health for our democracy. I'm looking at some of these numbers. I don't know. 38% voter turnout, very, very low voter turnout. People of color, 2008, 28%. Our numbers are actually bigger in the country. We collapsed down 24, 25%. People under the age of 19, 2008, 19% of the electorate fell down to 13%. So you have young people not participating, people of color not participating, overall lower voter turnout. And then you still have to deal with the fact that you have big money in, little people out. I don't know if this is a sign of health for the country when you have this kind of an outcome, so significant, and yet so many people that literally just not participating.
I have to say, my party, your party, we had enough money. We did. And we had enough, I think, good candidates. And the Republicans ran better candidates this time. They had, you know, they probably should have won this a couple of years ago when they had their landslide in 2010, but this time they got smart. You're right, the establishment stepped in. They ran like 83% fewer witches, and nobody talked about legitimate rape. And they just, they really had a better class of candidates. And I do think that on our side, I agree with all those statistics, okay? I think it's a problem. But I think the Democrats have to now take a look, okay? Why did we get drubbed like this? What happened? And I would rather overinterpret the loss and learn from it.
So is it enough to say, as President Obama is saying, that, look, the map just wasn't in the Democrats' favor this year?
It is true, but not enough. I think it's, look, you know, if you feel a twinge in your heart, do you feel a twinge in your chest? You think, well, it's probably just heartburn. Well, I don't know. You know, I mean, exactly. I think we should honor this threat, Democrats. I think
so what should the message that the president gets? What should the message of the Democrats?
Well, I think it's what Van is saying. It somehow, despite all that, we did not do enough to motivate young people, people of color,
I'm going to tell you what we did not do.
Women, the rising American electorate.
Listen, we did not deal with the pain at the base of this party. You have African Americans who are hurting. We've held on to this president. We've defended this president. But economically, we're in real free fall. You have things happening like Ferguson, like Trayvon Martin. You have a moment where criminal justice is actually a bipartisan issue, Republicans and Democrats. Nobody's speaking to that. The things that would have really brought people out, of the base of this party. Where's that jobs program for young people? Where's the criminal justice reform?
Look,
those kind of things were not there.
The message
And because those things weren't there, I think we didn't show up.
But the message that's got to be, garnered from this by both sides, frankly, is that the electorate out there, the American people, are disillusioned. They're distrustful of the government. They don't think that they handle crises right. Yeah. Now, they held President Obama accountable because he's president. And when you have the bully pulpit, you are accountable. The buck stops with you. But that doesn't mean that there isn't a general feeling of malaise in the country when it comes to the government.
And as happy as Anna and I are tonight,
we have been.
I got to do a happy dance, but I don't want to, I don't want to show up a gala. But we've been barking and chasing after this card. Now we've caught it, right? There is a charge. There is a responsibility now for Republicans to govern. And you look at the folks that are about to lead this Senate and lead this House, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, Speaker Boehner, both of them at their heart, at their core, are institutionalists. They care about the Congress, and they want to see the Senate start to work again for the American people, and they want to see the House again work for the American people. So that's going to be their charge. I do believe that the big question here, the big equation is, what's the message that the president's going to get? Now, he's going to have two choices. The first choice is, does he go on the counterattack? We've seen signs of that from this White House, that this is what they want to do. But the second question is, and I think this would be better for the country, is it legacy time? He's never going to be on the ballot again. Can he go and get big things done with two leaders up in the Senate and House now that want to get big things done? Tax reform, immigration, you name it. Now, I think that will be the big question. The president is a key part of this equation. He's always shown that he's actually been very reactive in instances like this.
But this is Alphonse Gaston. Who goes first? Who throws out the olive branch? This is exactly what the American public does not want to see.
And I think that's right. And that's why the president has to go past the pageantry, and he actually has to go and build relationships that he hasn't built for 6 years.
But here's the other factor we ought to consider, which is that Mitch McConnell has, 4 presidential candidates, potential presidential candidates. Dana knows, maybe more in the Senate right now. He's beholden to Rand Paul, who really helped him out in the state of Kentucky.
Introduced him.
Yeah, but Mitch McConnell has been waiting for this job for 10 years. This is his dream job. He's not going to let it get bogged down and all.
I'm glad you brought that up, because I talked to McConnell when I was in Kentucky a few weeks ago, and I said, the sort of the rap on senators is they look at the mirror and they say, oh, you're going to be president. And he's joked, he said, I've never had that affliction.
Right.
He's always wanted to be Senate Majority Leader, always.
And
I will just give you a little bit of color from somebody who's with him right now. He just entered a room full of staffers when they got this news, final news, at his hotel in Kentucky, and they were screaming and yelling, like he was a rock star, because he has had the Charlie Brown football pulled out a couple of times before, because the candidates on the Republican side didn't make it, and he finally is here. I just want to shift the conversation a little bit, because I want to push a storyline I think that we're going to be hearing a lot about, and that's with your party. There's so much finger-pointing already going on among Democrats on the story that I did on your show the other night, Anderson, on the distance that Democrats
put with
President Obama, and whether that was the right move.
Not getting on the Christmas card.
And whether that was the right move, to Ann's point about the fact that the base didn't come out. And so you're hearing a lot of Obama loyalists. Seeing texts, emails saying, what do they expect? They expect turnout to be high when they say the things that they say and do the things that they do to the guy who actually still is popular with the base. And on the flip side, as I told you earlier, those who ran these campaigns are saying, there's no way we could have brought Obama in.
To our earlier conversation about Hillary Clinton, assuming she's running, does she distance herself from President Obama, and to what peril if she does that?
There's only so much
was a Secretary of State.
She was the Secretary of State. They went on 60 Minutes, and they were having a kind of a bromance, but they were having a hey, all for one, one for all moment when she left. Look, I think part of the problem for Democrats now, and both sides are going to have this, by the way, the in-party sort of the jockeying for who's the most powerful within this coalition. The fact is, I remember when the president was inaugurated the second time and was about to deliver his inaugural address, and I talked to David Plouffe, and he said, one of the things he said that stuck with me was, what we don't know is whether the Obama coalition is about Obama or about the Democratic Party.
Neither do they.
Right? And they have no idea. No, that's what he said.
Yeah.
They have no idea whether that coalition about the young and the minorities and bringing out people, whether that is just peculiar to him or whether the Democratic Party
This would suggest that it is
and
peculiar
this
to
would
him.
suggest that it is, and I don't think it has anything
We
to
have
do with whether
another
he-
projection. I want to go to Wolf.
Interesting.
I've got another major projection right now. Take a look at this, everyone. Joni Ernst, the Republican, will be the next United States Senator from the state of Iowa, defeating Bruce Braley, the Democrat. This is another Republican pickup. Tom Harkin, the retiring Democratic senator from Iowa, left that seat open. Joni Ernst will become the first woman ever from the state of Iowa to represent Iowa in the United States Congress. Right now, 75% of the vote is in. She's got 51%. Bruce Braley, the Democrat, 45%. She's ahead by 57,600. 75%, as I said, of the vote in. She will be the winner. We project Joni Ernst will be the next United States Senator from the state of Iowa. Let's take a look at the map right now and show you the Republicans. They don't only have a 51 seat majority in the United States Senate. It's now up to 52. The Democrats are guaranteed 44. There are still a few seats that are still undecided. You can see it in yellow on the map, but this is a big, big win. Big win for the Republicans. Let's go to their headquarters out there in Des Moines. Pamela Brown is standing by. I don't know if they know about this yet behind you. They seem pretty calm, but it's pretty exciting, I must say, for Joni Ernst.
Very exciting here, a celebratory atmosphere. As you see right behind me, Wolf, Joni Ernst is speaking. She said that just a few minutes ago, Bruce Braley, the Democratic contender in the Senate race in Iowa, conceded. And she is now declaring victory. She will be the first woman from Iowa sent to Washington to take federal office, the first female combat vet who will be in the U.S. Senate. This was a hard-fought campaign, extremely competitive. In fact, Democrats initially thought they weren't going to have to worry about this race. Joni Ernst had that infamous Hogs Castration Act that really put her on the map. From there, she gained momentum and really gave the Bruce Braley campaign a run for their money. And as we see here tonight, cross the finish line a winner. I've been talking to folks today and asking why they think she was able to win this race, and there's a few reasons. She's someone who is unflappable, considered the Teflon candidate. Bruce Braley campaign continued to throw negative things at her, and it seemed like nothing would stick, and Republicans also feel like their ground game made a difference. Wolf?
Pamela Brown over there at Ernst headquarters. Joni Ernst will be the next United States Senator from the state of Iowa. Let's check in with Jake Tapper. He's got a major projection on the governor's races.
In fact, Wolf, I have three projections, and we're going to start with President Obama's home state of Illinois, where we are projecting the incumbent Democratic governor will be defeated by Republican Bruce Rauner. Talk about a wave and a repudiation for President Obama. His own governor is now a Republican in what is traditionally a very blue state. President Obama also campaigned recently in Michigan. We are projecting that incumbent Republican Governor Rick Snyder will be reelected in that state. In Nevada, we're projecting that incumbent Republican Governor Brian Sandoval will be reelected in that state as well. Let's look at some of the vote counts we have coming in from traditionally Democratic blue states where Republicans are in the lead. Maryland, true blue Maryland, Larry Hogan, Republican, up over the Lieutenant Governor Anthony Brown, 54% to 45%, with 70% of the vote in. In Connecticut, another true blue state, Republican Tom Foley up 51% against the incumbent Democratic Governor Dan Malloy. Let's go out to Maine if we can, where it's another blue state. Republican Paul LePage is up 47%. This is a three-way race. Democrat Mike Michaud, 44%. Independent Elliott Cutler, 8%. They do not have a runoff in this state. The one who wins the most votes wins. In Colorado, Bob Beaupre is up 48% to incumbent Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper, with 80% of the vote in. A lot of very difficult. It's a Republican wave that a lot of these Democratic governors we're facing, and it's very difficult for them to fend off this tide. Look at these states where the yellow is where we are not yet making a projection. In Hawaii, we cannot yet make a projection. In Idaho and in Oregon. And now we're going to go to Wolf Blitzer. Back to you.
Thanks very much, Jake. Let's bring in a special guest. Senator Ted Cruz, the Republican senator from Texas, is joining us now. Let's talk about what's going on. Senator Cruz, thanks very much for joining us. Got a big smile on your face. You should have a big smile on your face. The Republicans have done incredibly well. You're now going to be in the majority in the United States Senate. Quickly, will you support Mitch McConnell as your leader in the United States Senate?
Well, that'll be a decision for the conference to make, and that'll be decided next week. But I'll tell you, tonight was a terrific night for Republicans. It was a powerful repudiation of the Obama agenda, the Obama economy, which isn't working. And now, really, the responsibility falls on Republicans, now that we've been handed the majority, for us to stand up and lead, and I very much hope that's what we do.
I know that you don't want to answer the question, but let me try one more time, because a few days ago you were sort of reluctant to make it clear you would support Mitch McConnell as the Republican, as the majority leader. The Republicans will be in the majority. Can you not tell us now whether you will or you won't support Mitch McConnell? What's standing in the way?
Wolf, I'm going to give you the same answer I did the first time you asked that question, which is that'll be a decision for the conference to make next week. And tonight what I'm focused on is the results of this election, which is a resounding Republican majority. And I would point out that the American people, they're frustrated with what's happening in Washington, but now the responsibility falls on us to lead with a positive, bold, optimistic, pro-jobs agenda. And I hope that we see Republicans unite. Every Republican unite in the Senate and stand together and deliver on the promises that we've been making on the campaign trail. I think a lot of voters are skeptical of politicians in both parties, and I very much hope that my party can validate and earn the trust that's been placed in us, and that we can stand up, listen to the people, and come together for positive pro-growth economic legislation.
You see an opportunity to now work with the President of the United States in this final 2 years and get some compromises on some of these key issues that are so important to the American people?
You know, Wolf, I hope so. It seems to me economic growth should be a bipartisan objective. It should be the #1 objective of everyone. It's certainly the #1 objective of the 26 million Texans I represent. And all across the country, people are united across parties outside of Washington in wanting jobs and economic growth. So if the President is willing to work with us, we as Republicans are willing to work with him on tax reform, simplifying the tax code, reducing the burdens, on regulatory reform, simplifying regulations, reducing the burdens on job creators, on protecting constitutional rights like free speech, like religious liberty. If the President is willing to work together, we're willing to work with him. But at the same time, that doesn't mean Republicans should run away from what we campaigned on. You know, the two biggest issues in this election nationwide, Wolf, were #1, stopping the train wreck that is Obamacare, and #2, stopping the President from illegally granting amnesty.
You might be able to pass the legislation in the House and the Senate. You'll be in the majority, but he's got that veto pen, as you well know. He's going to be able to veto that kind of legislation, and you don't necessarily have a 2/3 override.
Right. No doubt. Look, I think we should stand together. We should use reconciliation. We should pass full repeal. You're right. The President will almost surely veto it. But then we should start systematically repealing some of the most burdensome aspects of Obamacare. We should systematically pass legislation that provides that you can't have your health insurance canceled. You can't lose your doctor because of Obamacare. Honor the President's promise there. We should change the law so that people aren't forced into part-time work. Millions of people, especially single moms, have been forced into part-time work. We need to change the law to do that. We need to prohibit insurance company bailouts. We need to pass law after law after law responding to the American people, and put them up to the President and see if he's willing to veto every aspect of legislation that would protect the American people and provide relief to the people who are suffering.
Senator Ted Cruz, congratulations to the Republicans. I don't know if it's a shellacking, but it's pretty close to a shellacking. That's what the President said when the Republicans took the House back in 2010. Now the Republicans have taken the Senate. A very impressive night for the Republicans. We'll continue our conversation. Senator Ted Cruz, who will now be in the majority in the United States Senate. He's, like all Republicans, a pretty happy guy right now. Anderson, back to you.
Yeah, a lot to digest with our panelists. Alice Dennebash earlier was talking about messages she's getting about questions, fingers already being pointed by supporters of President Obama saying, should he have been used more? Should he have gone out there more? Candy, you're actually looking at where he went for Democratic governors.
Right, recalling that he went to mostly for governors. He went to safe states like, say, Illinois, where Quinn just lost. Maryland, where we see a Republican, I mean, I live in Maryland, it's remarkable. It's not that we haven't had Republican governors, but not many of them. Currently, the Republicans ahead, but we haven't called that. I mean, Jake, help me here. Wisconsin, have we called?
Wisconsin, we called for Scott Walker. Yep.
Okay, he went there. Connecticut, Malloy is behind.
Malloy's behind.
Wolf in Pennsylvania, I think.
He won.
Wolf
won.
Right, so that's one. And then Maine and Michigan.
So the question is, would it have had a better impact
so
if he had gone?
The fact of the matter is, he went. If the question is, would the president, would these candidates have won had the president shown up? Well, most of the candidates he did go to campaign for.
And a Republican involved in a couple of these races said to me that in fact that Obama wouldn't have helped, it would have hurt. So, you know, so they're making the argument.
Paul, you're saying, of course,
he should have stayed out because they would have done even worse if that's possible.
Yes, although
and it may not be.
If I might change the subject, I think Ted Cruz just did something really newsworthy here. Maybe I'm overtalking.
Why do you want to change the subject? It was such a good subject.
He's going to run against Mitch McConnell for majority leader.
And he's going to get.
He may lose.
Yeah, he's going to.
Okay.
Here's the thing, Paul.
We're going to get to maybe Mike Lee.
I see what you're saying.
One at a time, one at a time. Paul, finish your
This
thought.
is a Ted Cruz class of senators coming in.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Come on, Joni Ernst endorsed the government shutdown. She said that we should impeach President Obama. Absolutely. Tom Cotton voted for the shutdown as a member of the House and voted to sue the president. Steve Daines is a member of the House. He voted for the government shutdown, which was all Ted Cruz's strategy. Shelley Moore Capito, who's a Senate candidate in West Virginia, who we've called that race for. She voted for the shutdown. These are all people who sided with Ted Cruz in the most important internal Republican debate of the last 2 years.
Can I cover these guys?
All of these Senate candidates that are winning right now, and the ones that flourished the most, flourished because they talked about coming to Washington and offering solutions, new ideas, new direction, and they're all going to support Mitch McConnell. There's no news there, Paul. I don't know where you're trying to.
I want to go to Dana. You covered a lot of these.
Well, I covered some of these races, but I also, cover the Senate, and so I can tell you that somebody like Joni Ernst, yes, in her primary, she was conservative. She was. She called for all of the things that the most conservative members of Congress did. Here's the but. She is now going to represent a very purple state. So if she goes down that path, she's going to be a one-term.
And the other two members of that caucus of three, Rand Paul, Mike Lee, and Senator Cruz. Mike Lee learned his lesson from the shutdown. When his numbers hit the 30s in Utah, he started to change his tune. Rand Paul is now a rival of Senator Cruz and is probably going to run for president and actually has a step up with some of the conservatives out there and is actually singing a whole different
tune. I don't know how much support Cruz, Cruz has in his Republican caucus.
Let her finish the thought.
They don't much like Ted Cruz, as you all know, and Dana knows more than all of us, and so. And they're suspicious of him, particularly after the strategy on the government shutdown, which backfired against every Republican. Right. Now they have an opportunity to become a governing party, because if they blow this, then whoever's the Democratic nominee, Hillary Clinton or whoever it is, can say that's what Republican governance looks like.
Dennebash, you have a statement, I think?
Yes. So Senator Reid, the now former Senate Majority Leader, just issued a statement congratulating his colleague, Senator Mitch McConnell, and I'll just read it. He said, "I'd like to congratulate Senator McConnell, who will be the new Senate Majority Leader." He said, "The message from the voters is clear. They want us to work together. I look forward to working with Senator McConnell to get things done for the middle class."
Harry Reid's spokesman has already said, by the way, that he will run for Minority Leader, so there's no question there, although who knows if he'll get a challenge. I doubt it. First of all, I don't know why anybody is taking from this that the American people want the Republicans and Democrats to work together. Right. Why is that? Why would that be the? I know that's what Harry Reid wants to be the lesson.
No, but you know why?
Why is that the lesson? The Republicans opposed Obamacare.
I know. Paul.
And the Republicans opposed Obamacare, and they shut down the government, and they just benefited from a huge wave that is ushered in Republican governors of the home state of President Obama, and there are a few others that we're about to call, other blue states. I just don't see the idea that like, this is like a message that they want bipartisan.
Van, answer that.
Yeah, look, I want to add to that. I think the Republicans now have a big challenge, and I hope they can meet it. I'm serious, because we now have truly divided government. The problem is that they ran against gridlock that they created. They were so tough on Obama with their base. So you have a base. Some of the base expecting impeachment of Obama. Let's be very clear that there's a basis.
The only people talking about impeachment.
So now how
about impeachment.
Before we go on, I just want to point out, Scott Brown has just conceded. He's just spoken there. We're just seeing him. He has conceded his race. We thought a little bit a while ago that he was going to be calling for a recount. It seems like he has now actually conceded. But let's hear from some of the Republicans about why Kevin, why do you think the message is work together?
Well, look, I think if you look at many of these races, the Republicans that won, that flourished the most, were the ones that personalized and localized their race. Take for example, Cory Gardner. Now, look, if there was anybody who embodied the 2012 election, it was Todd Akin. Well, if anybody is embodying the 2014 election for Republicans, it's Cory Gardner. He ran on issues like energy. He ran on, his first ads were about the economy and how he would help women voters. Those are the type of Republicans that won across this country. The other thing, too, is take a look at some of these states where you have places like New York. The return of the blue state Republican. That's a big deal.
Okay, we got to take a quick break. A big night for Republicans winning control of the U.S. Senate. Coming up, how will President Obama react to this defeat for his party? Does he see it as a repudiation of himself, of his policies? He's expected to speak out tomorrow morning. Will he take the blame? We'll continue our conversation now.
You're looking at live pictures of the United States Capitol. The Republicans, not only will they be the majority in the House of Representatives, they will be the majority in the United States Senate as well. A huge, huge night for the Republicans. They not only go on to gain seats in the House of Representatives, they go on to capture a number of democratically held seats in the U.S. Senate. They will be the majority. We have a major projection, another projection to make, though, right now. This is a good one for the Democrats. Tom Udall, he will be reelected, the United States Senator from the state of New Mexico, defeating the Republican Alan Way. 58% of the vote is in. Udall has a 30,000 vote advantage, but our projection is that Tom Udall will be reelected, the United States Senator from the state of New Mexico. That's some silver lining for the Democrats, but the Republicans have done very well. Take a look at this. Here's the count where it stands right now. The Republicans will have at least 52 senators in the next United States Senate. They needed 51 to be the majority. They will have 52. Might wind up with even more because there are still some races that are outstanding. The Democrats will have 45. At least 45 in the United States Senate, 2 independents as well. They need the Republicans. The Republicans will be the majority in the United States Senate. So this is a big, big night for the Republicans as we go forward. And also, Republicans have been doing well in governors' races as well. Jake Tapper, he's got some projections.
That's right, Wolf. Well, we already reported that Charlie Crist, the Democrat, conceded to incumbent Florida Governor Rick Scott, the Republican. But now CNN officially projecting Rick Scott has been reelected the governor of the Sunshine State of Florida. 2 Democratic victories to tell you about. Minnesota Governor Mark Dayton, a Democrat, reelected. Oregon Governor John Kitzhaber defeating Dennis Richardson. A close race, but ultimately Kitzhaber eked it out. Now back to you, Wolf.
Thanks very much. Big night. Big night for the Republicans in the United States Senate. They've got 52 guaranteed. That number, John, could go up.
Could go as high as 54 if they win Alaska and then win the Louisiana runoff, which is next month in December. We still haven't called the Virginia race. It looks like Mark Warner's going to hold on there, and that one will stay. It's possible if there's a late switch there. If you go to the map, let's switch to the balance of power map so you can take a look at it as you look at the Senate races. Here's where we are right now with 3 outstanding at 52. Again, Mark Warner, the Democratic incumbent, has a very narrow lead here. Ed Gillespie ran a race much closer than most people thought it would be. It appears, we're going to wait and count the final votes, but it appears Mark Warner is going to eke that one out. But Republicans were already favored in the state of Alaska. This one takes a while to count because of the remote areas, but Republicans were already favored. And I have to say, yes, there are exceptions to every rule, but it is really hard to see the Republicans losing Alaska on a night they're winning in Colorado, and they're winning in Iowa, and they're winning in North Carolina. It's just almost inconceivable, but we'll count the votes and see what happens in Alaska. But if the Republican wins there, Dan Sullivan, that would get you to 53. And in our exit poll tonight, we asked voters the question, in a runoff election between Bill Cassidy and Mary Landrieu, who would you pick? And Bill Cassidy won by a healthy margin. Doesn't mean she doesn't have time to campaign, doesn't mean she can't change things, but as of tonight, you would assume that that state would go Republican. So tonight, the odds are, and Democrats won't argue with this, that we're going to end up in January after that runoff in Louisiana with 54 Republicans and 46 Democrats. It leaves Republicans short of the 60 votes. You need to get most big things done in the United States Senate. But it will be an interesting calculation to the conversation across the room. Do they want to govern? One of the tests Mitch McConnell will have is reaching out to conservative Democrats and Democrats from tough states who are on the ballot in 2016 to see if there's business to be done.
It's possible. It's not out of the question, John. Correct me if I'm wrong. That number could go up to 55 if Angus King, the independent senator from the state of Maine, decides, you know what, he's going to caucus with the majority, and that would be the Republicans. He hasn't necessarily completely ruled that out.
He has not, although he has worked with the Democrats for quite some time, and he on most issues, not all issues, on most issues, you'd call he's more likely a moderate Democrat than he is a moderate Republican, if you will. But sure, that's a question that will be on the table as well. If the Republicans were a little bit higher, you could see them trying to bargain with Angus King, maybe some leverage. And the committee chairman at 54, 55, I'm sure their calculations probably on most issues, some issues you get them, some issues you don't. But it is something to watch. And then you start looking into 2016 calculations. I don't mean anyone's going to switch parties, but I do think some people would be more inclined to do business.
All right, let's move on to the governor's map right now, because these Republicans, they are taking over some pretty Democratic states right now. Big surprise. They're leading in a lot of these Democratic states.
It's interesting to look at. In my home state of Massachusetts, you see right now Charlie Baker, we haven't called this race, but he's at 48 or 47% over Democrat Martha Coakley. If you look at the parts of the map that are still out, we're going to watch and see how it goes. But if you just come into the city area in Boston, she won big in the city of Boston. But Charlie Baker doing what he has to do otherwise for a Republican. Very close race there. Down in Connecticut, 50% to 49%. We're watching this race, the conversation, this is a place where the president campaigned. You're seeing red on the map in places you haven't seen in a long time. Take a look at Maryland, for example. Maryland, this is a stunner. Late, people noticed late that this one was close. For most of the year, everybody thought, oh, Maryland's a Democratic state. Larry Hogan with a 52 to 46% lead. When you look at this map filling in, all indications are right now, Larry Hogan's going to go on to win this race. Now, let's peek around and look for some votes. In Baltimore City, for example, all of the votes just about in. There's a little bit more, but not enough to make up that kind of a difference. You start looking down in these other areas here. Prince George's County, 92% in. Montgomery County now, this is the biggest suburban area in the state of Maryland, 54%. So at that rate, there's still some math to be done there, but it doesn't look like it's enough. I think you probably really have to run the table to make up the difference, but we'll count the votes there as well.
Go to Colorado for a second.
Colorado, this is a hotly contested race. It's still a hotly contested race as we count the votes. John Hickenlooper, very popular when he won. Some people mentioned him as a possible 2016 presidential candidate. Former Congressman Bob Beaupre now leading in that race as we watch. Show you a difference. Governor Hickenlooper is winning all of the Denver suburbs.
Let's go to Kansas.
Look at the Senate race. This one here. I mean, this another tight race here. 83%. The Democrats really wanted to get Sam Brown back. He came in promising to cut spending. He slashed education spending in the state. It's been a huge controversy in the state. This is one of the reasons Greg Orman thought opposition to Sam Brownback would help him in the Senate race. Again, 83%. We've still got to count the votes. Sam Brownback with a very, very narrow lead right now. So most of the close competitive races, what's happening? Whether it's the Senate races, not all, but most of these close races, Republicans with narrow leads. I just want to make a point. The president, remember, back when he first made his name on the national scene, said there's no red America, there's no blue America, there's one America. Well, during the Obama years, and this is not to be cynical or sarcastic, we have an increasingly red America. You're looking at these governor's races here. You're looking at the Senate races on the ballot this year, and I want to show you the House races this year. We're not done out in the West yet, and not all of these races are completely called. These are the leaders in the House races, but I just want you to look. I want you to look at the map, and I want you to remember that you see a lot of red up here. Again, not all of these races are called. That's our Republican candidates leading in those House districts. We'll see what happens in the end, but I just want to go back in time. This is the United States of America at the House district level when the president was elected. Look at all this blue. Look at all this blue. And look at all the blue up there. Right? There's the 2010 Tea Party year. A lot of that blue just disappeared. There's 2012. A little bit of it came back. Here's where we are tonight. Increasingly, Republicans are stretching their House majority, and the question now will be, as we look at what the final number is in the Senate, that final number in the House matters too, especially if John Boehner is picking up more moderate Republicans from the New England states, from New York and the like. There have been no, if you go back again and look at this map, this is, very, very few up here, and if you look after 2012, none from New England, just none. So you're going to have a different composition of the House thing as well, and when you get the final numbers, it's not just the math, it's the ideology of these people here. A lot of conversations in Washington about whether Speaker Boehner maybe gets a bit of a longer leash.
Yeah, because he's going to have, I think he's going to pick up several seats in the House of Representatives. The Republicans will be the majority in the Senate. They're going to have the ability to be the chairman of these committees. They could go ahead and subpoena. If they want to do investigations, they got an impressive advantage right now when they're the majority as opposed to the minority.
Yeah, a Democratic president, twice elected in Electoral College landslides, and yet, as he enters the final 2 years of his term, that's a pretty red America.
When he meets with the press tomorrow, we believe he will meet with the press. Will he say what he said after he lost, the Democrats lost the House in 2010 in the midterms? Then it was a shellacking. He conceded it was a shellacking. Will he concede tomorrow morning when he meets with the press it was another shellacking for the Democrats?
That's it. It's a great question. A bit of a combative tone on background from White House officials tonight, but those are aides speaking, and I think this Mr. Carney still across the room. Aides are speaking. They'll digest these results tonight. They'll have their conversations, and the president himself will decide the tone he wants to set tomorrow. And you know what? It's important. Whether you're a Democrat or Republican or independent watching, it is important. You're entering the final 2 years of your president. People are going to start throwing the lame duck term around. He has a dysfunctional relationship with Speaker Boehner, an almost non-existent relationship with the new Majority Leader, Mitch McConnell. It's incumbent on all of them to work on that, not just the president, but he'll set part of the tone of that tomorrow.
Yeah, but having said that, even though it was a shellacking in 2010, 2012, the Democrats came back and President Obama was reelected. It might be a shellacking right now. We don't know what it's going to mean for 2016.
No, what happened tonight tells you Republicans will enter 2016 with an advantage in the Senate and an advantage in the House, and they have done almost nothing to change their demographic problems. To the point that was discussed earlier, the Democrats also are learning a lesson tonight, and that is that the Obama coalition is not necessarily a Democratic coalition. Younger votes down, Latino vote is down a bit in some key states. We're going to dissect the African-American turnout. It was roughly on target in most of the places Democrats want it to be, but it clearly wasn't enough in most of the key battleground states. But that is a huge challenge for the next Democratic nominee. Many people think we already know who it is, but we don't. We'll see how it plays out. How do you translate the Obama coalition, which was a winning coalition at the presidential level and by quite convincing numbers, into can you translate it, can you carry it over into 2016? If you look at the results tonight, you have to put a big question mark on that.
Yeah, especially if the Republicans wind up winning states like Maryland and Massachusetts and Colorado in the governor's races. That's a huge, huge setback for the Democrats. Let's go back to Anderson for more. Anderson.
And I want to continue the discussion the panel was having earlier, and importantly to Jake Tapper's question, which is, where is the evidence that this is going to, the results tonight are going to result in less partisanship and less division? Anna, I mean, do you see any evidence of that?
Really, you're not going to let me talk about Charlie Crist losing? Do you know how long I've been waiting for this thing? You really?
Well,
I just
in
wanna...
a minute.
No, Anderson, don't do this to a Hispanic woman.
Charlie Crist. All right.
I want to tell you, Charlie Crist now has the distinction of having lost under 3 different party labels, and I have the distinction of having voted against him every single time, under every single party. And I think it shows you that you cannot contort yourself into pretzel shapes in order to be what you think the people want you to be. You were making the point beforehand that Elizabeth Warren, even though she's a progressive, can go everywhere. And I said yes, because she's comfortable in her own skin, and she goes as who she is. She doesn't go to Kentucky and try to talk Southern and pretend to be somebody other than she is. And instead, we saw all sorts of Democrats try to contort themselves to not be part of the Obama entourage.
Have you gotten this out of your system?
No. I just want to make sure that Charlie Crist is done, like Ann Romney, would say. He can't, no more.
But on the larger issue,
I just want to tell you this. Charlie Crist is like Jason from Friday the 13th. Wow. He just keeps coming back in bad sequels. That's it.
All right. Okay. By the way, I just want people to know that...
Okay, it's fine.
I just
now out of my system.
I just want people to know that when Anna came on to the panel, the first she was spitting out about Charlie Crist, and I've heard her out of my ear all for the last several hours, just mumbling, Charlie Crist, Charlie Crist.
It's true.
It's got it out of your system.
I had to self-deport from Florida.
But again, on the larger, more important issue, Charlie Crist aside, what is the evidence that there's going to be less partisanship, less division?
I think, I wanted to say, I think especially because there was a reward. I said before, the Republicans did this weird thing. They ran against gridlock that they largely created, and now they've got two promises to the American people. It's hard to keep both. They told their base they're going to end Obama. They told the rest of the country they're going to end gridlock. You can't do both. And I don't understand how they're going to thread this needle when you've got a coalition of Republicans now that you got some running for office. They're going to be jockeying. You've got a hardcore Tea Party that's bigger and stronger than before, and you have some people who want to govern. I think Republicans have a big, big challenge. I don't see the incentive for it.
Let me ask you this, though. Why do you say the Tea Party is bigger and stronger than before when they lost all their primaries?
No. Well, first of all, look at
the general election candidates.
Paul Begala just ran through the list of Ted Cruz-style people who snuck past, and their actual voting record, not their rhetoric, but their voting record is hardcore right.
The promises that they made were to confront Obama. I did not hear them say they would end gridlock. I heard them say, I will stop Obama. More than 50% of all the ads ran by Republicans in the Senate were anti-Obama. It wasn't Obamacare, it wasn't minimum wage, it wasn't... So, and meanwhile, look at two candidates particularly who went down tonight. Greg Orman, the independent candidate in Kansas, who said, I will be independent, I will be nonpartisan.
Nobody believed him,
He was rejected. And Michelle Nunn in Georgia, who worked for President Bush Sr. for 20 years, who is the daughter of a legendary bipartisan Democrat, whose ads, Zell Miller was in her ads, my old mentor and boss,
So you're saying, and
she was rejected.
So you're saying Mitch McConnell's talk of getting deals done is just...
He's saying that to make Gloria feel better, but no, he don't mean that.
But Kevin, you believe that there is...
Look, I've worked for John Boehner. I know there's a genuine interest in getting the Congress working again. You had... many jobs bills that were passed bipartisan support over in the House, some of them with 300, 400 votes that were sent over to the Senate, and nothing happened. This was not a do-nothing Congress. This was a do-nothing Senate. And I think Mitch McConnell is very aware of that. He recognizes that people have a very low opinion of Congress and the Senate because of the dysfunction there, and he wants to change that. Again, the big ingredient is...
Name me one.
The big ingredient that's missing. This president either has no relationships or bad relationships on Capitol Hill. He has 2 years to change that.
Can I just say Joe Biden might get along better with Mitch McConnell than he did with Harry Reid?
But name me one issue.
Yeah.
Let me just
name me one.
Tax reform.
Tax
Yeah,
reform.
Compromise with Obama on tax reform.
One at a time.
You take a look at if you take a look at what everybody's saying about tax reform, there is an absolute core capacity there to get something done.
Where they will move halfway to Obama's position.
The difference is the president going to go up and work and build a giant legislative coalition that he needs to get something like that done, along with Mitch McConnell, along with John Boehner, along with the Democratic leaders of the Senate and House? That is a big question.
Let me say, as a progressive Democrat, our big complaint about Obama has not been that he has been unwilling to work with Republicans. I just think there's this mythology that's now become common sense that somehow President Obama does not and has not tried to work with Republicans. That is simply
not working
true.
with. He's not even working with. That's very different.
He doesn't even have good relationships with Democrats up on Capitol Hill. And I'll tell you what, you're going to find that out tomorrow.
Okay, just a couple things. First of all, when it comes to governing and having, some kind of bipartisan deal, Lindsey Graham, who also won tonight in South Carolina, made a speech saying that he spoke already today for an hour to Joe Biden about some of these things, about infrastructure, about tax reform, about some of the things that they can do. As you said, Joe Biden has relationships. He can take the lead if the relationships aren't there with the president. There's another person we should talk about who wasn't on the ballot but is potentially going to be a big player, Angus King of Maine. It was mentioned before that he is now caucusing with Democrats. He told me, I spoke to him a couple of weeks ago, he is completely open to caucusing with Republicans. He wants to do, he said, what's best for the state of Maine. Now, that could mean, Maine's not exactly, blue. It's really a purple state. There are a lot of Republicans who are successful there, like his colleague Susan Collins. But if he plays his cards right and is smart and is able to not just get a chairmanship if he, caucuses with Republicans, but also does what he wants to do, which is actually to get things done. If he does, it won't be the majority maker, but if he is somebody who can help craft a centrist coalition, which he says he is going to do, and if someone like Lindsey Graham wants to join in and other people, maybe I'm a Pollyanna, but maybe they can get things done.
Here's the thing. They've got, what do you think, 9 months to do something? 9 months. That's probably
Why?
the maximum.
Before the White
Because,
House.
you know, 2016 starts now.
Yes.
We're late. You know, so it's already going. They've got 9 months in there where they can do something together, be it tax reform, some kind of energy bill. But the question is, you know, do the Republicans want to have an agenda? They now control the microphone up on Capitol Hill. They now control the committees. They now control the floor. They now control what they talk about.
The White House.
So do they want to? Do they want to put the agenda out there and have it all stop at the White House instead of the other way around?
On an agenda, though?
Well, you know, I think, you know, Boehner's got people he can let go if he has a bigger caucus. So the question is, do they want to have an agenda or do they want to do stuff? I agree with you that Boehner and at the heart of Mitch McConnell are deal makers. That's what people in the Senate are like. So they want to do it. The question is, does their caucus want to do it?
We got to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to look at some of the candidates for 2016 for the presidential race, how they are resonating in Iowa, New Hampshire, and elsewhere. We'll be right back.
Looking at live pictures of the U.S. Capitol, a big night for the Republicans. We got a key race alert right now. Look at this Virginia contest for the United States Senate. The incumbent Democrat Mark Warner, he is ahead of Ed Gillespie, the Republican challenger. 95% of the vote is in. He's ahead by almost 13,000 votes, 49.1% to 48.5%. Still 5% of the vote outstanding. This is still too close for us to make a projection. No projection in Virginia right now. In the governor's race in Connecticut, look at this. Look at how close it is. What is this? 7 votes separate Dan Malloy, the Democratic governor, Tom Foley, the Republican challenger. 7 votes, 49.4% to 49.4%, with 60% of the vote in. That is not a good sign for the Democrats when the Republican in Connecticut is only 7 votes behind the incumbent Democrat, Dan Malloy. Wow, that is very, very close. So let's take a look at where the race for the U.S. Senate stands. The Republicans will be in the majority with at least 52 seats. They needed 51. They have 52. There are still open seats remaining in Virginia, Louisiana. There'll be a runoff in December. Alaska, the polls close in Alaska at the top of the next hour. We'll see if we can make a projection in Alaska. President Obama certainly has some explaining to do about his party's serious losses tonight. He's expected to speak out tomorrow, only hours after Republicans won control of the U.S. Senate. Let's go to our senior White House correspondent, Jim Acosta, who's joining us. So, Jim, are we getting any indication of what the president might say?
Not just yet, Wolf. And amazingly, the White House is not putting out a statement tonight congratulating Republicans on taking control of the Senate. We're not expecting to hear more from the president tonight in any sort of paper statement, according to officials here. He has been reaching out to politicians on both sides of the aisle in these gubernatorial and Senate races throughout the country. And, Wolf, you were talking earlier with the panel there about whether or not it was a good idea for the president to be out on the campaign trail and whether or not the Democrats will be re-examining that strategy and whether they should have been keeping him at arm's length. I think the question now will be, were the arms long enough? I mean, even the states that the president went into, these safe blue states like Maryland, like Connecticut, like Illinois, his home state, those governor's races that they thought were okay, these races are safe enough for the president to go into, those states are going down. And so I think this is all happening in a way that I think the White House was not expecting. The White House was saying earlier today they did not see this as a referendum on the president. But clearly, when you look at the results tonight, this is going way beyond than what they expected in terms of governing in the future. I talked to a couple of White House officials this evening. They were saying, you know, as far as the question whether or not the president will be more conciliatory, be willing to compromise, they were taking the attitude earlier this evening that, well, what about the Republicans? Will they be willing to compromise? The president is still insisting that he is going to take executive action on immigration before the end of the year. The question, though, Wolf, tomorrow is going to be, does that poison the well with this new Republican majority in the Senate, this new and stronger Republican majority in the House? And what I heard from White House officials earlier this evening is that no. House Speaker John Boehner was given the chance to take up immigration reform. He didn't do it, and so the president is going to keep his promise and do immigration reform
on his own. How does that set the tone for the coming year? And so, Wolf, the president is expected to come out tomorrow and give a news conference, talk to reporters, and he is likely going to have to come up with a new word for shellacking. It was not a tidal wave, but it was a measurable one tonight, Wolf.
Shellacking, too, we could call it. Do we know what time the president will be speaking out tomorrow?
We don't. We know that the White House Press Secretary Josh Earnest has his scheduled briefing at around 1 o'clock. But sometimes, as we've seen in the past, the president could come out in the morning, decide to get this out of the way. And Wolf, keep in mind, he's going to Asia next week, so he will get a chance to take a break from all of this. You know, they've been calling that the Asia pivot as far as his foreign policy. This is sort of the pivot to the Asia pivot. Just to get away from all of this in Washington. A really bad night for the president and the Democrats over here at the White House.
Very bad night indeed. All right, Jim Acosta, we'll see what time the president goes out tomorrow and speaks with reporters, explains what's going on. Anderson, back to you.
Well, thanks very much. Let's talk about what the president's next move may be.
I think drubbing might be the word instead of shellacking tomorrow.
I got to tell you, if he moves and makes we don't know what he's going to do executive order wise on immigration, but if he makes a major move along the lines of what we've been hearing, which is to give some sort of status to keep millions in this country with some sort of special visa, that will be like
finger in the eye.
Just popping the grenade and throwing it in the middle of the Senate floor.
I think there's disagreement, though, about how to approach it. I mean, I do believe, and talking to a senior administration official who said, we're not going to sign a bunch of their bills, period. We're going to veto stuff. Sure, we'll have them down to the White House, but don't expect us to work with them, to Jake's, to Jake's point. On the other hand, this becomes a Hillary Clinton problem, I think, pretty soon. And I do believe that they have to sort of walk this line. And you heard, Joe Biden say we want to compromise. And, I do think at some point Hillary Clinton has to worry about it.
You're hear a lot of sound about areas where they can work together. Trade authority, tax reform theoretically, although I think the Republican refusal to raise any taxes, even if closing loopholes, will be a contentious issue and prevent that from happening. But in terms of Hillary Clinton, I want to talk for a second about the woman's vote, because one of the things that happened today was Democrats kept an advantage with the women voting, but it was much smaller. And Republicans had a much bigger advantage with men voters.
And I'll tell you.
And when you look at first of all, Iowa has elected its first statewide woman. It's a Republican, Joni Ernst. Illinois has elected a Latina as lieutenant governor, a Republican. And then you look at Mark Udall in Colorado, who ran a race, a Democratic incumbent senator, who ran a race that was very much focused on trying to win the women's vote by talking about reproductive rights, to the point that Democrats, his own supporters, were heckling him at events, saying this is not all that you stand for. And I think you have to start to wonder whether the Democrats' playbook, when it comes to the war on women, when it comes to focusing on reproductive rights, whether that is now just a losing strategy.
Run its course.
It certainly might be. The thing about, I think, Mark Udall and Colorado in particular is a perfect example of the women vote and how it goes. And I will tell you that the Democratic strategists who were trying to get him elected in Colorado, what they told me that they saw in the data was that you have these suburban women, and I think in Colorado they mattered more than anywhere else because they're swing voters, who voted for the president not once but twice. And the only way for them to protest the president, who they have fallen out of favor, he's fallen out of favor with them, was to vote against Mark Udall.
In fact, let's look at some exit poll numbers, and I think John King has that, about reaction to President Obama, how toxic he was in some of these races, and then we'll talk about that. John?
Well, Anderson, we've been searching for the word. Is it shellacking, too? I think if you look at the exit polls and you look at the map, it's a repudiation. Remember, the president himself said, I'm not on the ballot, but my policies are. Let's go through some states where the president, when he was running, Virginia, he won it twice. 58% of the voters in Virginia today disapproved of how the president's handling his job. And guess what? They voted overwhelmingly for Ed Gillespie. Ed Gillespie, it looks like, is coming up just short in this race. But even in the state the president carried twice, he was an issue, and he was a negative, a huge negative for the Democratic candidate. North Carolina, the president won it once, lost it once, 55% disapprove. Again, the Democrats unable to put the Obama coalition together in the state of North Carolina. 55% disapprove. Overwhelmingly, they voted for the new Republican Senator Tom Tillis from the state of North Carolina. The president certainly toxic and harmful to the Democrats there. Iowa, the state that put Barack Obama on the national stage. 60% of the voters in Iowa today disapprove of the president's job performance. They voted overwhelmingly, almost 8 in 10, nearly, excuse me, for Joni Ernst, the new Republican senator from the state of Iowa, a state many people assumed was deep blue. Louisiana is not done yet. We have a runoff, but 6 in 10 of the voters today disapprove of how the president is handling his job. They voted overwhelmingly for 2 of the Republican candidates, Bill Cassidy and Greg Maness. One has to assume, we asked in the exit poll, who would you vote for in the runoff? Mary Landrieu is well behind as we take that race into January. Let me slide this one off. I just want to show you one more, if I can slide it over. It gets a little stuck sometime. Wisconsin, I have 2 more actually. Wisconsin, where he campaigned in that governor's race, 56% of the voters approve. In a blue state, Wisconsin, the president carried twice as they re-elected their Republican governor. 85% of the voters who disapprove of Obama voted for Scott Walker. And I just want to end on the race you were just talking about. If I can get this to slide. She gets a little tired this late at night. Colorado, again, a state the president won twice. Mark Udall lose today. 55% disapprove of the president's performance. Overwhelmingly, they went for Cory Gardner, including deep support in those Denver suburbs. So he said himself his policies were on the ballot. And if you look at this and you look at states that were blue for the president in his election victories, particularly Colorado and Iowa, North Carolina once turning red, you'd have to call it what happened tonight a repudiation.
Yeah. So, Paul Begala, I mean, I just was reading a Times article where there was a anonymous quote from somebody in the White House saying that the president does not view what happened tonight as a repudiation. You look at those numbers, how can he not?
Because he hasn't had time to digest it. He's an incredibly bright man, and he's actually more dispassionate about this business than anybody I've ever known in this business. He'll come to this. He'll look at the data and arrive at this conclusion, which is, set aside all my screaming about the kook right and the Tea Party. He got 51, 52, 53% in all the states John King just showed us just 2 years ago. Now he's down to 40, 41, 42. So somewhere between 1/4 and 1/5 of the Obama people no longer have faith in him in these swing states. Many of them expressed it by staying home, particularly unmarried women, which is a big part of the coalition that I think Jake was talking about. But many of them did actually go vote against their local Democrat because they're disappointed in him. He's going to have to come to grips with that and find a way to fight back. He's a resilient guy and he's a bright guy, but that's his path forward. He's got to really look at the man in the mirror.
So how does a politician go about doing that?
I watched a guy do it once upon a time. And it begins with criticizing yourself rigorously, and it's painful. But then you do also have to reach out to the other side. It's amazing that we're going to look back at the good old days of Newt Gingrich as being bipartisan. Now, they impeached him. I don't know if it made all the papers where you guys, but they impeached my boss. But still, he worked with them. But they worked with him, too. And the voters, see, this is my point about the voters. The fault, dear Brutus, lies not in the stars, it lies in ourselves. Voters rewarded Newt and Bill for compromising, and now they're going to punish anybody who compromises on the Republican side.
I want to toss it over to Jake Tapper's got a projection. Jake?
That's right, Anderson. This one's going to leave a mark. CNN now projecting that the Maryland governor will be Republican Larry Hogan. In true blue state Maryland, the lieutenant governor, the Democrat Anthony Brown, has conceded to Larry Hogan, the Republican. Let's take a look at the map, if we could, to see all the states where there have been pickups by Republicans, as well as outstanding information. You can see red Maryland right there. In addition, red Illinois. Also quite surprising for a lot of people watching these races. We're still waiting for results from Connecticut and Massachusetts, Vermont, and Maine. There's a lot going on tonight. And Anderson, I have to say, I don't think very many people were predicting this evening that a governor of Maryland and a governor of Illinois would be Republican. And this gets to what we were talking about earlier. This is a Republican wave. There is no other way to look at it. And though there was anti-incumbent sentiment out there, the Republican incumbents, Snyder in Michigan, Scott in Florida, Scott Walker in Wisconsin, they won.
It was a wave and a late breaking wave. I just got an email from somebody who was working in these Maryland races who said that Brown, the Democrat, was up 13 points less than 2 weeks ago.
Wow,
so it was a
incredible.
late breaking wave, and this is sort of in keeping with what I was hearing from Democratic sources who were doing the Senate races, that they just saw the bottom fall.
Have Have they keyed in on particular issues?
On why? Not yet.
No.
Not yet. Not that I've.
There was a huge number of undecideds too. In a lot of these races, we would see like 15, 16% undecided, and eventually they.
Let's just quickly look at the numbers right now for some of these races outstanding. Connecticut governor, with 104 votes right now, is separating Tom Foley. Tom Foley actually in the lead there, 104 votes ahead of Dan Malloy, who, by the way, President Obama went out and campaigned for in Massachusetts. Right. Charlie Baker, Republican, ahead, 28,900, almost 29,000 votes, with 88% of the vote counted. And take a look in Vermont, the Democrat Peter Shumlin ahead by 2,675.
And Anderson, I believe in Vermont, if no candidate gets more than 50%, it goes to the legislature. I'm pretty sure that that's the way. So if neither Shumlin nor Milne break 50%, that's going to go to the legislature.
And I'll tell you who this is proving to be a very good night for is Chris Christie. Well, I was just the head of the Republican Governors Association, who traveled all over the country. He was like the Holy Spirit, all places at all times. He put in a lot of money. He put $18.5 million, the RDA did, into Florida. And I think he picked winners. Well, this is a night that I think even they weren't.
Not to take anything away from Chris Christie and all the work that he did, but he ought to be calling President Obama and thanking him for some of these races, because I guarantee you Chris Christie did not expect to win the governor's race in Maryland.
Let me say a few things about Obama.
It was quid pro quo for Sandy. Right,
okay.
What do you think, Kevin?
Let me just say a few things about Obama. You were saying, people were saying, he's got to reach out to Republicans. He's also got to reach out to his base. His base stayed home. This is not a left-wing period in American politics. It's not a right-wing period. It is a turbulent, volatile period. You've seen power bounce all over the place. And I'm going to tell you how this president can make a mistake. First of all, he made a promise to the Latino community on immigration. If this president throws that promise in the garbage can, this president will destroy the Obama coalition forever. He cannot back down from that. Number two, if the only olive branches are olive branches that come at our expense, for instance, minimum wage is popular with Republicans. Extending unemployment insurance is popular with Republicans. He cannot come forward with only bipartisan stuff that comes at our expense. He's got to be he's got to put forward some bipartisan stuff that actually is bipartisan for their base and ours too. And the third thing, I'm sorry.
No, he'll do an executive action on immigration. He will do that.
Well, she was just saying that if that see, that's what I'm saying.
I was talking on what it is.
That's good.
The idea that President Obama now has to return to energizing his base is absurd. I really
no.
believe
He's got to do
if
both.
If you look at what Paul said earlier about Bill Clinton's successful path back, Bill Clinton at his core was a centrist. Bill Clinton at his core was an amazing executive. And at his core, he had very good relationships with Capitol Hill. I mean, you used to hear stories from folks up on Capitol Hill that were no votes, and Bill Clinton would spend an hour on the phone with them. And then they would get off the phone and they'd say, imagine what he's doing with the maybes. Now, President Obama is not a centrist. If he wants to go and counterattack and feel like he has to gin up his base, that's going to cause some problems. He has no relationships up on Capitol Hill. And those are going to be the really important things that he's going to have to turn around if he is going to get that path back.
I'm saying that there are bipartisan ideas. A pathway to citizenship is popular in both parties. Minimum wage, popular in both parties. There are bipartisan ideas that his base feels frustrated about, that he needs to actually make sure he gins that up too. Do you think that's possible?
I'll tell you, if he does what everybody thinks he's going to do on immigration with an executive action, that will poison the well for any future cooperation on anything.
Why does he have to? I mean, Van, why do you think he has to play to his base at this point? Doesn't he have to play to getting something done the last 2 years, not sitting around and being irrelevant?
Because Van is his base. He wants him to play to him.
No, listen, the pathway to getting something done, both parties have a challenge. The Republicans have a Tea Party base that they're going to have to deal with, and there's a progressive base that has to be dealt with. And the art of leadership is to find those ideas that get the base re-engaged and also let you reach across. And if he fails to do that, he's going to have a hard time delivering.
All right, let's just take a deep breath, hold on to it. Marijuana is on the ballot in several states. I don't know why you're laughing. Do voters want to expand laws to legalize pot? We got results and some hot button initiatives ahead.
Marijuana was at issue in a few states, and take a look at this. We now have the results. In the state of Oregon, legalizing marijuana for recreational use has been approved. 54%, 46%. In Oregon, the measure would legalize personal possession, manufacture, sale of marijuana for persons 21 years of age or older within specific limits, and create a commercial regulatory system for the production, distribution, and sale of marijuana in Oregon. Washington State, Colorado already have that. In Washington, D.C., the nation's capital, legalizing marijuana decisively approved. 69% say yes, 31% say no. Possessing up to 2 ounces of marijuana for personal use is now legal. Whole bunch of other stuff they've approved as well. Washington, D.C., legalizing marijuana. In Florida, there was a measure to allow medical marijuana to be used. It needed 60% to get approval. It got 58%. You can see over there, so it doesn't get approved in Florida. Allowing medical marijuana goes down, but it does get approved recreational marijuana in Oregon, Washington State, and Anderson, Alaska has a similar measure on the boards right now. They haven't closed the polls in Alaska, so we don't know yet how they decided what to do with marijuana, but it clearly has been approved now. Not only exists in Washington State, in Colorado, but you can see down in the District of Columbia as well as in Oregon.
Let's talk about with our panel. Is it a surprise really for anyone here, both in D.C. and also in Oregon? No. What are you all stoned? Slow people, quick, come on.
I don't know. What about you? What do you think?
No, dude.
Okay. Who would win in a race, Batman or Superman?
We need Randy Kay for this one.
That's right, yes, Randy Kay. No one really has any opinions on Pato. On this side, anything?
I'm surprised that if you said to me, well, as between recreational and a medicinal purpose, which one failed, I would have said, well, it would be the recreational that would have failed somewhere. The fact that in Florida, they said no to medical marijuana. You know, there are a lot of folks in Florida who I would think could use that medicinal value. So that should be the one that failed surprises me.
Yeah, the fact that in Oregon would start recreational use of marijuana, obviously that's a big step. Although in Oregon, we've seen a number of ballot initiatives like that which don't exist elsewhere in the country.
Part of the reason it failed in Florida, though, is because in Florida, that ballot amendment required 60% of the vote, which is a high threshold. It just didn't get there.
My recollection, and Anna, you would know better than I, is that Charlie Crist's law partner, law colleague, was a protagonist for getting that.
This is why I love the man whose last name I can't pronounce, because he's bringing Charlie Crist back up.
Do not get Anna started on Charlie Crist.
But I think that, and you would know better than I, but I think that the whole motivation really was to put it on the ballot so as to benefit Crist, because the person would come out and be supportive of that
younger voters
would be a likely Crist supporter, but it failed.
So he lost on 2 counts.
One of the interesting questions about the marijuana initiative, the recreational use in Washington, D.C., is since the House of Representatives and the Senate control Washington, D.C. in so many ways, are the Republicans going to try to block that, or is there going to be more deference to the libertarian bent? And the fact that some of these senators, such as newly elected Senator-elect Gardner from Colorado, perhaps the Republican out of Alaska, we don't know yet, are going to be from states where it is legal. So that's an open question. Are Republicans going to step in and say, no, you can't do that, Washington?
And maybe bipartisanship will spring eternal as a result, right?
Pass the Ducey on the left and the right-hand side.
Child of the 80s. Yes. Kevin, do you think it's likely Republicans would actually step in?
I think Jake's point is right, that they would actually defer more to the libertarian side of it. I don't think it's, obviously, it's not a priority. I also think inside of D.C., this argument was made with the criminal justice element in mind, that so many young people are going to jail and so many of the courts are backlogged because we have these what people see as minor drug offenses. And so I think that there are a number of Republicans that are increasingly more interested in some of those criminal justice reforms as well.
Well, I'll tell you what happened in Florida is, knowing that it was going to be on the ballot and that it was going to be an issue, the Florida legislature addressed it in their last session and passed a medical marijuana law. It's called Charlotte's Web, and it passed. And so I think that was also what took part of the wind out of the sails out of this amendment.
I think we have another projection. Let's go to Will for that.
We got a projection on raising the nation's minimum wage in several states. Take a look at this. In Arkansas right now, raising the minimum wage to $8.50 an hour by the year 2017. That passes 65% so far to 35%. 73% of the vote is in, so they're going to raise the minimum wage from $7.25 nationwide to $8.50 in Arkansas. In Illinois, similarly, raising the minimum wage to $10 an hour in 2015. That passes as well. 67%, 33%, 96% of the vote is in. Raising the minimum wage in Illinois. Similar measures were on the ballot in other states as well. Let's take a closer look. In Nebraska, similarly, it passes. They're going to raise the minimum wage to $9 an hour by the year 2016. 59%, 41%. So they're going to raise the minimum wage in Nebraska. And in South Dakota also, they're going to raise the minimum wage right now at $7.25 nationwide to $8.50 an hour by the year 2015, which is obviously next year or so. Those are all important measures that were Take a look at Nebraska. We got Nebraska also. They raised the minimum wage to $9 per hour in 2016. That's Nebraska. And there's another measure in Colorado that went down to feet. This was a measure in Colorado that defined personhood, a controversial measure that would amend the state constitution to include unborn babies under the definition of person in the Colorado Criminal Code. So right now, the definition of personhood, that amendment in Colorado goes down to defeat. All right, let's take a look at the Senate right now. Here's where it stands. As you know, 52 Republicans at a minimum. They will be the majority in the next United States Senate. The Democrats right now have 45. The Republicans needed 51. They got more than 51, so they will be the majority in the Senate. You see Virginia. Louisiana is going to go to a runoff in December. We'll see what happens in Louisiana. Virginia, still too close. But those measures, raising the minimum wage, rejecting that personhood amendment in Colorado, legalizing marijuana, lots of other stuff going on, Anderson.
That's right. We're also joined, I should introduce Michael Smerconish and Peter Hamby, who we haven't heard from a lot tonight, just coming out and joining on the panel. Just to get your thoughts, Michael, on what you've seen play out over the last several hours.
Drubbing would be the word I would use. It wouldn't be shellacking in this cycle, but it exceeds. I thought it would be. I think we all expected it was going to be a big Republican night. I didn't expect it to be as significant as it's turned out. The surprise for me is the success at the gubernatorial level, with the exception being my home state of Pennsylvania. There was a lot more, I think, to that story, but Tom Corbett, a Republican, as a matter of fact, the first governor to be defeated running for re-election in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania since we allowed that process to take place. So PA, an outlier, but the success that Republicans have had at the governor's level is, I think, the story of the night, in addition to the Senate.
Peter, you spent a lot of time covering these races on the road.
Yeah, and my home state of Virginia is still not called. I know we've been talking about that a lot tonight. I was talking to a bunch of Democrats in Virginia who have worked on campaigns there for the last cycle, who are being very critical of Mark Warner, saying that he ran a strategy based on kind of his 2001 romantic notion of how he won the governorship back then. He spent the last 3 weeks of that race campaigning in Southwest Virginia with John Warner. That state, used to be sort of a, Southern Democratic swing state. Now, this is a base turnout state. Look how Terry McAuliffe won in 2013 in the governor's race last year. He brought in President Obama to run up the African-American vote in Hampton Roads, in Richmond, in Northern Virginia. Mark Warner didn't do that. Not to say he didn't take this race for granted. One Democrat said he comes as close to Jesus in Virginia Democratic politics as you can possibly get. But, he ran a dated campaign, and Democrats are being very critical that he ran this campaign and that we're still, waiting for a call.
Let's just take a quick look at the numbers in both those races. Virginia, Mark Warner had 12,479 to Ed Gillespie, with 95% of the vote counted already there. Although I think Ed Gillespie, surprising a lot of people with the race that he ran.
Right, so it's a combination of sort of, underwhelming Democratic turnout, but also Warner didn't really define Ed Gillespie. I talked to one Democrat who said the contrast was there. He didn't go negative on him. Remember what happened with Terry McAuliffe last year? He went hard negative on Ken Cuccinelli, the Republican, portraying him as sort of the social crusader to drive down his margins in Northern Virginia. They kind of left Ed Gillespie alone. I was watching Monday Night Football last night, and they started dropping the negative ads on him, but only in the last weekend. Remember, there was also a competitive House race in Northern Virginia, and Ed Gillespie sort of outperformed Ken Cuccinelli in Northern Virginia, so it's a confluence of factors. Obviously, the national environment was troublesome, but this reaffirms, though, that Virginia, we refer to it as a blue state, and we've been referring to Iowa and Colorado as blue states.
They're purple.
Still a swing state.
Yeah,
Totally. Yeah.
Didn't Ed Gillespie say it's okay to call the Redskins the Redskins? So that was his big moment. I think you can make the case that not only Warner, but other Democrats ran the old race from 2012, and just segmenting their constituencies, including women in Colorado, which failed for them, and that it was the Republicans who improved their ground game, who figured out ways to get their voters out, and took a page from the Democrats' playbook and then beat them at it because they were aided by the unpopularity of this president, even though nobody likes Republicans either.
We're not talking enough, I don't think, about what a lot of these Republicans ads talked about a lot, which were things that Americans were scared of.
Right.
There were a lot of ads that talked about ISIS. There were a lot of ads that talked about Ebola. And if you looked at the exit polls, had most Americans afraid of a terrorist attack
More than
in this
70%.
country. Yeah, and so Republicans played into that, obviously, but there was a concern about the competence of the Obama administration.
Totally.
With the crisis of ISIS, with the crisis of Ebola. You have polls indicating that two of the most nonpartisan, or at least perceived as nonpartisan, government agencies, the Centers for Disease Control and the U.S. Secret Service, both of whom have taken huge hits in the last few months, that there are questions about them.
Right.
So I talked to a Republican strategist involved in a bunch of these races who said to me that the turning point in this campaign, in their numbers, was when the president said he had no strategy on ISIS, and that they could see a shift in their numbers, and Democrats say the same thing.
We've got to take a quick break. We're going to be looking at the tea leaves for the presidential race. Now the Republicans have new power in their hands. The lessons for 2016 ahead. We'll be right back.
So far, a very big night for Republicans, and as they now will be controlling the United States Senate. They will have at least 52 senators, Republican senators, in the next Senate. A huge, huge win for the Republicans. We're about to see if they're going to be able to expand that number from 52 to 53, because they're getting ready to close the polls in Alaska. We're going to take a look and see what we can report right now. In Alaska right now, the race between the incumbent Democrat Mark Begich and Dan Sullivan, the Republican challenger, no projection. We cannot yet make a projection. The polls have just closed in Alaska. Mark Begich, Dan Sullivan. We don't have enough information yet to see if the incumbent Democrat gets reelected or if the Republican challenger takes that seat. That would be another pickup for the Republicans right now. Here's the count where it stands. You see 52 Republicans at least will be in the next United States Senate, 45 Democrats. They're still waiting for Virginia. We know there'll be a runoff in Louisiana. None of the candidates there got 50%. So Mary Landrieu, the incumbent in Louisiana, will face Bill Cassidy, the Republican. That'll be on December 6th. We'll see what happens in Louisiana. Let's take a look at the exit polls right now for Alaska. And as we wait for more real results, we want to remind you, these are estimates based on an interview with a sampling of voters today and during the early voting process. Here's the exit poll for Alaska. Dan Sullivan, the Republican, 49%. Mark Begich, the incumbent Democrat, 47%. That's the exit poll that we got. Remember, these are estimates based on a survey of voters. The final outcome in Alaska could be different. We use these exit polls to make projections only in non-competitive races. We want to be fully transparent, make sure our viewers get the same information we have. Let me update you now on what's going on in Virginia right now. 95% of the vote is in. Look at how close it is. Mark Warner, the incumbent Democrat, he has a 12,462 vote advantage over the Republican challenger, Ed Gillespie. 49.1% to 48.5%. 5% of the vote still outstanding. This is a very, very close race, a lot closer than a lot of the experts, the pollsters, the pundits were suggesting. Mark Warner is slightly ahead of Ed Gillespie right now. I want to go to Jake Tapper. He's got a governor's projection right now.
I've got three governor's projections for you, actually, Wolf, and for you, the American people. First of all, in Massachusetts, CNN projecting that the Republican Charlie Baker will be the next governor of Massachusetts. He defeats Democrat Martha Coakley. Another Democratic loss in a blue state. Big Republican pickup in the state of Massachusetts, the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. In Kansas, CNN projecting that Republican Governor Sam Brownback will be reelected. He faced a tough race, but ultimately he will pull it out, CNN projects. In Idaho, no surprise here, the man with the best name in American politics, Republican Governor Butch Otter, will be reelected the governor of Idaho. Let's go now to Vermont. The important thing, as we mentioned before, in Vermont, it's an interesting quirk in that state. If you don't reach 50%, it goes to the legislature. Democrat Peter Shumlin, the incumbent governor, 47% against Scott Milne. That will go to the Democratic-controlled legislature to decide. He is ultimately ahead, and so probably he will be elected governor, but we have to wait to see what the legislature does. Now let's take in some of the vote counts coming in from Connecticut. We are not making a projection. Tom Foley, the Republican, just 6,908 votes ahead of the Democratic incumbent governor, Dan Malloy. In Colorado, we're not making a projection. Bob Beaupre, 13,537 votes ahead of incumbent Democratic Governor John Hickenlooper. And then in Maine, Paul LePage, 48% against the Democrat Mike Michaud and the independent Elliott Cutler. Let's take a look at the maps, what's still outstanding in this country in terms of governor's races that we have not called. There it is, and we see a lot of red. And then, of course, we're still waiting for Maine, Vermont, Rhode Island, and Colorado. So there's still a lot going on. But Anderson, I have to say, like, this is a wave not only in the Senate, but in a lot of these governor's races. If you look at Maryland, you look at Massachusetts, how close it is in places like Connecticut that we just talked about.
Connecticut, where President Obama campaigned, one of the few places he actually campaigned for the Democratic candidate. Peter, does that surprise you?
I think Republicans were feeling good about Rhode Island, Maryland, and Colorado heading, into the last few days. But we reporters were all kind of calling around, and if Democrats or Republicans were talking honestly, they would say those are probably still going to be blue. I think people are genuinely surprised tonight. Maine surprises me right now. People thought Michaud was going to win. Elliott Cutler, the third-party guy, dropped out of the race and said, "Don't vote for me," and he's still getting 8% of the vote.
41,000.
I'm stunned by Brownback. Yeah. I mean, honestly, Brownback was very unpopular in Kansas. His tax cuts prompted Standard & Poor's to downgrade their bond rating in August. People were upset about, spending cuts in the state. They said this is a Tea Party experiment that has failed.
Yeah, but sometimes a wave knocks you down, sometimes a wave picks you up.
Exactly.
I also want to bring in Stephanie Cutter, Cornell Belcher, and others. We haven't heard from you all in a couple of hours. What stands out to you tonight, Stephanie? And what do you expect President Obama to say tomorrow?
Well, there are lots of surprises tonight. The closeness in Virginia, that we saw that race tightening in the last weeks of that campaign, is a big surprise. What is the president going to say tomorrow? I would expect that he's going to say, the American people have spoken. They don't like the way Washington is working. They want better from us, and it's going to take us collectively working together to do that.
Paul Begala said it's just a matter of time until the president sees this or admits that this is a repudiation of him. Do you think he will come to that if he doesn't already?
I think that he's going to see it as partly his responsibility and take that seriously, but he also is going to also acknowledge that part of what voters are saying is that Washington isn't working. Congress has a 60% disapproval rating. Republicans, this is not exactly a love affair for Republicans. This is a statement that the current system is not working.
Cornell?
So Republicans can learn that lesson and reach across Pennsylvania Avenue to work with the president, and I think you'll find a willing partner there.
Cornell, what do you folks think?
Look, hats off to Republicans. He had a good night. I've sat here at this desk enough times where I've been on the good side of the night, understanding that you had it.
Feels better.
You had a good night, and you won some places. A lot of us didn't see a wave coming. When you lose Maryland, it's a wave. But it's also sort of the bigger picture to me is the volatility of the American electorate. In 2008 we had a change election, and I was on the winning side of that, and we saw Democrats pick up in some states, in some places where, like, wow, we picked up there. The electorate is still very volatile, still looking for change. I mean, they've given Republicans the opportunity to sort of govern now in the Senate, but do not mistake this for a love affair. What you're saying is that they're looking for some change and some shakeup. And the question is, will they get it? Because if they don't get it, I think in 2 years you're going to see, again, a change electorate ushering in the same sort of sweeps across the country that we've seen tonight.
I think you're going to see that anyway in 2016, just because it's a presidential year. The coalition of people voting changes dramatically, much more in favor of Democrats. You'll see Republican Senate seats in blue states up for re-election in the midst of a presidential year, which is not good news for them. But I do think that if Republicans take seriously the lessons from this election and don't see it as a mandate, or that voters out there have suddenly embraced them, and realize how they have to govern differently also, I think that does put them in a different position going into 2016. Boehner, maybe with an increased majority, with different types of candidates coming to Washington after this election, might have a little bit more rope from the Tea Party to compromise with the president. We tried that back in 2010 after Republicans took the House, and the Tea Party yanked him right back.
Do you see this as different types of Republicans coming to Washington? As Paul Begala seemed to be making the argument earlier that these are a lot of Tea Party folks.
I don't think we know that yet, because the Tea Party folks, Paul pointed this out. You've got Joni Ernst, who promised to impeach the president, Cory Gardner, who was a co-sponsor of the Personhood Amendment in Congress. They were backing away of those things in the general election. Let's see how they operate here in Washington, whether they do want to get something done, reach across the aisle, or if they're going to start caucusing with the Tea Party.
And can I make
again.
one final point about the president, because I know there's been a lot of back and forth about the president. One of the things that's been difficult, I know, for the White House is, quite frankly, that you all did a very good job of nationalizing the election, which is what we'd have done in the same position. The problem for the White House has been this. Arguably, the best campaigner our party has was basically locked away in the White House. And in fact, when they were leading attacks against the president was never able to really come out of the White House and defend himself. And some of us now will make the case that, you know what? When you look at the economic numbers, no Americans are still anxious, but when you look at the economic numbers and when you look at the stock market, and you look at corporations, you look at manufacturing jobs picking up again in a way they hadn't since the 90s, there was a lot that the president could in fact defend if they in fact allowed him.
He's never been good about articulating those things.
Well, we did win in 2012 by making that argument.
It's also quite at odds with the way the American people's perception. So I think that would be a mistake for him.
Let's look at some exit polls, though, that John King has, particularly in primary states, caucus states, in terms of what we can learn for 2016. John?
Of course we asked the question, Anderson. It's 2014. We still have a few races to sort through, but as this curtain falls on this race, the next one will begin. So we asked, and let's start with the Democrats, and let's start with Iowa. Remember, the first caucuses are held in Iowa. 66% of the people voting, the Democrats voting today in Iowa, said Hillary Clinton is their choice. It's early, but she'll like those numbers. Remember, that's where President Obama, then Senator Obama, beat her. Elizabeth Warren getting 11%. Joe Biden placing a third at 8%, unless you consider other. Democrats for other at 15%. So overwhelming, 66% for Hillary Clinton in Iowa. 64% in New Hampshire, which is the first primary state, just after saying there for Hillary Clinton. She did win there in 2008. 18% for Elizabeth Warren from the neighboring state of Massachusetts. 14% for other. And poor Joe Biden, 4% of the Democrats in New Hampshire picking Joe Biden. And that, let's move on to the third state on the calendar. That would be South Carolina. Again, 68% for Hillary Clinton, 16% for Joe Biden. Take that, Elizabeth Warren. She's only at 5% in South Carolina, other 11%. So no breaking news here. In the first three states, the juggernaut at the moment, that is Hillary Clinton, is the overwhelming favorite of Democrats. We'll see if that one holds up as we go from now to then.
And that certainly may soften the blow that some people have been already pointing to Hillary Clinton. I mean, we heard this from Rand Paul when he introduced Mitch McConnell. He already said, you know, Hillary Clinton has no coattails for the candidates she and her husband campaigned for.
You know, I mean, we were talking earlier about how President Obama has this problem now. Actually, I think Hillary Clinton has this problem now, if it's going to be a problem, if something doesn't, if Democrats don't behave the way people want them to behave, it's a problem for her. If Republicans don't behave in a way people want them to behave, then she can run against them. But I think very quickly now, aside from the legacy issue for this president, it moves right to Hillary Clinton. And that's why you heard Rand Paul, first thing out of his mouth tonight, was talking about Hillary Clinton. He wasn't talking about President Obama anymore. That's kind of over for him, because he's running the next race.
Some people, I mean, the numbers John just read track pretty closely with 2016 polling about the race. I mean, that's sort of where Warren and Biden stand in comparison to Clinton. I think some people look at that lead and think Hillary Clinton is an unbeatable frontrunner. Other people should look at that lead and say there's a ton of running room right there based on these election results tonight. And by that, I mean, I think there genuinely is a hunger out there for somebody who's a little bit different, not tied to Washington, not tied to sort of cautious centrism or Wall Street or whatever. And that's why you see Elizabeth Warren, who, is just organically at 13% without really doing anything. And it's because people want that kind of, I think Anna was talking about earlier, that sort of she's comfortable in her own skin, she knows what she's talking about, she's good at communicating, a sort of, populist message in kind of a middle-class way.
We've already seen not just Republicans attacking Hillary Clinton. We're seeing the attacks on each other are already starting. A few days ago, Ted Cruz saying that nominating Jeb Bush would be like nominating moderates who have lost elections in the past, Bob Dole, John McCain, Mitt Romney. And then there's been this fight going back and forth. We talked about it earlier today between Scott Walker, who was reelected governor of Wisconsin, not so subtly digging at Chris Christie, the governor of New Jersey, who was head of the Republican Governors Association, basically faulting him for not doing enough to give money to him to be reelected. You have to point out that they gave a lot of money and he was reelected, and that Chris Christie had one hell of a night with Republican governors sweeping the country.
And Democrats were really poking Christie for wasting money in places like New Hampshire, where they didn't win. Iowa, where they didn't win, but going into Connecticut and Rhode Island and Maryland and going in repeatedly, that's arming Christie with a very strong political talking point coming out of it.
This is an additional problem for Hillary Clinton or whomever the Democrat nominee ends up being, because now you've got a lot of statewide elected Republicans. So instead of her having Democrat allies in places like Iowa, a Democrat governor in a place like Florida, and state legislatures, you've got these places dominated by Republicans. And so that limits the amount of allies that you have coming into a campaign.
And you want to get in the weeds. I believe that the Democrats in Kentucky held on to the legislature, which means that Rand Paul, should he run for president, cannot count on Kentucky changing the law so that he can run for re-election to the Senate at the same time he runs for president, which has happened in the past in places like Connecticut when Lieberman ran for vice president at the same time he ran for re-election to the Senate, and Mitt Romney as well, that law in Massachusetts.
By the way, Mitt Romney had a good night tonight, too, honestly, because these were a lot of the red states that he campaigned in, and I mean that he won in the last election. He was out constantly
campaigning,
but everyone's going to
and by the way, I don't think he's running for president. Okay, but this is a little redemption tour for him.
So many people are going to take credit for this. Romney, Christie, Chamber of Commerce, Americans for Prosperity. It's so easy.
Everyone except the president.
Saying, like, failure is an orphan and success has 1,000 fathers. So.
Everyone had the best field program.
But the truth is, a lot of people do deserve credit for this. It wasn't just one entity. It wasn't just one person. It really was a concerted effort.
Than President Obama.
Right.
Let's take a look at, we just looked at Democratic exit poll numbers. Let's take a look at Republican exit poll numbers with an eye toward 2016. John?
A very different but clear theme, Anderson. The juggernaut Clinton was the overwhelming favorite among Democrats. Among Republicans, look, it's anybody's field at the moment. This is Iowa Republicans, 15% for Jeb Bush, 12% for Chris Christie, 19% for Mike Huckabee, 14% for Rand Paul, 17% for Rick Perry, 23% for other. So other in the lead at the moment. But you see, you've got a split Republican field. This is not all the candidates. You can put your Santorums, your Cruzes, and your Rubios and the like down there. That's the state of Iowa. Wide open. No question Chris Christie made friends. No question other candidates did, but wide open. Let's move on to New Hampshire. Jeb Bush at 22%. Looking for maybe for a more mainstream, 15% for Chris Christie. The establishment, if you want to add it up right there, about 37%. We'll see if they both run. Mike Huckabee getting 10%. Rand Paul, this to the point Gloria was making, he has worked very hard, 21% in the state of New Hampshire. Rick Perry, strong in Iowa, not so much when it comes to New Hampshire, 29% other at this early point in the state of New Hampshire. Number 3 is South Carolina. Remember, Iowa winnows the field, New Hampshire has a primary, then we go to South Carolina, and look at this down here. Other in the lead with 28%. Mike Huckabee, who most people think is unlikely to run, maybe he'll see this tonight and think again, at 20%. name ID there. 18% for Jeb Bush in South Carolina. He campaigned down there for Nikki Haley, the governor. So did Chris Christie, 12%. Rand Paul at 12%. Rick Perry at 10%. So a fractured field all around. And just I'll sneak this one in. We asked a different question in Florida, which comes next on the primary calendar, if they keep the primary calendar the same, but it's a big battleground state. This is all voters in the state of Florida. We asked them who you're going to vote for. 31% said they want to vote for Hillary Clinton for president. 37% said the Republican candidate, and 29% gave, I think, what we would all consider to be maybe the more common sense answer, since it's November 2014, not November 2016. It depends.
It certainly does. As what Republican candidate what should they take from that?
I think that Republicans should see it as a wide open field because that's what it is. And I think that each one of those candidates represents a different piece of the party. Chris Christie, completely emboldened by this election. He was the head of RGA. They won all of those governorships, many of them big surprises to Democrats. He's certainly takes up a lot of oxygen in certain space of the Republican Party. Rand Paul is on the other side of the Republican Party and could catch on with a different demographic, particularly young people who are looking for change. So I think the Republican race is wide open. And I think the last one, choosing Florida between Hillary, some unnamed Republican, and yet to be determined, it depends, reflects the state of the country. I don't think anybody should be taking anything for granted.
If I jump in real quickly. One of the things, as a pollster, all those polls right now are worthless. But I will say what's on
just because it's what, too early? Or
because it's too early, because the dynamics of this race have not begun to unfold.
And those are all conceptual candidates.
Right.
None of them have actually gotten in the race.
But we don't know who all is running.
But let me make a pitch for what I think is most interesting happening in the Republican Party, and that's Senator Rand Paul. And why do I think it's most interesting Rand Paul? Because Rand Paul is a Republican who's been to the campus of Howard recently and is reaching out and trying to reach across lines to minority voters. And this is the problem for Republicans going into the next election, because they won't have this electorate again. They still lost Latino voters 64-34, and African-American voters 89-10. You cannot lose at that margin and on the national scale going into a presidential year and hope to be president of the United States. Rand Paul becomes a real interesting candidate.
But I wonder how much he's obviously doing those things, and I think people give him credit for that. But he's criticized for not changing on the policy side of things. I mean, he's not taking brave positions. He's talking about things that are sort of generally popular, you know, like keep the government out of my cell phone or sentencing reform, things like that. I was with him at the College of Charleston a few weeks ago when he was doing this campus outreach thing, and I asked him about gay marriage, for example. You know, a vast majority of people under the age of 30 support same-sex marriage. It's settled. And he opposes same-sex marriage. He thinks it should be up to the states. But on the policy side of things, there's a lot of places where he doesn't exactly square with, you know, Hispanic voters or young voters, for example.
That's absolutely right. And he still struggles to answer the question of whether or not who to vote for the Civil Rights Amendment. However, it's courageous. And again, I'm a Democrat, partisan Democrat. It's courageous for him to talk about, to say you look at the criminal justice system and think that it's colorblind, there's something wrong with you. That's a courageous statement by a Republican.
Look, I think the lessons for Republicans are primaries matter. Getting out a candidate that can be elected in a general election matters, and making the effort matters. We saw a lot of effort on behalf of the campaigns here. We saw very good Oppo research. A lot of these campaigns hinged on Oppo research. It was probably Bruce Braley getting caught dissing farmers that started costing him this election.
You're talking about opposition research.
Opposition research.
Terminology.
Insiders.
Anderson, I'm wondering how the Jeb numbers play out vis-a-vis the victory that Republicans are enjoying tonight. From this standpoint, you've asked the question, what does the president say tomorrow? I'm wondering, what do Republicans say tomorrow? What I anticipate them saying is I anticipate the Republican House leadership and the Senate House leadership standing up and announcing joint initiatives a la Newt with his Contract for America, and now putting forth an agenda and trying to recast from being the party of no. You heard Ted Cruz tonight say to Wolf Blitzer that he hopes that agenda will pay some allegiance to the base that caused tonight's victory. And at the top of his list, what did he say? Obamacare and also illegal immigration. If dealing with illegal immigration becomes a hallmark of what these new Republicans seek to do, whatever they come up with, I think is going to put them at odds with Jeb Bush. So I'm interested in seeing how those dynamics play out within the party, the victory and Jeb being the candidate who's leading in several of those.
You know,
surveys.
Mike, I'm not sure that's right. If you take a look at Florida, for example, what did Rick Scott do this year preparing for this election? He signed in-state tuition. If you take a look at the positions that Cory Gardner took now that he was running in the Senate on immigration, they were much more reformist. If you take a look at Mike Kaufman, who was the most targeted House race in Colorado, in the country maybe, he was also a reformer on immigration. So I'm not sure it's as black and white as you think.
When Jeb served notice that he was interested and he made that statement, he tried to make it appear that it was extemporaneous. I think it was completely deliberate when he said that he interprets illegal immigration in certain circumstances as an act of love. I'm sure you remember those words. There was total blowback from the conservative community. I think that was his way of saying, you want me in? This is what it's going to take.
But I think people don't understand Jeb Bush, I think, because, frankly, because he hasn't been in the Washington vortex for a long time and the media doesn't know him well and he's, you know, out of Florida. He doesn't need people to tell him, do you want me in? Jeb Bush is going to ask himself two questions. Do I want to do this? And should I do this? I think he maybe has already answered the first one, but not the second one.
And say, but you may know him better than I do, but he's also the guy who said that his father and Ronald Reagan could never survive this primary and this caucus process, meaning on the Republican side of the aisle. And I am saying, I think it's him saying, I'm not playing crazy. You want me? This is the way I'm going to do it.
Well, that's why
wanting big showdown coming when it comes to the Republican
Well, that's what I'm
Party.
trying to say.
Right, you're going to see the Rand Paul grassroots Republicans and others, and Ted Cruz in there too, against the establishment Republicans represented by perhaps Jeb Bush, perhaps Chris Christie, who knows. And there's going to be a huge effort by the Republican establishment to try to delegitimize Rand Paul. As much as possible, they're going to bring out any crackpot who ever met Ron Paul, his father. They're going to talk about his isolationist stance. It's going to be a big effort. Before Democrats do anything to Rand Paul, the Republican establishment.
But, you know, Rand Paul has a lot of power in the Senate right now, because not only does Mitch McConnell owe him, but he traveled to 32 states,
sure. Yeah.
and his leadership PAC raised all this money for a last-minute six-figure buy for Pat Roberts in Kansas, which probably helped Pat Roberts. So, you know, Rand Paul's playing the inside game now for an outsider who portrays himself as somebody who's different and all the rest. He's very much involved in an inside game in the Senate. Oh, yeah. Very difficult. So he's got a lot of power. And it's, you know, it's difficult for outsiders to kind of compete with that unless the anti-Washington sentiment remains so immense that he can't overcome it, or any Republican in the Senate can't overcome it.
The problem for Jeb Bush and Chris Christie and anyone else who signed the DREAM Act is that the sentiment that brought down Rick Perry in Orlando in 2011 at the Google debate has not changed. That's when he said, if you don't, you know, care for these children of illegal immigrants, you don't have a heart. He cratered in the Republican primary and never recovered. People forget that before Bridgegate, the day before Bridgegate popped in the Wall Street Journal, Chris Christie was in New Jersey signing a DREAM Act, which was sort of heralded by Republicans as a sort of
in-state tuition for
tuition.
Children of illegal immigrants.
Right. That, more than anything, sort of tarnished his rep on the right. Now, in a Republican primary, especially in a big field, you know, remember, John McCain, champion of immigration reform, won with 20-25% in a bunch of states. You don't necessarily need to get those voters. I mean, those voters who are rabidly opposed to immigration reform are probably never going to be with Jeb or Christie in the first place.
Exactly.
But that sentiment hasn't changed. No matter how many times the RNC talks about the Growth and Opportunity Project, that sentiment, that grassroots
Let's also remember, though, that, you know, when Rick Perry made that case, he was, like, under heavy medication and very inarticulate about it. You know, my hope is that whomever does make that case in this next primary can do it.
The other question is, if President Obama takes executive action on immigration reform, what does that do to this entire debate on the Republican side? But we got to take a quick break. Republicans won control of the U.S. Senate, as you know, for the first time since the Bush presidency. Coming up, how is that going to impact President Obama's last 2 years in office? Is his agenda an uphill climb, or will he actually get something accomplished? We'll be right back.
Live pictures of the U.S. Capitol. The Republicans will be the majority not only in the House of Representatives, but in the United States Senate as well, based on all the wins they had tonight. Here's an update on some of the key races we're still following right now. In Alaska, the polls closed. All the polls in the state of Alaska closed about half an hour or so ago. The Republican Dan Sullivan is ahead of the incumbent Democrat Mark Begich, 50% to 44%. 25% of the vote is in, about a 3,500 vote lead. The Republican Dan Sullivan over Mark Begich. We have not made a projection there. Let's go to Connecticut. The governor's race there in Connecticut. We have not made a projection there yet either. Dan Malloy, the incumbent Democrat, he's got 51% over Tom Foley, the Republican challenger. 70% of the vote is in. Once again, no projection. Don't have enough information for a projection yet. In Maine, the Republican Paul LePage, he's got 48%. He's about 18,000 votes ahead of his Democratic opponent, Mike Michaud, 44%. 85% of the vote in Maine is now in. Let's go to Jake Tapper. He's got a speech update right now.
That's right, Wolf. Thanks so much. No doubt Washington, D.C. is the intended destination tonight. But as we continue to monitor who exactly gets a ticket to the Capitol, winners and losers alike are all expressing frustration with the dysfunction that has come to define Washington.
The biggest and most serious problem we're facing in our nation today is the dysfunction of our political system in Washington.
It was about a government that people no longer trust to carry out its most basic duties, to keep them safe, to protect the border, to provide dignified and quality care for our veterans. A government that can't be trusted to do the basic things because it's too busy focusing on things it shouldn't be focused on at all.
We ran against the whole Washington establishment. And Kansans and all of you in this room sent them a very strong message, and that message couldn't have been clearer. You can't go to Washington and hide behind your party label. You've got to go there and get stuff done.
Of course, the big question is, what does that mean exactly to go against dysfunction, to go against Washington, D.C., not getting things done, Anderson? Does that mean coming together for compromise, or does that mean we need to do things my way?
And how does Mitch McConnell then handle all this new crop of Republicans in Washington? Any thoughts on that?
I think he asked Rand Paul to help him out because he has no choice. Look, I think he's got presidential candidates populating in the Senate on his side of the aisle, and that's a difficult group to herd together. And you know, Ted Cruz is going to be going one way, Marco Rubio will be going another way, Rand Paul will be going in the direction that he tells Mitch McConnell to go. And so I think McConnell has a very, you know, has a very tough job. Boehner also has a tough job, but they're both, as we've been talking about all night, they're seasoned leaders. McConnell is not at the beginning of his career, neither is John Boehner. You talk about President Obama's legacy. They've got legacies that they want to think about as well. But, you know, he's got to figure out a way to carve out things that can get done. So whether it's roads and bridges or a part of corporate tax reform or securing the border or whatever it is, they've got to figure out a way to get things done so they can all look good, because it's in their self-interest, and that's what ultimately motivates them, I think.
Here will be an indicator. How many votes will be taken to repeal Obamacare? I understand one, because a candidate like Joni Ernst has promised that to her constituency, that she's going to repeal Obamacare. So, okay, take that vote. But if it approaches 40 times in the Senate or the House, then you know that they've gone too far in appeasing the base. And it's still about confrontation and not about conciliation and compromise.
Even Rob Portman, who's not a Tea Party bomb thrower, has said we're going to have a vote on repealing Obamacare.
And remember, Obamacare's popularity is not a base issue. All right, it's a widely unpopular bill with Republicans and independents and some Democrats.
But they don't want to repeal it.
All right, you guys spoke earlier. Let me speak. One of the things that you have to remember, too, is that so many of these candidates that are coming to Washington, folks like Joni Ernst, she represents a pretty battleground state. Cory Gardner represents a pretty battleground state. They ran on spending reform. They ran on energy issues. Those are the issues that they care about. And look, Mitch McConnell knows that he has a very tough 2016 map. He's going to make sure that he has a process up on Capitol Hill in the Senate that allows for some of these guys to vote on amendments. That's one of the big unwritten stories about tonight, was that Reid put so many of his senators that ran this year in such a difficult place, where they were getting tagged as the 99%, the senator who supported Barack Obama 99% of the time, because he never allowed votes on amendments. He didn't allow them to vote like their state. He didn't allow them to vote against Barack Obama sometimes. So that is a key issue. So this idea that Mitch McConnell has this rough and tumble new crowd coming in, that's not accurate.
I agree with Kevin, and I think there's two things to look at, because there's two different relationships. One is the relationship between the House Speaker and the Majority Leader in the Senate. Until now, it's been dysfunctional. I would say that the relationship between Boehner and Harry Reid has been dysfunctional, and it's led to gridlock. And then there's the relationship between Congress and the White House, and that has also been dysfunctional. So I really think that John Boehner and Mitch McConnell both understand that they have to come to agreement on a few priority agenda items and work on those. And then what happens with the White House relationship, I think a lot of it depends on the White House.
Here's two key elements on that, too. And Jake alluded to this earlier. One of the big risks that the president has right now is that he's largely going to be tuned out. So many of Democrats, so many Republicans, so many voters are going to increasingly start to look to the 2016 election and say, what next in the Democratic Party? That's an important problem. The other one is this president remains very, very insulated. He doesn't have a whole lot of friends up on Capitol Hill, even within his own party. And right now we're talking about a few core staff that he listens to down at the White House. Is that message going, the repudiation he got tonight, is that message going to break through?
To both of your points about the window that he has to do something, that it's going to be a tough year for Republican senators in 2016, and then the political energy, the conversation is moving to the presidential race very quickly. Nothing has motivated Mitch McConnell more in his career, ever since he interned on the Hill back in the 60s, by being Senate Majority Leader. So now it's up to him in this tiny window to try to get something done. And I think the window, again, to your point, is actually really, really small.
And I think he's got a bunch of stuff up his sleeve, and not to get too weedy about it, but, you know, they don't have a filibuster-proof majority, but you can attach things to a budget bill, because if you attach things to a budget bill, you only need 51 votes to pass them. You don't need 60 votes to pass them. So it's been suggested to me by some Republicans on the Hill that actually McConnell could figure out a way to get some stuff
and remember,
done
they passed,
without
Democrats passed the nuclear option for nominations.
Right.
So now it only takes a vote of 50 in order to get somebody confirmed or not confirmed. So that is really a complicating factor.
That's right. Let's talk about President Obama's agenda over the next 2 years, though. There are lots of things that can get done by legislation. There are lots of things that can get done by executive action. And there are things that he can do to just move the country forward, like some of the steps that he's taken on LGBT rights. And I think that those three categories are things that he's looking at. In terms of legislation, you know, Kevin, you said something earlier that Republicans are now like the dog who caught the car. And that is absolutely correct. You are no longer the minority party. You're you're equally in charge, which means you are responsible for what happens in Washington.
If you look at the comments tonight from McConnell, and I expect when Boehner talks tomorrow, they'll have embraced that. Look, I think every good political operative is sort of like a night watchman. You have to assume tonight's the night you get robbed, right? That's what makes you very effective. And I think tonight I look at these results and I recognize that while Republicans had a very good night, we still don't have this wonderful national brand that people are rolling to. That has to get fixed. I think they're going to look at that.
We've got to take a quick break. We've seen a number of blue states vote red in this midterm election coming up. What does that say about the Democrats' presidential hopes in 2016? Is this lost ground that they can actually recover? We'll take a look at that ahead.
Welcome back. It's election night in America. Big night for Republicans. Not only do they maintain control of the House of Representatives, they now have a majority in the United States Senate. There's still a couple of races we're looking out for. No projections yet in Virginia. Take a look at this. No projection in Virginia with 95% of the vote in Mark Warner, the incumbent Democrat. He's got a slight advantage, 12,150 votes over the Republican challenger, Ed Gillespie, but still no projection in Virginia. In Alaska right now, we're not yet ready to make a projection either. Dan Sullivan, the Republican, though, is slightly ahead of Mark Begich. Mark Begich, the incumbent Democrat, 44% for him, 50% for Dan Sullivan. Only 31% of the vote is in Alaska. Once again, no projection there. I want to go to CNN's Tom Foreman to give us a little closer look at right now what President Obama has lost over the course of his presidency.
Yeah, Wolf, let's take a look at the Senate chamber. As it stood in 2008 when Barack Obama took office, the Republicans were completely on the ropes back then. 41 seats. The Democrats had 57, plus 2 independents who caucused with them. In 2010, the Democrats lost 6 seats. They gained a little bit back in 2012. But now the dam has burst. Take a look at this. The Republicans with 52 seats so far, Democrats down to 43, 2 independents, 1 who may cross over. We're still waiting on a few seats here, so all the numbers are a little squishy, but a completely different chamber than when Barack Obama took office in 2008. And if you cross the rotunda and you go over to the House side, you find the same equation over here. Fly up high and look at what the numbers were like in 2008. Barack Obama was facing a Republican Party with only 178 seats. The Democrats had 257. They had the House, the Senate, and the White House. And then in 2010, landslide. The Democrats lost more than 60 seats, a little bounce back in 2012, but tonight it seems like it's sealed the deal. Look at the numbers as we're adding them up right now. It's all squishy because everything's moving right now, but we're looking at somewhere around 236 on the Republican side, 162 on the Democratic side. When it's all done, Barack Obama may have lost during his presidency somewhere between 60 and 70 seats in the House. Compare that to what other incumbent presidents have lost out here. Look, Ronald Reagan lost 31 seats. If you go and look at George W. Bush, he lost 22 seats. Bill Clinton lost 49 seats. So if Barack Obama, in fact, comes up losing that many during his presidency, that will be the biggest loss by a president's party since Harry Truman. So, Wolf, huge, huge changes here. It has cost the Democratic Party a great deal over the past 8 years or 7 years now.
And with the majority in not only the House and the Senate comes a lot of power. They can do a lot of subpoenas, a lot of investigating if they want to. Take a look at the front page, the cover of the New York Daily News right now. There it is. Instead of hope, it says nope. Daily News front page. Anderson, back to you.
What a difference a couple of years makes. With our panel, at this point, for President Obama, as he considers his legacy these last 2 years, what is he, I mean, we've talked a little bit about what he says in the next couple of hours on Wednesday, which it's already now Wednesday, but what does he do over the next 2 years? If the idea is securing a legacy, what does he work
Let me first say this. You know, that report about how many seats he's lost and he's lost all these great seats. Let's not forget, 2008, when he came in, it was also a wave that he brought in with him that I'm actually giving him credit for. And in 2012, when they were supposed to take the Senate again, they didn't take the Senate. In 2012, whatever this guy was on was actually up for election and campaigning. Democrats did really well. When they put him in a box and put him away and didn't allow him to actually campaign, they didn't do very well. So you know, this ideal that is all bad with the president and losing all these seats, it doesn't matter the fact that we also
should have been out there more
well.
this time around?
I think a lot of our Democratic campaigns will question that now. And look, and again, as we say, look, I'm a campaign hack. I know you don't want to nationalize elections, so you got to walk a thin line. But truth of the matter, you'll look at some of these states and you'll say, would the Democrat have lost more if, in fact, you let the president go out there and at least motivate the base?
The president campaigned in Michigan, he lost. He campaigned in Wisconsin, he lost. He campaigned in Illinois for the governor, he lost.
You had a good year.
So that was what Obama did for Democrats on this campaign trail.
Well, I think that there could have been a stronger argument coming from Democrats about what we stand for, what we've gotten done, and what we want to get done moving forward. And it's difficult to make that argument on a national basis if you don't have the president out there doing it. He has the bully pulpit. We didn't use it. I think that in some way, hurt our argument for Democrats in
What do you think the
re-election.
priorities are now for the president to get done? What do you think he wants to get done?
Well, I know he wants to finish the work he started to tackle climate change. You know, he's moving through executive action. Working with the states will be the primary vehicle for that. I know he wants to get something done on immigration. He's looking at executive action, but I think he's also open to compromise to get something through Congress. As I said before, moving forward in the civil rights, LGBT rights, obviously tackling economic inequality and economic fairness. We saw minimum wage pass on ballot initiatives across the country. Republicans changed their positions on minimum wage just to get through this election. That's an opportunity where Democrats and Republicans can work together. That's a big part of the president's legacy, to make our economy a little bit more fair.
Look, Anderson, I don't know what other legacy or additional legacy he will, or if he will have any, because let's face it, right now he is a weakened president, a lame duck. Everybody's looking at 2016 with very little political capital. But what is, I think you can't argue against, is that there are two legacy items that are his no matter what. One is that he is the first black president of the United States, and I think a lot of people feel that race relations have not improved and had expectations that they would. That's something that he can work on, frankly. That's something where he can give some of those inspirational speeches like he did in the 2008 campaign. I don't think he needs to have Al Sharpton be his man with the African-American community. I think he can play a large role in that. His other legacy item is Obamacare. And I think that he can work with Republicans. At some point, they've got to get together. They've got to acknowledge the problems that there are with Obamacare and address those problems, because if they're not going to repeal it, then fix it.
He's made clear that that we're going to continue implementing Obamacare. There's a lot left to be implemented. But if somebody has a good idea to fix it, he's open to that. But what we've seen from Republicans is not wanting to fix it, it's wanting to repeal it. More than 50 times the House voted to repeal Obamacare. They have no health care agenda. The only candidate that put an alternative to Obamacare on the table was Ed Gillespie in Virginia. Nobody else had any ideas of what they wanted to do on health care. So if there are ways that we can improve upon Obamacare while still ensuring its protections and ensuring people get the coverage that they need and deserve, I think the president is open to it. But we just haven't seen that willingness from the Republican Party.
I think Jake's got a couple of projections. Let's go to him.
I do indeed, Anderson. CNN making projections in two different corners of the United States. In Maine, CNN projecting that Republican incumbent Governor Paul LePage will be reelected over an independent named Elliott Cutler and Democrat Mike Michaud. And in Hawaii, CNN projecting that David Ige will defeat Duke Aiona and become the Democratic governor of Hawaii. Back to you, Anderson.
All right. Peter, let's continue this conversation about the legacy for President Obama, along with Michael Smerconish and Gloria Borger. Do you think, do you agree with Stephanie that the issues that she pointed out that the president could make
Sure. Yeah, I think, look, I think he can. I mean, we have to sort of deal in the real world now, and it's a whole new world. And so the president is going to have to get together with these leaders, figure out what he can do on his own if he wants to do it, and then see what they can do together. I mean, one thing I want to say this evening is that you have to give a political party credit when it sees a brand, this is the Republican Party, that's been tarnished, and the mistakes they made in the last election, and fixing them in this election, which they did. They had better candidates. They had a more finely tuned message, even though it differed from state to state. They had candidates who could finely tune their message. They had a better ground game. They knew how to get their voters out.
And who gets the credit for that? I mean,
the campaign committee, actually, the Republican Senate Campaign Committee, I think, did a really good job
I think
on
it's
this.
hard to judge who won a ground game on a wipeout like tonight. I mean, Republicans...
Well, Democrats didn't come out. I mean, that's...
Yeah, yes. But even if Republicans had a better ground game, it's just like, it's hard to tell because like that field stuff gets you like 2 or 3 points around the margins, and like there weren't a lot of races.
Yeah, but Colorado mail-in
ballots. But you are right.
Right?
You are right, though. I went to the RNC the other day, and it sort of gave me a look under the hood of the sort of data program. 2 years ago, when they got totally smoked on GOTV.
That's get out the vote.
Get out the vote, my bad. They didn't have a data program. They couldn't even model sort of complicated universes. Yeah, they definitely talked a big game. This time they actually did. I mean, but it's still sort of an open question.
I mean, how did they actually do that? How did they actually go about changing their programs, changing their ground game?
This is really geeky, but it used to be...
It's 1:53 a.m.
Yeah, right. If you're watching it, they used to sort of model, this is the Republican Party, for a long time. And Republicans used to have a better ground game up until the last decade. Organized labor did a bunch of field experiments, and they sort of figured out how to reach voters specifically, kind of using data, micro-targeting, et cetera, building on micro-targeting. Now Republicans, they used to be able to score voters 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, depending on their measure of support. They broadened that to basically 100 points. Yeah. And then layered on top of that voter files, consumer data, et cetera, and then kind of pushed that out to the different campaigns. And the other thing, too, Democrats have really been good about sharing information for a long time across campaigns, labor, for-profit groups, whatever. What the RNC is touting now is that they sort of have this voter information that they can share with everybody. They shared it with I360, which is sort of a data program run by the Koch brothers organization. They shared it with campaigns, with other campaign committees. It's not perfect. I mean, there's sort of field operations in different states. John Kasich is a good example in Ohio. Kasich's people didn't really like what they were seeing from the RNC, so they started their own data program. Mitch McConnell's people, realizing early that they would have a Tea Party challenge, created their own field program. So it's not perfect, but they've definitely improved.
But they also taught their candidates how to speak
the candidates, that them improving the candidates. That they, not only did they get rid of duds in the primary aggressively, the Republican Party, people that might cause them the kinds of problems that they had in 2012 when all of a sudden Republicans were like trying to explain their positions on whether or not a woman could get pregnant if she was raped, things that really have no business.
Legitimate rape?
Yeah. They also did a really good job in recruiting and supporting candidates that are going to help the Republican Party in the future. We see some veterans, Joni Ernst in Iowa, Tom Cotton in Arkansas. These are veterans who are now holding Senate seats for the Republicans. In Utah, the Republican Party has an African-American woman who was elected to Congress, Mia Love. She's also, I believe, the first Haitian-American. I'm not saying the Republican Party doesn't have any diversity problems. They obviously still do, but that is going to help them. We mentioned earlier, the lieutenant governor of Illinois is a Latina. She was running against a Democrat who was just another white guy. No offense to you, me, or Peter.
A lot of white dudes here.
But I mean, there are some steps that the Republican Party has been taking to make sure that there was some diversity.
And South Carolina tonight re-elected an Indian American governor, and they elected the first African American senator from the South since Reconstruction.
One of the things that they did as Republicans was they really actively recruited women. They really actively recruited Hispanics. We had, in this election, we had 2 openly gay candidates running as Republicans for Congress. One lost in Massachusetts. I don't know if one won in San Diego. We had 10 women. We had Hispanics. I mean, it's some progress.
We got to take a quick break. Senator Rand Paul says he is all smiles now the Republicans have won control of the Senate. The possible presidential contender is sharing his election reaction with CNN. He sounds ready to give President Obama an even harder time. That interview ahead.
Election night in America. Welcome back to the CNN Election Center. I'm Wolf Blitzer in Washington. I want to update you on some outstanding races right now. A big, big win tonight for the Republicans. Not only will they continue to be the majority in the House of Representatives, they will now also be the majority in the United States Senate. Very important for the Republicans. Take a look at this outstanding races. We have not made a projection in Virginia yet. 95% of the vote is in. The incumbent Democrat Mark Warner has a slight lead over the Republican challenger Ed Gillespie by 12,150 votes. Look at how close it is. 49.1% for Warner, 48.5% for Gillespie. Gillespie, the former chairman of the Republican National Committee. It was not expected to be as close as it is. No projection in Virginia yet. In Alaska, Dan Sullivan, the Republican challenger to Mark Begich, the incumbent Democrat, he's ahead right now with 38% of the vote in. He's only ahead by 5,108 votes. That's translated to 49% for Sullivan, 45% for Begich. Once again, no projection in Alaska. Let's take a look at a few of the outstanding governor's races where we still have not been able to make a projection. In Connecticut, the incumbent Democrat Dan Malloy has a slight lead over the Republican challenger Tom Foley, but only 73% of the vote is in. Malloy ahead by 14,806 votes, 50% to 49%. In Colorado, 88% of the vote is in. Bob Beaupre has a slight lead over the incumbent Democrat John Hickenlooper by 5,912 votes. Look at how close it is, though. 48% for Beaupre to 47.6% for Hickenlooper. Very, very close in Colorado. No projection there yet. A very strong showing, though, by the Republicans tonight certainly has allowed them to take back control, the majority in the Senate. Here are some of the reactions tonight from the winners and the losers.
For too long, this administration has tried to tell the American people what's good for them and then blame somebody else when their policies didn't work out.
Well, tonight didn't bring us the result that we had hoped for. This journey, the fight for you, it was worth it.
I think it was a win that we all hoped for and maybe expected, but perhaps a little earlier and bigger than any of us would have expected.
I think Georgians made it loud and clear tonight that we want to stop the failed policies of this administration and Harry Reid.
And regardless of what happens here tonight, I have one thing that has come true, that Harry Reid is the minority leader.
Let's take a look at some of the before and after. John King is over here at the Magic Wall. We remember what it was like before tonight, and now it's after. Quite a difference.
Dramatic change, and you have to call it a Republican wave and a big Republican night and a bad, embarrassing repudiation for the White House and the Democratic Party. Here's where we started the night. 55 Democrats in the Senate. That includes 2 independents, 45 Republicans. Here's where we are right now, Wolf. At least 52 Republicans, Democrats down to 45. And any betting person would tell you they expect that Dan Sullivan will win the race in Alaska, even as we count the votes there. And odds are right now, Mary Landrieu trails in the poll. She has a runoff in a month, 5 weeks, against Bill Cassidy. Odds are Republicans will take that seat as well. It looks like, although we haven't been able to call it yet, that Mark Warner is holding on to a narrow lead there. So if you assume that Mark Warner holds, and again, we haven't made that final call, but something in that ballpark, 54-46, a big flip in the United States Senate. Now let's switch maps and take a look at the United States House. Another big change here, and I'm going to start with this map. This is when the president took office, and at this point in time, the Democrats had 257. Remember that number, 257. I want you to look at this again. Just look at this. This is when the president took office. Look at this blue. Look at this blue. Look at this blue. Look at it everywhere. The Northwest, in the Southwest, in the South, in the Midwest, and even up here in New England in the North. Look at all that blue. This is where we are tonight. Look at how much red in the House. These are the House districts. 257 was the Democratic number. We now know Republicans started at 234 tonight. They will be in excess of 246. They will pick up at least 13 seats and pass. That's their previous high water mark. As a Republican majority in the House, they will pass that tonight, exceeding that number. So a dramatic turnaround. Republicans take the Senate, not just taking it with a couple-seat cushion, and a big boost in the Republican House majority again. Again, this will be the largest Republican House majority, at least 246 members since World War II.
It's a huge win. Not only do they expand their majority in the House of Representatives, they dramatically take over the United States Senate. There's going to be a new majority leader. With that majority, the House, we know what the Republicans can do in the House. They can subpoena members of the administration. They can have all sorts of investigations, all sorts of committees. They can make the life of the executive branch quite miserable. And presumably, if they want to do that in the Senate now, they'll have the votes to go ahead and do that as well.
And you'll see some tensions in the Republican Party on that very point. Ted Cruz has said, let's have oversight hearings. Let's look into regulatory abuses. He believes there's been criminality. He wants to have all these oversight hearings. Mitch McConnell, I suspect, will be looking at 2016, looking at trying to keep that majority in the next presidential election. So no question there will be some tensions there. I also think not only has the balance of power, the math in the House and the Senate changed, the balance of power in Washington has changed a little bit. Watch Vice President Joe Biden, a man, Hillary Clinton's the overwhelming favorite for the nomination. nation. Well, Joe Biden has a good relationship with Mitch McConnell. The president doesn't. He could be ascendant or more important in the final 2 years. And I'll say this, I just talked about Ted Cruz. Remember when the Republicans were in the minority, how often he jumped in the way of getting things done? A lot of people are wondering if the president will start negotiating with the Republicans on issues like taxes, on issues like entitlements. Here's the flip side for you. Watch and see if Elizabeth Warren, in a Democratic minority, could emerge as the new Ted Cruz. If the president tries to move to the center and cut deals, will the liberal Democrats, following Elizabeth Warren's lead, stand up in the Senate to fight him?
And the other question, you know, the Republicans want to get rid of Obamacare, if you will. I spoke to Ted Cruz tonight. He made it clear that's one of their top objectives. They don't have the votes right now to override a presidential veto, and he understands that, but they're going to still go ahead and try to send legislation to the president doing what they want to do, pass it in the House, pass it in the Senate, let the president veto it.
I think Michael Smerconish was making this point earlier. Look, the Republicans promised that to their voters. They promised that in the House races. They promised that in the Senate races. So whether you agree or disagree with them, you fully expect them to keep their promises and try. The president does have that veto pen, so even if they could get the votes in the Senate to pass a full repeal, which is unlikely at this moment, a full repeal, the president would veto it. The question is, what do they do next? After they keep the campaign promise, what do they do next? Are they willing to make some changes once they realize they can't repeal it all? The president says he's open to some. Republicans in budget negotiations will have some leverage in negotiations. I think that is the big question. Is it all or nothing, which is what we've had in Washington from both parties, essentially, the last few years, or does compromise suddenly come back in vogue?
Well, I'm not holding my breath for a whole lot of compromise right now. All right, Anderson, back to you.
Look at the races that were won and lost. Let's take a look just for a few minutes at what political strategies worked and what messages worked. I mean, in Colorado, there was a lot of talk about the so-called war on women by Democrats. Did that fail? I mean,
Yes.
No.
Cory Gardner got elected.
Right.
Look, Stephanie, Mark Udall, you know, it's 1:30 in the morning. Mark Udall was getting called Mark Uterus.
Yeah.
He overplayed his hand, and you had a candidate. You had a candidate who fought back, and who, frankly.
So have Democrats overplayed their hand on that?
I think in some races they have, frankly. And look, the war on women is a lot harder to win when you don't have a Todd Akin or a Richard Murdoch saying stupid things.
And the gender gap has shrunk for Republicans on women's side, and it's actually expanded with men.
With the
Democrats having a hard problem
in
with
midterm
men
elections in 2010, there actually was no gender gap. The Republicans.
Not 2010 anymore.
I know, but it's a midterm election where typical Democratic coalitions come out less often than in presidential years, and where war on women or women's issues were at play in this election. Colorado, North Carolina, Iowa. There was a big gender gap in those races where Democrats won women. I wouldn't say it failed. I would say that Republicans got a little bit smarter about it and they changed their positions, which
No, they didn't change their
tells
position.
me that the war on women actually won. We got Republicans to change their positions.
Cory Gardner recognized that energy is a women's issue, that the
Cory
economy
Gardner
is a women's issue.
backtracked on his
Joni Ernst
personhood, tried to muddy the waters on contraception.
Joni Ernst recognized that women voters also care about excessive spending in Washington, D.C., and she focused on those issues. And that's why they did well. The other thing, too, that emerged, and Peter probably knows this as well, is that what really emerged, too, is the national security issue and this confidence crisis that so many voters had. That really helped Republicans close the gap with women voters.
That actually got men out to vote. But all of those candidates that you just mentioned, she may have wanted to talk about energy, but she still had to own her personhood vote. And she ran so far away from that vote.
But what they're both saying is that it's actually not that far from the truth. As a Democrat, as a Democratic strategist, as a strategist in general, when you've got an issue that you can't win on, you want to muddy the water on that issue. The truth of the matter is they didn't have necessarily pro-women's policy and agenda. The personal stuff, and they tried to muddy the water on that. Hats off to their ability to muddy the water, on that. Where Democrats made a mistake, I will be a little contrary here. I think we were to a certain extent we were too one note on the women's issues. The women's issues absolutely helped us, but the number one issue was still the economy. And when you get inside the polling and on jobs, was really interesting is that neither party had a big advantage on the issue of jobs, and it was the number one issue. Neither party, the Republicans actually had a slight advantage on the economy overall. I would argue that going into 2012, one of the things that we made sure of was that Mitt Romney did not have or open up an advantage on us of looking out for the middle class and doing a better job on the economy. Somewhere in between that, we lost the sort of the economic argument and the progressive economic argument that took Barack Obama
I totally
in
agree with
office.
you that in Florida there was this ad playing on behalf of Charlie Crist, which was targeting women, and it was literally a woman of every color, shape, and size looking at the camera, looking like if, you know, somebody had just told them that their puppy had died, talking about how if Rick Scott got elected, you know, basically forget the idea that you're ever going to be able to have sex again. I mean, it didn't work. You know, it was condescending. It was one note because Republicans want to pretend that women don't care about reproductive rights, and Democrats want to pretend that that's all they care about. Well, and the truth is that it lies somewhere in the middle.
Of course, Anna was able to bring it back to Charlie Crist.
There's a theory that Mike Podorzer, who is the political director of the AFL-CIO, has. It's very interesting, and it's that if you look at voters who make under $50,000 a year, Democrats always win those folks. When they win big, as they did in 2012, I think they won that vote by like 20 points. In 2010, wave year, they only won that vote by 10 points. He emailed me earlier and said, we only won it tonight by 14 points. His theory of the case is that, to your guys' point, Democrats didn't do a good job sort of relating women's issues to a broader economic theme. Look at places where Democrats did win. Michigan with Gary Peters, Al Franken in Minnesota. Really stuck to kind of like state-based issues, a lot of economic populism. Look, I mean, those are tough states for Republicans anyway, but they didn't pull it out in Michigan, and that's interesting.
You know, I think it'd be interesting to look at the people who actually came out to vote in this midterm election versus the people come out to vote during a presidential year election. I think Wolf and John are going to do that. Let's take a look.
Yeah, we certainly are. And you've been studying this. You're looking at who actually showed up to vote this time as opposed to years past, and it makes a difference.
To me, no offense to the candidates, it's the first thing you look for in the exit polls because you can tell by the demographics of the electorate, you can often tell at least who it's going to lean in favor of. So let's look at the map and look at our exit polls and compare the electorate. We're going to compare. There we go. We're going to compare 2014. This is your national electorate tonight. 51% men, 49% women. A 2-point gap. Remember that, right? This is your electorate tonight. There you go there. It's 49 men. Now you come over to 2012. More women, fewer men in the electorate. This is a much more favorable climate for Democrats. The president won in 2012, of course. Now we look vote by race. 75% of the electorate tonight was white. A smaller slice of a non-white African-American, Latino, etc. electorate there. Remember that number, 75% in 2014. In 2012 in the presidential race, it was 72%. It might seem like a slight drop. The difference makes a difference. I'll show you that in just a minute. That's vote by race. Now we vote by age. This is 2014. This is tonight in the national electorate. The electorate, a smaller percentage of younger voters than in a presidential year, and a higher percentage of older voters than in a presidential year. Older voters tend to vote Republican. Younger voters tend to vote Democratic. Here's the comparison. Remember the 13 and the 22. In the presidential year, it was 19 and 16. Huge swings there. Younger voters and older voters advantage Republicans by far. Then you come over here and you look again. Just look at some of the battleground states. In North Carolina, for example, Democrats lost that Senate seat. You had a smaller portion of younger voters and a larger portion of older voters than in a presidential year. That makes the difference in a very close election. Another race the Democrats lost tonight, the Iowa Senate race, same exact thing. This in a presidential year, that vote was significantly higher. This vote was a little bit lower. So what happens, Wolf, when that happens? In the presidential year, when you have more women, more young people voting, this is what you get. A president wins an election 51-47, relatively close in the math, but from an electoral college standpoint, it's a sweep. What do you get when you get the other turnout? You get this. Republicans build their House majority, they take control of the Senate, and you have a vastly different outlook across the country, much less blue. That's a presidential year. That's this year. And this is 2 midterm elections in a row where the president has been trounced and his party have been trounced.
But in between those 2 midterms, he did come back and win a second term rather handsomely.
And that is the challenge for the Democratic Party, trying to figure out how to make the Obama coalition, younger voters, unmarried women, college-educated women, African-Americans, Latinos, Asians, formerly a more Republican constituency coming over to Obama in the presidential years. How do they make the Obama coalition a lasting Democratic coalition? They have not been able to pass that test, and in fact, tonight, they failed that test.
And the huge challenge for the Republicans, take what they've learned tonight and build on it going ahead to 2016, whoever the Republican presidential nominee might be and whoever the Democratic presidential nominee might be. We don't know who those nominees are going to be right now, but we're going to be studying it, and we're going to be getting some announcements fairly soon.
And again, back to how I started this, the demographics matter sometimes even more than the candidates, so we don't know who the Republican nominee will be. So as the Republicans celebrate this map tonight, and they have every right and every reason to, they won a big election. As they celebrate the Senate map tonight, the smart Republicans will be mindful of this map. They will understand that the reason in 2 consecutive presidential elections, Barack Obama, then first Senator Obama, then President Obama was able to win is because of the demographics, because he won 90+% of the African-American vote, close to 95 or 96%, 2/3 of the Latino vote. If the Republicans don't deal with their problems nationally, at the presidential level with non-white voters. Can they squeak out one win? Maybe, but the demographics are changing way too fast.
Yeah, we don't know what's going to happen in 2016. We do know what happened in 2014, Anderson, and the Republican establishment, the Republican leadership, Reince Priebus, the chairman of the Republican National Committee, they did a pretty good job in scoring these gains tonight.
Yeah, they certainly did. Let's talk about this with our political panel. How do both sides learn the lessons of what happened tonight in regards to 2016?
Let me throw out a problematic note for Democrats. There was a funny conversation we had around a small table then with Senator Obama talking about if you're going to become president, if you're going to win the nominee, if you become president, you have to expand the map. We have to bring more voters into it. We have to change the face of the electorate. And we went about doing just that, sort of expanding the map, changing the face of the electorate, doing crazy things like spending money on targeting young voters, something that the establishment has never wanted to do, putting ads in video games. And I said these voters, 11% of our electorate in 2008 was brand new voters, people had voted before. These voters were Obama voters. They weren't Democratic voters. And the problem is, you know, for the party over the next, couple of months is figuring out how to really turn these Obama voters and Democratic voters, because this is the problem. When was the last time a Democratic president won back-to-back terms with a majority? That's the Obama coalition, and so whoever the nominee is, they have to be careful about how far they distance themselves from Obama or how they treat the President Obama, because quite frankly, the majority that he created is in fact a solid new majority, and there's not a majority Democratic majority anymore without those younger voters and without those increasingly Latino voters and still the strong support of African Americans.
But to the same point, there's not a Republican constituency out there that can win a presidential race if they're so dependent on white males as their core. Neil Newhouse, who was the Romney pollster in 2012, wrote a great piece on this in the Washington Post this week, and he was on my radio program this morning, as a matter of fact, saying going to be a big GOP celebration tonight, but the branding issues that are faced by the Republican Party and the demographic issues are still going to exist. So don't conflate this victory with what's to come in 2016, because it's a whole new dynamic.
Every 30 seconds in this country, Hispanic turns 18. Is eligible to vote.
Which means they've got to find a way to deal with the immigration issue, which means they've got to find a way to deal with the Ted Cruzes of the world, which keep dragging them to the right, away from immigration reform. So if a Republican wants to win a presidential election, they have to figure out how to inspire youth to be for them, how to solve their women's problem, and how to appeal to Hispanics. And that's through an agenda, that's through rhetoric, and they've gotten part of the way there through some of their rhetoric in this election, but they're not there with the agenda.
That's why I think this race in Colorado was so important, and I was very excited about 2 races, Iowa and Colorado, because, after 2012, the Republican Party had so many gaps, a gender gap, a youth gap, a Hispanic gap, an African American. I mean, we had so many gaps, we really should have been paying royalties to the brand company, to the clothing company. And we chipped away at those in this election. We have a long way to go still, but I think that it showed Republicans that if you put on a concerted effort, sustained effort, not just show up the last few weeks before the election, if you put the bodies on the ground, if you really go out and show up at the places. This guy, Mike Kaufman in Colorado, who was the most targeted House race, he taught himself Spanish. He did a debate on Univision in Spanish, which had me terrified, but he did it, and he did just fine today. He was supposed to be one of the most vulnerable House seats in America.
Yeah. No, there are lessons to learn. I actually agree with everybody that, you know, while we had a very good night tonight, this was an event, and the process starts all again tomorrow, right? We have a 2016 election and a 2016 map that isn't as favorable as the 2014 map was. But we also have some templates that Republicans can take lessons from. And to Michael's point, everybody is reading that Neil Newhouse and Glenn Bolger piece, and they all agree with it. It's not like it's being dismissed. But you take a look at Ohio, right? Ohio is like a microcosm of the country. It's like the mother of all swing states. How did John Kasich win there? He won because he ran a very solution-oriented administration. He focused on a lot of issues like health care. He focused on reaching out to middle-class voters, winning those economic arguments in the state. So that provides a template. Yeah. Cory Gardner provides a template on how you compete in places like the Arapahoe and Jefferson County suburbs of around Denver for other candidates that have to win there. Because if we're going to win a national election, we're going to have to win Ohio, which we lost last time. We're going to have to win places like Colorado, which we lost.
But to make that economic argument in Ohio, he took Medicaid expansion.
That's right.
Well, and then and that is a poison pill in Western Iowa.
Right. And so I think some of those debates on health care and where we go forward as being rather than just defining ourselves by what we're against, but what we're for, what more patient-centric health care looks like, that is something that a Republican nominee is absolutely going to have to.
Then we get well, he was also helped that.
That's not the only reason he won.
He was also helped that Fitzgerald basically dropped out of the race in Ohio. To me, if I were a Republican, I would ask this one question: does this help me win Florida? Whatever I do, does it help me win Florida? Because everything that's changing in America, with the growth of the Latinos, the growth of young people, and still the strong voting power of African Americans, if it does not help you win Florida, you should not be doing it.
As a Cincinnati Bengals fan, you're not going to let that stand, right?
I'm a Redskins fan first and foremost.
We don't call them Redskins. Haven't you gotten the memo?
Can we please stop talking about sports? It makes me nervous. I don't know what you're talking about.
Are baseball playoffs still going on?
I have no idea. Senator Rand Paul is sharing his take on tonight's wins for Republicans. He seems to be setting the stage for 2016. No surprise there. His views on the results and the message for Democrats ahead.
Welcome back. It's CNN Election Night in America. We're at the CNN Election Center. Let's review where some of these races that remain outstanding stand right now. In Virginia, we have not made a projection. The incumbent Democrat Mark Warner slightly ahead of his Republican challenger Ed Gillespie. Right now about 12,150 votes. That hasn't really changed a whole lot lately. It's a trickle of votes coming in, but still 5% remain outstanding. 95% of the vote is in Virginia. No projection there. In Alaska, more than half of the vote is now in. Dan Sullivan, the Republican challenger to the incumbent Senator Mark Begich, he has a slight lead, 8,500 or so, 50% to 44%. 56% of the vote is in. Slight lead for Dan Sullivan. We have not made a projection in Alaska, at least not yet. We've got some other races we're following. The governor race in Connecticut, Dan Malloy is the incumbent. He's got 50%. Tom Foley, 49%. This is with 73% of the vote in. Dan Malloy has an advantage of about 14,600 votes. We have not made a projection there. Similarly, in Colorado, even though 89% of the vote is in, we have not made a projection. Look at how close it is between the Republican challenger to the governor, John Hickenlooper. Bob Beaupre has 47.9% to 47.6% for John Hickenlooper. Still not enough information for us to make a projection. Only 5,572 votes separate these two candidates in Colorado. For some of tonight's winners, the end of this year's campaign could be the starting point of something even bigger looking forward to 2016. Here's what some of them had to say.
I'm an optimist. I believe here in Wisconsin and in America, we want to be for something, not against something. But you know what? That's the difference between Washington and Wisconsin. They're all against something. We are for something.
You see, folks, we're now part of a movement. This is just not another election, another political campaign. This is a movement to restore hope in our state, and maybe it can even become contagious, with hope being restored all across the United States of America.
We said that we would not be pushed or pulled by the extreme forces on the left or the right, that we would always remember the guiding star is service to the people.
So how will tonight's results impact 2016? Let's go to CNN's Tom Foreman. He's joining us now from our virtual studio. Tom, what do you think?
You know, Wolf, if you think about it, Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid has had a unique advantage by having a president in the White House, Barack Obama in the White House. When you have a president in the White House, it tends to quiet down people in your own party. They don't make too much noise about becoming president, and they fall in line a little bit better. That is not going to be the case for Mitch McConnell. All he'll have to do is look across the room and see people with a lot of ideas about the White House in 2016, starting with his fellow Kentuckian Rand Paul. Remember, just last year, it wasn't clear that Rand Paul would even endorse Mitch McConnell for re-election. That was worked out, but there could still be some friction there. Back in the corner, Ted Cruz, he has a way of getting headlines that Republicans really don't know what to do with. Marco Rubio from Florida is also back there. He has a way of getting attention. That can make a difference. And what about the people outside this chamber? If you look across the hall and Paul Ryan comes in, you have to consider what ideas he has about the budget. And what about all these governors and former governors, Jeb Bush and Bobby Jindal and Chris Christie? You can even talk about people like Sarah Palin and Mike Huckabee. The bottom line is there are a whole lot of people out here in the Republican Party, because they don't have the White House, who would very much like to be in there, Wolf. And those people can make it very difficult on Mitch McConnell, because their ideas about what ought to be done with all this Republican power could be very different than his, and very much focused on their own desires for 2016, Wolf.
A lot of people looking ahead to 2016 already. And we'll see what happens on that front. Tom, thanks very much. Senator Rand Paul among them. He says voters sent a message today, and that was aimed at the man in the White House and a certain woman who might like to live there. Once again, listen to what the Republican presidential prospect, the potential one, told CNN's Brianna Keilar about tonight's results.
We're all smiles. Big victory here in Kentucky. And I think in Kentucky it's really a repudiation of the president's policies, but also of Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton was very active in Kentucky, and the interesting thing is Ms. Grimes decided she was going to run as a Clinton Democrat. She wouldn't admit who she voted for president, but she was a Clinton Democrat. But I think we've soundly rejected that in Kentucky, also in Arkansas.
I asked you that, and you switch immediately to talking about Hillary Clinton. I mean, any reasonable person thinks you're preparing to take her on a bigger stage.
Well, you know, I think she put herself out as a face for Democrats. They tried to differentiate between Obama Democrats and Clinton Democrats. Doesn't look like it was very successful. In Kentucky, we rejected that. In Arkansas, we rejected that. And I think you're going to find in Iowa that we're going to reject that as well.
When you look at what you're seeing across the country with these races, do you think Republicans are going to win the Senate?
Yeah, I think there's every chance. If not tonight, we'll see. There may be some runoffs, but I think we're going to be very close, if not there tonight.
Okay, so if not tonight, if it is later, if we're working under that assumption, what are Republicans prepared to do? Will Republicans compromise with President Obama?
Well, that is the real question. I think we're going to put legislation on his desk, and the question is, will he compromise with us, really? I think for so long they've wanted everything they want without any compromise. For the last 2 years in the Senate, there's been no Republican input. Even on their signature achievements, Obamacare and Dodd-Frank, really not much Republican input at all in this. So I think what we will do, and what Senator McConnell has said he will do, is he will work with Democrats. He will allow them to have amendments, and he will allow them to have input on bills, and we will present, pass bills, and send them to the president.
What are the issues out of the gate that Republicans want to work on? If, assuming, working under the assumption that they win the Senate, what are Republicans wanting to do right out of the gate?
I think our number one issue is that, at least for me, is I'd like to see a lot of American profit that's been earned around the world and overseas. Let that American profit come home. There's $2 trillion overseas, and there's bipartisan agreement on this. In 2005, we lowered the tax, and $300 billion came home. Some people think nearly $1 trillion would come home and stimulate business and bring jobs home with it. I think that's something we could do on a bipartisan basis.
You think President Obama is really going to go for repatriation?
He voted for it in 2005. I talked to him about it about a month ago, and he wasn't so enthusiastic, but he used to support it. There are many Democrats. Barbara Boxer supports it. I'll work with Barbara Boxer. How many issues are there that Rand Paul and Barbara Boxer can work together on? I think that we ought to do something when we have some agreement. It'd be good for America. It'd be good for American jobs. It'd be a big stimulus for the economy.
Are you looking, I'm assuming, at Virginia? What are your thoughts?
Virginia's amazing, actually. How close it is, and that Ed Gillespie has a real shot. I campaigned for him down there. I really wish him the best of luck. And we're going to be watching late tonight, seeing if he can pull it out.
Still haven't made a projection in Virginia, and it is late tonight. That interview, by the way, Brianna taped it earlier before we had several of the other results with Rand Paul. Rand Paul, by the way, he's opened up a whole new Facebook photo album, and it's called #Hillary's Losers. Among some of the losers, there you see Hillary Clinton with Bruce Braley, the loser in Iowa. There's some other pictures with Michelle Nunn. That's Kay Hagan in North Carolina. Another one of his losers, and Michelle Nunn in Georgia. She's a loser as well. Interesting that he's going after Hillary Clinton right now. It's a sure sign, Anderson, that Rand Paul is already thinking very, very seriously of running for the Republican presidential nomination, because he's looking ahead to potentially running against Hillary Clinton.
No doubt about that. He's done a number of interviews tonight at a lot of different outlets. All of them immediately he tacks on to Hillary Clinton. You had some thoughts watching Rand Paul.
5 hours ago, I received one of the more interesting tweets of the evening. Here's what it said. Republican control of the Senate equals expanded neocon wars in Syria and Iraq. Boots on the ground are coming. Maybe it wouldn't be so significant if it hadn't been sent from Ron Paul, Rand Paul's dad. And I think, you know, a large part of the appeal of Rand Paul for many folks has been that he's a younger chip off the old block. But the closer that we get to 2016, the more he seeks to distinguish himself from dad. And I can't believe that this tweet tonight would sit well with him, given that Republicans have just taken control of the Senate and he serves in that body.
Sure.
It's even bigger than that, I feel like. Rand Paul really kind of says one thing in one place and another in another very often. He says something on college campuses and then says something different when he goes to Iowa to talk to religious conservatives. You know, he's tried to ingratiate himself with Mitch McConnell and the Republican establishment at the risk of his grassroots base. And he's sort of straddling all of these lines, and it's going to be really fascinating to watch, you know, which lane he kind of plays in the Republican primary. And clearly he's trying to invent his own space, but the minute he sort of overcommits on one side to a policy or whatever, he's going to get flamed by somebody else, because he's just sort of all over the place on a lot of different issues. At least tonally.
I mean, to his point about Hillary Clinton, how does does any of this blow back on Hillary Clinton tonight?
I don't think so. I mean,
absolutely.
She's not on the ballot. She's not in the White House.
So. Yeah, well, I'm about to justify my point, though.
She campaigned for some Democrats. She's campaigned for Democrats for a very long time. To say that this election was any part having anything to do with her is just ridiculous. I understand why Rand Paul is doing that. He's already running against her. He's trying to tag her with these losses, but it's just not accurate.
It was a huge repudiation of President Obama, and this current environment right now belongs to the next Democratic leader, I think. So Hillary Clinton is going to have to navigate this environment, and in order to do so, she's going to have to choose, and she's going to have to put together a strategy where she starts to draw contrast with the president. And that's going to be problematic in the sense that she doesn't want to alienate the base because the energy is all on the left. At the same time, she's got to stake out and actually develop you know, a greater argument for where she can take both the party and the country in a different direction. That's going to be very difficult.
Look, the truth is that if these folks that she helped had won, we would all be here talking about Stephanie and Cornell would be saying what a great night it was for Hillary Clinton, and Kevin and I would be saying it has nothing to do with Hillary Clinton. But, you know, when you, we're spinning this, right? But the truth is, you know, you had a woman lose resoundingly in Kentucky who self-described herself, ran away from President Obama and self-described herself as a Clinton Democrat. If she had an ally in the Florida governor's race, yes, that would be good for Hillary Clinton. If she had an ally in the Massachusetts governor race, that would be good. If she had an ally in North Carolina Senate, if she had an ally in Iowa Senate, that would be good. So we may disagree on whether it was a good night or a bad night, But I think we agree that it wasn't a good night.
I do agree with you.
Well, let me say
that the results of tonight don't exactly help Hillary Clinton in terms of having allies out there. More Republicans are in control. That doesn't help Democrats get elected.
Does it allow Hillary
However,
Clinton to run against?
No. Now that Republicans are actually in charge of government, they have to take ownership of these things. And there's going to be a big contrast between the Republican agenda and what Hillary Clinton, if she decides to run, will be running on.
Two things. One, we should get Tom off the Star Trek, the Starship Enterprise.
Tom Foreman lives in a virtual reality world, so
they're kind of creepy.
Nobody puts Ted Cruz in a corner.
Was it 3 o'clock? The other part of this is, look, you can't run away from the president. You can't. I mean, ask Al Gore how well that worked out for him. Yeah, you got to be your own person, but if you look at the truth of the matter is, if in fact Democrats had embraced where our economy is right now and embrace where, quite frankly, even healthcare is right now, because healthcare costs right now are leveling off and we have more people insured. If people have actually embraced that as opposed to trying to run away from it, I would argue we'd be in better shape. The other point is this: we're not going to have the electorate in 2016 that we had tonight. If we had the same electorate as we had tonight, yeah, Hillary Clinton's going to lose, but we're not going to have the electorate. And the last point is, you know what? Here's a real problem for Republicans. This is racial. I can't do math. But my last point is this: Hillary Clinton will not lose white women by the same percentage points that Barack Obama lost white women by.
And this is an honest question for my Democratic friends: is it a healthy process right now, given the repudiation that we've just seen to the president, that we are going to see basically an anointment of one candidate? Is that a healthy process to go through right now?
I mean, you might disagree. I haven't talked to a single Democrat, activist, operative, whatever, who thinks that's a good thing. People, even Clinton supporters, want her to have a challenge, probably more like a Gore-Bradley challenge, like a 60-30 kind of race, just so she can...
Because ultimately, if you don't have it...
test a message. I mean,
ultimately, if you don't have it, the primary is between Hillary Clinton and President Obama again.
Yeah, and
it's not clear that this is going to be an anointment. It's not, you know, there are many Democrats who haven't said whether they're going to run or not, or whether they're going to step out if Hillary does.
That's different from what many people said. They said that the field has been cleared for Hillary Clinton.
Kevin, if I was a Hillary Clinton supporter, I'd be hoping and praying right now for some sort of challenge. Yeah. Not a really serious challenge, you know, not an Elizabeth Warren, but maybe somebody that could make me break into a slight sweat. Because let's face it, this is a woman, a candidate who has not debated since 2008. We saw the rollout of her book tour. It wasn't.
And also for a lot of people, a challenge makes you a better candidate.
It's not just about her, too. It's also to what you're talking about. What Obama did in the primaries, and
he became a better candidate.
He did too, but the party also figured out what it was about. They built a party infrastructure. You know, they got email addresses and they registered voters, and they kept people engaged in the process. And if it's just Hillary Clinton coming to Iowa every few weeks,
the question is, does she want to run if it's not an anointment? I mean, does she really want a rough and tumble campaign in a primary?
Well, I mean, I think...
I love how the Democrats are just silent.
Yeah. Look, and this is my clinical...
It's like me talking about sports. It makes you nervous, doesn't it?
Very uncomfortable.
Yes, you both like stiffened and suddenly looked down. It was very interesting.
Don't look at me.
All right.
Look, I think they want, you know, they like a challenge from, I don't know, you know, a Jim Webb or somebody that just has very little chance of actually beating her. Not a real challenge of somebody that could...
I don't know how much the dynamic is going to change that much from the way it is now. I mean, like, the minute she left Secretary of State and started embarking on paid speeches and a book tour and then doing surrogate work, like, for the last few weeks, she was getting it from the media. She was getting it from Republicans. I mean, it'll be a lot hotter in a presidential, but still, like, she's already living in this world.
Even a clinical observation, even a clinical observation of that rollout with the book and her subsequent, appearances on the trail would say that she hasn't gotten that much better as a candidate. So that's a big problem. So, you know, that's why I wonder if this anointment process that we're seeing right now is very healthy.
Well, as a
I'm still waiting for Cornell and Stephanie to say something.
I stumped them. Anderson and I finally stumped them. It's only 3 o'clock in the morning.
You do have a stool to sit on, don't you?
I need to make a commercial. Quick point to Kevin's point. This is a bad night for the president, but I think it transcends President Obama. And take it from someone who answers the telephone for a living, because that's what I do for 15 hours a week. There is a funk out there, and it transcends Obama. People are very nervous. I saw one statistic today that I think embodies the general sentiment out there, and it's this feeling that people no longer have the confidence that their children will exceed their station in life. That's just not about ours. That's not just about
And we saw that in
D's.
the exit polls as well.
And I think it's a real problem, and we feel overwhelmed with Ebola, with ISIS, with all of that which is going on in the world, and we're holding him accountable.
I got a quick break in. It is clearly Republicans' night. Not all wins are created equal. Coming up, going to rank the biggest winners and losers so far. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the CNN Election Center. I'm Wolf Blitzer here in Washington. What a night it's been for Republicans, especially as they go on to get a majority in the United States Senate. Let's recap what the Republicans have done. We'll start with Mitch McConnell. He defeated Allison London Grimes. He gets another 6 years. He's the minority leader, but he's presumably going to be the majority leader. Right now, the Republicans win. In Georgia, David Perdue beats the Democrat Michelle Nunn. That's another major win. David Perdue gets 6 years in the Senate. Shelley Moore Capito, the Republican from West Virginia, that's a pickup. She beats Natalie Tennant. Shelley Moore Capito. Tom Cotton, another pickup. He defeats incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Pryor in Arkansas. A major win in Arkansas. Let's go to South Dakota. Mike Rounds, take a look at this. Mike Rounds, the former governor of South Dakota, he defeats Rick Wayland, Larry Pressler. Another pickup for Republicans in South Dakota. Similarly, in Montana, Steve Daines defeats Amanda Curtis. This is another pickup for Republicans in Montana. Very good night. Colorado, another pickup. Cory Gardner defeats the incumbent Democratic Senator Mark Udall. And in North Carolina, this is a pickup. Tom Tillis defeats the incumbent Democrat Kay Hagan. Major pickups, major wins for the Republicans. In Kansas, Pat Roberts, he survives. He defeats the independent Greg Orman. He gets another 6 years in the United States Senate. That's Pat Roberts. He wins. In Iowa, Joni Ernst, the Republican, defeats Bruce Braley. This is a pickup for the Republicans. This is the Tom Harkin seat. He's retiring. And Jeanne Shaheen, she manages to hold on the Democrats in the state of New Hampshire, defeating Scott Brown, the former Republican senator from Massachusetts. We have not made a projection yet in Virginia. It was not supposed to be this close, but look at how close it is. 49.1% for the incumbent Democrat Mark Warner, 48.5% for the Republican challenger Ed Gillespie. 12,150 votes separate them so far. Warner slightly ahead. No projection yet in Alaska. But Dan Sullivan, the Republican challenger, ahead right now over Mark Begich, the Democratic senator in Alaska, ahead by 8,500 votes. In Louisiana, we do know there will be a runoff. None of the candidates managed to get 50% of the vote. So Mary Landrieu will face a Republican challenger, Bill Cassidy, December 6th. We'll see what happens in Louisiana, but I got to tell you, all the exit polls showed in a two-person race, Mary Landrieu versus Bill Cassidy in Louisiana, at least according to the exit polls, Bill Cassidy would win. Rob Maness, another Republican, he got 14% of the vote, so it doesn't look good for Democrats in Louisiana. Here's where it stands right now. 52 Republicans will be in the next United States Senate, at least 45 Democrats. 51 you need. The Republicans have more than 51, so they're in good shape to be the majority in the United States Senate, as they are, and they expanded their majority in the House of Representatives. Optimism clearly is a part of politics until the votes come in and somebody's hopes are dashed. Here's what some of tonight's losers said to console their supporters.
This journey, this fight was for each and every one of you, and I will work my hardest to keep this amazing organization that we have built together intact to fight for a brighter and better future. We deserve that.
Stood strong. We fought, even in defeat. You've got no business in politics unless you respect the judgment of the people. If you run for office, you've got to be able to take it either way. I accept the decision of the voters, and I have already offered my sincerest congratulations and good wishes to Senator Shaheen.
The genius and the beauty of our democracy is that ultimately the power rests with the people. Even when the results don't go the way we want them to, we celebrate the fact that we live in a country in which the people get to decide their elected leaders. And tonight, the people of Texas have spoken.
I must confess that I have some sadness tonight. I'll miss waking up every day to go to work for the people of Arkansas, but as one chapter of my life closes, another chapter begins.
It's absolutely amazing that with everything aligned against us, until 30 minutes ago, we believed that there was a chance that we would fundamentally change Washington, and I believe we did.
Those were the losers. Coming up, some of tonight's biggest winners. They'll talk about what happens tomorrow. Welcome back. One of the favorite topics we're hearing from speeches from the winning candidates across the country is tomorrow.
The word tomorrow?
Tomorrow, you know that song?
Yes.
We're singing that song, Tomorrow.
Really? Okay. You were in a band called the Monkees, weren't you?
Many years ago.
Yeah, before the actual Monkees.
That's correct.
Right. Okay. So what does tomorrow bring? Let's have a listen.
Tomorrow we go to work to fix a Washington that is out of step, out of touch, and out of time. Tonight, Colorado indeed became the fulcrum of the balance of power.
Tomorrow morning, my commitment to you, at about 5 o'clock, I understand my first day starts as a senator-elect, and I'm very proud to be up tomorrow morning. I'm going to roll my sleeves up and get to work like I've done all my life.
Tomorrow we get back to work, back to our regular lives. But tonight, let's celebrate.
Some things don't change after tonight. I don't expect the president to wake up tomorrow and view the world any differently than he did when he woke up this morning. He knows I won't either.
Tonight, we celebrate. Tomorrow, we go to work.
I jump out of bed and I want to go. So tomorrow, I'll be there figuring out, what the hell you do in the fourth term.
All right, we've got a couple minutes left. Let's talk about the winners, losers, or most important moments. Anna, for you.
All right, I think the winner of this, and Kevin's going to go into apoplectic shock, I think the big winner out of this on the Republican side was Mitt Romney. Completely rehabbed, became the most sought-after surrogate after being, the biggest loser, obviously, in 2012. And the biggest loser, I'm sorry, but I'm taking another damn shot at him because my time's about to end.
Because it's been about 20 minutes.
Listen, when you lose as a Democrat, you lose as an independent, and you lose as a Republican, oh, hell yes, Charlie Crist is the biggest loser of the night. But he still has his fans.
All right, Cornell?
Mitch McConnell's the biggest winner tonight. I mean, he's majority leader now. He's been chasing this for a while. Hats off to him. Be careful what you ask for. The biggest loser tonight, I think, from my part, is conventional thinking. I think we went in fundamentally thinking that you got to sort of go after persuasion and not pay much attention to the base. Republicans do almost the opposite. Hopefully, we will put that thinking to bed tonight.
Just about a minute left, Kevin.
Well, I say the biggest unheralded winner tonight was Rob Portman, who did a lot of work raising money for and campaigning for so many of these Senate candidates that really surprised tonight. And I'd say, the biggest loser still has to be President Obama. I mean, this was, again, staying on message, was a repudiation of the president.
Stephanie?
The biggest winner is just quite simply the Republican Party. They're getting a second chance, and now they will see if they'll take the opportunity that's been given to them.
Michael Smerconish?
Greg Orman's loss is a lost opportunity for independence. We are 42% of this country, and it would have been interesting to see if others would have stepped forward if he had been victorious.
Since we're pretty much out of time, I'm just going to say the biggest loser tonight was Clay Aiken, because why not?
On that note.
Got smoked.
Very clever.
All right.
It's been a fun night.
It's been like 10 hours flew by.
You're going to head right back to New York, right?
Yeah, sure.
We're having a good time. Our coverage
I'm going to sit down.
Of Election Night in America continues right now. Right now, we're saying, with John Berman and Christine Romans. They're going to pick it up and have a good time. Thanks very much for joining us.